The story begins on a busy high school track where the runners were pushing through the final stretch of their race. While others struggled to catch their breath, Xu Jing crossed the finish line and stopped firmly. The coach checked the stopwatch and called out the result. Xu Jing 2 minutes 36 seconds 79. It was an impressive time, and the reaction from the sidelines was immediate. A group of girls watching began cheering and waving at him, calling out his name. Ignoring the noise, Xu Jing grabbed a water bottle to cool down. He tilted his head back and let the water wash over his face and neck. A timid female student stepped forward and held out a packet of tissues with shaky hands. She asked him to wipe his sweat. Xu Jing blinked, a bit confused, but accepted it politely and thanked her. She hurried back to her friends, overwhelmed with excitement. As Xu Jing wiped his sweat, he quietly gave a command. A faint yellow interface appeared in front of him, unseen by others. It displayed running experience plus 20, running LV3, 258 800. He noticed the points increased a bit more than usual. Then another notification popped up with plus 45. His expression went flat. He glanced at the crowd of girls still calling his name and muttered that this skill leveled up too fast. A sharp whistle cut through the air. His instincts reacted immediately. A tennis ball was flying toward him at high speed. Xu Jing didn't move in panic. He simply watched its path and caught it with a single motion. The impact sent dust around his hand, but he held the ball firmly. Smoke rose slightly from it, showing how strong the throw had been. He looked at it in confusion while the thrower stood in the distance with a sharp grin. Lu Xing's close friend ran up to him in a panic, asking who the thrower was. Lu squinted, recognized the person, and went pale. It was Pei Guang, the infamous school tyrant. He stood tall near the fence with a red aura around him, tossing another tennis ball casually. Lu nearly fell over in fear. He asked Xu Jing why he had gotten involved with someone like Pei Guang and complained that it was probably because of girls again. He told Xu Jing to accept someone already so he would stop drawing trouble. Xu Jing gave no reaction and tossed the smoking ball aside before walking away. Lu stared at him, frustrated and scared, and chased after him, warning that Pei Guang wasn't someone to provoke. He asked what Xu Jing planned to do. Xu Jing didn't look back, and simply said he was going to work out as he walked toward the gym. As he walked, his thoughts turned inward. People always told him that working out was useless and that martial arts were the only way to become truly strong. Xu Jing wondered if that was true. He looked at his hand and clenched it into a fist. For others it might be useless, but he was different. His confidence came from something he had kept secret for a month. He had not been born in this world. He had appeared without warning in a city that looked similar to Earth, but was fundamentally different. And he hadn't arrived empty-handed. A strange translucent panel followed him everywhere, operating on one rule: effort brings rewards. Back in his room, lifting a dumbbell wasn't just exercise. It was progress. With each repetition, golden numbers appeared: strength +1, agility +1, constitution +1. If he practiced a specific action enough, the system would upgrade it. Throwing darts wasn't just a hobby. After enough practice, his eyes would gain a precise blue focus, and the system would activate aiming LV1. Hard work is never wasted, he reminded himself. But the growth came with a cost. Standing in his room, his stomach growled loudly. The daily practice consumed a huge amount of energy, and he needed to eat constantly. Hungry, he went to the kitchen. When he opened the refrigerator, he found it completely empty. He sighed, staring at the bare shelves. He removed his shirt and tossed it aside. His body was well-defined and toned, but he reminded himself he wasn't working this hard for appearances. Later that night, Xu Jing walked through the neon-lit streets of his district, the 5th Metropolitan Circle. The city was structured like a target, with the outer areas poor and the inner areas prosperous. As he moved through the crowded streets, he felt the pressure of his situation. Half a year remained before graduation. He knew he had to decide whether he would fight to enter the inner circle or remain poor. With his resolve firm, he entered a convenience store. He needed fuel for his system, so he filled a basket with nutritious food, vegetables, milk, and proteins before heading to the counter. The cashier scanned everything and calmly announced the total, 210. Xu Jing froze. a bead of sweat rolling down his face as his confident thoughts stopped instantly. Moments later, the future ruler of the inner circle was quietly removing items from the basket, returning a carton of milk and then a vegetable, avoiding the cashier's eyes. Defeated by grocery prices, Shu Jing walked home through the narrow alleys of the outer circle with a small shopping bag in hand. He muttered to himself about the cost of 5 eggs, convinced the world had gone mad. Suddenly, a dark blur shot past him with the force of strong wind. He flinched and tightened his grip on his groceries before turning to find a small black cat on the pavement. It wore strange golden bands on its ankles and tail. The cat stared at him with wide eyes and meowed. Shu Jing relaxed, assuming it was just a stray, but the cat suddenly stiffened and fell over dramatically, lying motionless. He looked at it, unimpressed, suspecting it was trying to trick him for food. He crouched down to check, but as he looked closely, his expression changed. The cat's fur was dirty and matted, and it was covered in injuries, as if it had lost a fight. While he observed it, a faint voice drifted through his mind, sounding tired and defeated. The cat's eyes glowed blue as the voice continued. Shu Jing jumped back in shock, staring at the cat in disbelief. Even with a system of his own, hearing a cat speak was far beyond anything he expected. His gaze shifted to the golden band around the cat's tail, noticing its strange and detailed design. He touched it lightly, inspecting the metal. The moment he made contact, the band burst into golden light. His system reacted in a new way, sending an urgent message. Detected divine substance, absorbing divinity. The word stayed in his mind as the glowing light pulled his thoughts away from the alley, reminding him of the world he lived in. This planet, called Earthstar or Zhu Yao, was not the Earth he remembered. Its history was shaped by one event. 287 years ago, God died. It was not a myth. A colossal glowing being had appeared above the city, towering over skyscrapers, and then shattered, raining light across the world. Every human saw it happen. The sky still carried the remains of the broken celestial body, a reminder of that day. With the gods gone, people accepted that humanity stood alone. There were no answers to prayers and no miracles. Only strength mattered. The memory faded, and Shu Jing returned to the present, walking down the empty street with the black cat tucked in his arms. He felt the presence of his system and the potential of endless growth. While the world lost its gods long ago, he saw an opening where others saw emptiness. Blue energy flickered softly around him as he told himself he would eventually grind his way to godhood. Back in his small apartment, those ambitions were briefly paused for a simpler task, feeding the guest. Shu Jing placed a bowl of dry kibble on the floor. The cat looked at it, then turned away with clear disapproval. Shu Jing's eyebrow twitched as he reminded the creature it was supposed to be a stray, but the same tired voice echoed in his mind, and he realized something. This might not be an ordinary cat. If it had intelligence and standards, then dry kibble wouldn't work. Shu Jing stood up and headed to the kitchen while the cat watched him. Inside, he cooked with efficiency and determination. His knife moved quickly as he chopped scallions. Flames rose as he tossed ingredients into the wok, and every movement was practiced. For him, cooking was just another chance to level up. Soon, the apartment filled with the aroma of a freshly cooked meal. Shu Jing held out the steaming bowl of green pepper and shredded pork rice. The change in the cat was immediate, its earlier arrogance disappearing at the smell. Its eyes brightened slightly as it let out a small sound and began eating quickly. Shed Jing watched from the side with a quiet sense of satisfaction. He realized his guess was correct. Watching the creature eat normal food, he confirmed his thought that it wasn't a real cat at all, but a human who had turned into one. His gaze shifted to the golden band around its tail, thinking that it was probably the cause. Suddenly, a process inside him finished, and he felt a clear change settle in his body. He blinked, surprised by how quickly it completed. The progress continued, and a new ability was ready for him to use. It required a large amount of divinity, but he had just enough. He didn't hesitate and activated it. A golden light filled the room as the ability took effect. The energy gathered into a small flame hovering above his palm before sinking into his skin. He felt a strange new force settle within him. The ability gave him a passive effect, an extra life. If he died, he could revive within 7 days. The cooldown was 3 months. Shed Jing was stunned by how useful it was. He checked if there was an active skill as well, but it remained locked. It needed much more divinity to unlock, and he didn't have enough. His eyes drifted toward the black cat, still eating without a care. He considered draining more divinity from it, but when he noticed the cuts and injuries on its body, he stopped. It already looked weak. He admitted that taking more would be too much. His expression softened. Instead of pulling on its tail, he gently patted the cat's head and decided to think of another approach. The cat finished its meal and let out a small burp. Shed Jing still couldn't ignore the golden band on its tail. It was clearly connected to divinity, and he needed to understand it. He stood up and grabbed his jacket. He planned to go out and look for clues about divinity and also see what the creature did while he was gone. He stepped outside, closing the door behind him. The cat stared at the door for a long moment. Its relaxed expression slowly disappeared, replaced by a sharp, alert look. Its emerald eyes glowed faintly as it watched the empty space, clearly more intelligent than it appeared. Outside, the night was cold. Shu Jing walked through the outer ring's crowded streets. The district was filled with poverty, and entering the inner ring required impossible fees, even if someone qualified. Still, many people tried, hoping for a better life. Shu Jing wasn't concerned about that. He knew another way existed. If someone became a martial artist, all barriers vanished. A large character on a graffiti-covered wall spelled out, "Martial," like a reminder to everyone passing by. Shu Jing continued walking until a rough voice called out to him. A bald man holding a baseball bat stepped forward with a blond man carrying a metal pipe. They blocked his path confidently, claiming that he had offended someone named Pu Guang. Shu Jing looked indifferent. Before they could continue, he moved. His kick sent the blond thug flying backward. The bald man froze, unable to understand what happened. Before he could react, Shu Jing struck him as well, dropping him to the ground. Shu Jing picked up a few loose stones. His left eye glowed faintly as he used a targeting skill, sending the stones accurately into the thugs on the ground. A deeper voice came from behind them. A large blue dragon-shaped aura formed in the alley. Pei Guang stepped forward with clear hostility. He attacked, but Shu Jing dodged easily. Instead of feeling threatened, he became curious. This was the martial arts he had been searching for. Realizing that Pei Guang actually knew martial arts, Shu Jing stepped forward with calm determination. He no longer saw the man as a danger, but as someone who could give him information. He ordered Pei Guang to explain everything he knew. A heavy pressure filled the air as Shu Jing's presence grew stronger. The confrontation ended quickly. Pei Guang was slammed into the wall with enough force to crack it, leaving the alley filled with dust. The school tyrant slid to the ground, completely defeated. He leaned against the scattered debris, holding his bruised chest, his face drained of color. His earlier confidence was gone, replaced with panic as he pleaded desperately. Shu Jing stood in front of him, hands in his pockets, looking down with calm indifference. He found the fight unimpressive. He had expected more, but the opponent only had one predictable move. The brief exchange had been simple. Pian's attack looked strong, but followed an obvious pattern. Shu Jing dodged easily and countered with one accurate strike. As the dust settled, a golden notification appeared at the side of his vision, confirming that the conditions had been met and the fighting skill had activated. Shu Jing felt a shift in his fists. The ability was linking his earlier aiming improvement to the precision of his punches. Looking at the trembling man on the ground, he understood how large the gap between them truly was. Dealing with someone of Pei Guang's level was more than enough for him now. Pei Guang pressed himself against the wall, shaking as he begged Shu Jing not to hit him again. Shu Jing ignored the apology and leaned forward, asking about the punch Pei Guang had used earlier. Confused but too frightened to lie, Pei Guang explained that it wasn't a technique, but inner force. Energy collected throughout the body and released through a movement. Shu Jing asked how to train inner force and who taught him. Pei Guang admitted he only knew the basics and couldn't explain it clearly. Shu Jing watched him for a moment, then grabbed him by the collar, unimpressed by his attempt to appear helpless. He listed the rumors Pei Guang had spread about himself to build a tough reputation, pointing out how different reality was. P.O. Guang burst into tears, insisting it was all a persona and none of the stories were true. Xu Jing didn't accept the act and delivered one more strike to make sure the lesson stayed. He warned P.O. Guang that if he ever forgot this moment, he would be punished every time they crossed paths. As he turned to leave, he ordered P.O. Guang to write a self-criticism and recite it 10 times in front of the class the next morning. He also told him to have his friend record a video so Xu Jing could review it later. Terrified, P.O. Guang agreed repeatedly and quickly showed Xu Jing a location on his phone, a dojo. Xu Jing glanced at the screen, noting the dojo location, then walked away, leaving the shaken school tyrant behind. Entering the inner ring marked a clear change. The old brick buildings faded into tall glass structures that reflected the city lights. Following the navigation on his phone, Xu Jing walked quietly through the clean, bright streets. Golden notifications appeared again, calculating experience gained from the earlier fight. He compared it to regular workouts and realized that one short battle had given him more progress than hours of training. He also awakened a new skill, which led him to a simple conclusion. Picking fights would increase his strength faster. Eventually, he arrived at a large building with a golden sign, Golden Wind Dojo. After the phone indicated the destination was reached, he entered. The lobby was quiet, and as he greeted the receptionist, she quickly hushed him, explaining that the master was teaching a class. Inside, an elderly man with a long white beard instructed a group of students about breathing methods and the basics of circulating inner force. Xu Jing stood at the back, listening with interest. This was exactly what he needed. He asked the receptionist if he could join, and she agreed, slightly flustered. A small notification appeared above her head, indicating charm experience. Xu Jing took a seat on an empty mat. The master instructed the students to tighten their core, inhale deeply, and hold their breath. Xu Jing followed the guidance calmly. The assistant watched nervously, worried because the group rarely produced promising students. Soon enough, most students reached their limits. Faces turned purple, many coughed violently, and even their most hopeful student failed. The master looked disappointed. The assistant apologized, asking for more time to find a suitable student. She then quickly stopped him from speaking further and pointed at the back. Xu Jing was still holding on without difficulty. A faint blue aura circled him as he practiced. The breathing method was harder than it sounded, requiring lung capacity most people didn't have. Inside Xu Jing's body, the sensation was intense but manageable. His expression remained composed. When the assistant announced the time was up, Xu Jing released his breath steadily. A notification confirmed his success. Inner force activated. The master immediately approached him, asking if he felt any discomfort. Xu Jing looked at his own palms, noticing faint steam and a light feeling throughout his body. He replied that he felt refreshed. The master's expression brightened. He held Xu Jing's hand and asked for his name, inviting him to join the dojo. Before Xu Jing could respond, the front entrance suddenly burst open with a loud crash. A dark silhouette stood in the doorway, radiating a menacing red aura. Without a word, the intruder swung a weapon and released a massive wave of crimson energy that tore through the room, instantly turning the peaceful training session into a battlefield. When the smoke cleared, the intruder was revealed to be a massive insectoid creature with glowing red eyes, pinning a disciple to the ground. Its mandibles clamped down with a sickening crunch, tearing into the student's chest as blood splattered across the dojo floor. Xu Jing stared at the scene, his pupils trembling as he shouted, "What the hell is this?" Chaos spread everywhere. The master, who was usually calm, shouted for everyone to leave quickly and not crowd together. He turned to his assistant and ordered Manager Jean to maintain order. She cried out in response, trying to guide the terrified students to the exit. But the monster fixed its multiple red eyes on the fleeing crowd and unleashed another wave of crimson energy with a high-pitched screech. The attack flew directly toward Manager Jean, who froze in fear, unable to dodge. Xu Jing moved instantly, diving forward and pulling her out of the attack's path. They crashed to the floor as the energy carved a gash into the wall behind them. Shu Jing hovered over her, breathing hard but focused. Manager Jean looked up, her face flushing red as she whispered, "Student, thank you," while her thoughts spiraled out of control. A golden notification appeared beside her head. Sham Prusuva. Shu Jing ignored it entirely, his attention locked onto the raging monster. His mind flicked back to He Yong's explanation in the alley. Inner force is gathering energy from all parts of the body and then expelling it externally through a move. Shu Jing analyzed the red aura surrounding the beast dummy. Inner force versus inner force. Now is the perfect opportunity to experiment. The creature lunged at him with a screech, but he met it head-on. His fist, glowing with golden light, slammed into the monster's steel-hard exoskeleton. The impact felt like hitting a wall. He wondered if the thing was like a cockroach, able to withstand hundreds of times its own weight. He realized blunt force might not work. If that is really the case, he focused his strength into a single point. Golden energy inside his arm gathered into a concentrated needle. The shell shattered under the strike. Crack! Green blood sprayed as the creature was blasted backward. Skill activated. Inch force 80-20. Dust settled around him as he casually dusted off his jacket, unimpressed. "It's much weaker than it looks," he muttered. Manager Jean watched with starry eyes, completely forgetting the danger. "So cool," she sighed. The old master watched with fear and awe, realizing the boy had just mastered chi force and released a dangerous amount of it, something a normal body shouldn't handle. The creature rose again, its broken shell creaking as red energy flared around it. Shu Jing asked if it still wanted to continue. He took a stance, calm and cold, raising his fist as golden lines spread across his skin. "The result will be the same no matter how many times you try." Chi meridians gathered, ready to end it. But before he could strike, a fountain of blood burst into the air. Shu Jing froze, confused. A streak of crimson light tore through the room, followed by a brilliant slash of blue energy. It cleanly sliced the monster apart before it could react. Shu Jing blinked at the severed chunks, briefly thinking he might have overdone it, before realizing that the blue energy wasn't his. A silver-haired woman stood amidst the debris, wearing a sleek tactical bodysuit. "Void Blade taking over this area," she announced. "Unrelated personnel, please evacuate immediately." Shu Jing analyzed her, recognizing the White Raven Squad. To defeat the creature in one strike was impressive. She looked at him, trying to stay professional, though she was surprised by the damage he had caused with his bare hands. A faint blush crossed her face. She immediately decided she needed to recruit him. She stepped forward and handed him a note. "Sunday afternoon at 5 o'clock. Come to the address on the note. I will tell you what you want to know." Shu Jing unfolded it. Ching Ching Library 7F. A library, he thought. Outside, Manager Zhang rushed around him in excitement, worried and infatuated. She tried to check him for injuries and nearly said she would take him home before correcting herself to a hospital. He stepped back politely, saying he was fine and thanked the dojo staff. She called out for him to return tomorrow while hearts practically floated around her. The old master watched him leave, sighing that such talent couldn't be contained in a small dojo. Walking through the illuminated streets, Shu Jing checked his system notifications. Intense Battle EXP had given him Fitness EXP 29, Health Preservation EXP, Charm plus 50, and Fighting EXP 98. Conditions met. Activated. Inch Force. He studied the new technique, realizing it was simply concentrated chi accelerated in a short distance. He tried gathering chi again, but strain hit instantly, so he released it quickly, remembering the danger of internal injury. He decided to rest and try again tomorrow. The night's events weighed on him. White Raven Squad, Cockroach Man, this world hid many secrets. He touched the note in his pocket, planning to check the address on the weekend. When he reached his apartment, he checked the security feed. The camera showed his black cat sitting upright in his chair, typing on his keyboard. He kicked the door open and confronted the cat. "What were you just messing with on my computer?" The cat only blinked innocently. Meow. A silent standoff followed, until Shu Jing sighed from exhaustion and collapsed onto the bed without changing. The cat crept closer, curious, then caught the metallic smell of blood. Its expression hardened instantly. Energy crackled around it as it wondered who had hurt its person. In a spiritual vision, the cat appeared before Shu Jing, larger and imposing, declaring itself Ningfuna, leader of the dragon sect, demanding he explain what happened so it could seek justice. Shu Jing, half asleep, only muttered that he knew the cat could speak and said they would talk after he slept. Ningfa panicked, shaking him and shouting for him to stay awake long enough to explain. The morning sun shone into the apartment, lighting up the table where fried shrimp, fresh salad, and rice were set out. Shu Jing sat at the table looking completely refreshed. Full health resurrection had cleared away all the fatigue from the previous night. Across from him, the black cat was eating quickly, her cheeks full as she spoke between bites, sauce still on her face. So, you weren't beaten up by someone, but instead, you defeated a monster? Shu Jing ate calmly. Yeah. The cat swallowed, and her expression turned serious for a moment. I haven't heard of those things running into the city area, she said, bothered by the thought. Shu Jing watched her, his expression softening. Despite her attitude and unusual origins, she had been genuinely worried about him the night before. He reached out and gently placed his hand on her head. Thank you for worrying about me so much. Nar, he said with a warm smile. The cat froze, her face turning red as she stammered, caught off guard. Nar. She pushed his hand away, trying to regain her composure. You're not allowed to call me Nar. You must address me respectfully as Lord Sect Leader. Shu Jing pulled his hand back, his smile turning playful. Okay, Lord Nar. Before she could react again, he leaned back and held up his phone. The relaxed mood immediately shifted into something more serious. Since Lord Nar can speak, he said with sharp eyes, why don't you explain what the you inside the phone was doing? The cat stiffened, her expression going blank before anxiety took over. She froze, realizing she had walked straight into trouble. This thing is called a cattail ring, he read aloud, comparing the object in his hand with the information on the screen. It is a type of god relic. He looked down at the cat, who lay stiff on the floor. I was looking up information on it, he said, intrigued. So this thing really is a god relic. Shu Jing recalled history books. 287 years ago, the god had died in the sky, and the golden specks that fell were fragments of divine power, god relics. I had only heard about them before, he thought, staring at the metal band. But now I've finally seen one. No wonder it can absorb divinity. He became absorbed in examining it, and forgot he was still holding the cat. He rubbed the metal while looking closely at her tail. The cat finally burst out. How long are you going to keep pinching? Shu Jing flinched and released her tail. Cough. He cleared his throat and returned to the topic. So, you were looking up instructions on how to use it? Ningfa lay flat on the floor, exhausted, her ears drooping. Not all, she muttered. I want to take it off. Regaining her composure, Ningfa sat up straight and her expression darkened as she explained what had happened. You know it too. The Dragon Siang, she began. Not only do they control entertainment venues, but they also work with martial arts halls for some drug businesses. Her memory went back to the night her life changed. I was attacked in my own villa. Someone put this thing on me, and I turned into a cat. By the time she escaped, her organization had already been taken over. I can only turn back into a human appearance if I take it off. Her claws scratched the floor lightly as she continued. And then, kill all those people, she said with clear intent. Shu Jing watched her calmly. What do you plan to do next? He asked. If you can't find it on the internet, the library probably won't help either. Ningfa's expression shifted from anger to thoughtfulness. She smirked. Regarding this point, this sect leader already has a plan, she said confidently. She pointed a paw at him. That is to have you practice martial arts and become strong. Shu Jing blinked, confused. Is there any connection between these two things? Of course, there is, Ningfa said, standing on her hind legs. After you become strong, various organizations will come looking for you, she explained. Maybe among them, there will be god relic holders. Then you can investigate and find a way to remove the cattail ring. She puffed her chest slightly. I'm going to introduce you to the best dojo. Shu Jing raised an eyebrow. You mean? Ningfa grinned. Have you heard of Hidden Dragon Dojo? Shu Jing's expression went flat. Of course. He turned to his computer, and quickly brought up a page. Back when I wanted to practice martial arts, I checked the tuition fees of all the dojos in Ching, he said, and Hidden Dragon Dojo was the most expensive. He scrolled down to a long list of one-star reviews, but I didn't remember it because it was expensive. He read some out loud. What kind of dojo is this? The teaching quality doesn't match the tuition. Refund the money. Every day, they just send a few women to supervise. I suspect this is a scam dojo. Study for a week. My back aches every day. No one gives any method to relieve it. Ningfa scoffed. These people can't even endure hardship. Why bother learning martial arts? She looked up at him seriously. In the circle of true martial artists, no one looks down on Hidden Dragon Dojo. Xu Jing sighed. So how do I get in? By following the rules of the Manhwa, she declared. Dojo storming, of course. Xu, if I smash up the dojo's venue, will they still accept me? He asked. Ningfa stared at him. Look at your unsophisticated appearance, she said. Dojo storming is just an interview. She explained the hierarchy. Dojo disciples are also divided into ranks. A pyramid formed in Xu Jing's mind. Bottom tier, those who pay. Middle tier, those with talent. Top tier, those who prove their strength. Those with talent still have to rely on actual ability, she continued. It's useless if it takes 10 or 8 years to become capable. Xu Jing understood. He didn't have money or years to spare, only his system and his fists. I just have to go there and prove I'm better than everyone else. Ningfa, now acting like an advisor, added one last point. Dojo storming is a form of self-recommendation, she said, and the best way to prove one's spirit. As Xu Jing headed for the door, the cat jumped onto the window. So, remember to go to the dojo tomorrow, she said while looking outside. I'm going to take care of some things. The next morning, sunlight lit the city as Xu Jing reached the Hidden Dragon Dojo. The building was a traditional wooden structure tucked among modern skyscrapers. A disciple at the entrance walked over and greeted him with a smile. Xu Jing reached out to shake his hand. As their palms met, Xu Jing felt a sudden, sharp pressure. The disciple squeezed hard, veins standing out on his arm, while keeping a polite smile. Xu Jing guessed it was a test and decided to take it seriously. He gathered golden energy in his hand and squeezed back. The disciple cried out and pulled his hand away in pain. Xu Jing laughed and played it off, saying the man liked to spar. The other disciples snickered and the greeter complained about Xu Jing's strength. Xu Jing realized his mistake and let the man go. The commotion drew attention. Someone warned that the master and the direct disciples were approaching. A group moved in, radiating a stronger presence than the gatekeepers. Leading them were direct disciples who looked like experienced fighters. Li, a large muscular man. Zhu Shanning, a fierce woman in a qipao. Mingqing Xiao, a sharp-eyed girl with glasses. Chun Fuguang, a confident green-haired youth. And in the center, the master Mang Basong in a wheelchair with a black cat wearing a heavy pearl necklace on his lap. The lower-ranking students whispered, surprised at the gathering. The master rolled forward and asked if Xu Jing had come for dojo storming. The cat on his lap looked up and fixed its eyes on Xu Jing. The master noted it had been a long time since someone dared to try dojo storming his place. He then asked Xu Jing if he thought he was qualified. Xu Jing glanced at his system and worried quietly. His combat-related levels were low compared to a dojo master. The master announced he would ask questions first. Xu Jing answered his name and age. The questions then turned personal, where he lived, what his parents did, whether he had siblings. Xu Jing stood sweating and confused as the questioning felt oddly like a marriage interview. The master laughed and said he had to ask extra questions for a future son-in-law. Zhu Shanning stepped forward, cracking her knuckles and insisting they fight to decide. She promised she would go easy on him. Xu Jing shook off the confusion, refocused, and raised his fists. As Zhu Shanning entered the center, the other disciples whispered that Xu Jing might be in trouble. Ning Funa, the black cat, watched from the sidelines, puzzled and annoyed at the idea of a marriage interview. Zhu Shanning attacked without hesitation, her movements sharp and controlled. Xu Jing's aiming skill broke her movement down into precise frames. He did not retreat. Instead, he moved in her guard and grabbed her wrist. Using her momentum against her, he twisted and threw her off balance. She spun away and stumbled dazed. The direct disciple's expressions shifted from amusement to interest. Li commented that Xu Jing's dynamic vision and grappling positioning were accurate, noting the brief exchange with a critical eye. Next to him, the green-haired Chun Fuguan grinned, amused by the scene. He said it reminded him of his own younger days and laughed, calling Xu Jing a good seedling. Master Mang boss Hang joined in with a warm laugh while stroking the black cat on his lap. The tension in the room faded. The cat, Ningfiana, looked proud but was actually relieved inside. Xu Jing stood straight, dusting his hands, and asked the old dojo master if his dojo storming was successful. Golden notifications appeared in his vision, marking the reward of the battle, including the experience gained and the rise in charm. Master Mang moved forward with a pleased expression and confirmed that Xu Jing was qualified to become a direct disciple. He then reminded him that it was time to change how he addressed everyone. Xu Jing responded respectfully, greeting the master and his senior brothers and sisters. Chun Fuguang laughed loudly and called him the seventh junior brother. From the floor, Zhu Shanning, still holding her sore arm, introduced herself as the sixth senior sister and insisted he shouldn't get proud over one victory. Xu Jing thanked her warmly, noting in his thoughts that she had been the youngest before his arrival. A female disciple with long brown hair approached politely, offering to guide him through the entry procedures. Xu Jing quietly questioned the fancy title she used for him, and Master Mang clarified that as a direct disciple, he should not be looked down upon. She added that as an inner ring resident, the title was appropriate. Xu Jing asked if it could be changed, saying young master felt awkward, but eventually accepted whatever they preferred. Later, in the dojo lounge, Xu Jing relaxed on a sofa with the black cat resting on his lap. He mentioned that dojo storming wasn't as hard as he was told, saying the fight ended in one move. The voice of his guidance corrected him, explaining that Zhu Shanning was actually far stronger and that martial arts required more than just numbers. Decisions, intelligence, state of mind, and luck all mattered. Xu Jing understood and acknowledged that his victory had been influenced by luck and that he still had much to learn. The topic shifted, and he explained where he went the previous night, mentioning a visit to Grandpa Li and casually revealing some family history. The disciple awkwardly accepted the explanation and handed him an identity card for future access to the dojo. He received more charm experience, accepted the card, and prepared to return the next day. The following morning, the dojo was unusually lively. Disciples whispered as Xu Jing trained intensely in the center of the hall. He had been grinding all night, drenched in sweat and pushing himself through exhaustion while golden notifications continued to appear, marking improvements in fitness, inner force, and other skills. He sensed himself close to breaking through and refused to stop. With one final surge, a golden light flowed around him, signaling his breakthrough to inner force level 3. Drained, he collapsed onto the floor. The sound of a wheelchair approached. Master Mang looked at him with approval, saying Xu Jing was the strongest disciple he had ever accepted and would soon be able to cultivate the hidden dragon technique. Even exhausted, Xu Jing was eager and immediately asked about the method. Master Mang told him to hold out his hand. As they touched, the old man's expression shifted. He examined Xu Jing's internal state, seeing golden energy and signs of immense potential. He asked what sports Xu Jing usually did. Xu Jing tried to downplay it, but the master shook his head, saying there was no problem, only that Xu Jing's body was unnaturally well balanced, almost as if crafted perfectly. He described him as a martial arts prodigy. Xu Jing knew the system was the reason, but stayed quiet. He then asked again if he could learn the technique immediately. The master stopped him, saying he had trained through the entire night and his body was covered in injuries, so there was no need to rush. In Master Mang's vision, he noticed the hidden damage beneath Xu Jing's skin, with red stress points spread across his muscles and meridians. He explained that cultivating the method now would be dangerous. Xu Jing's excitement faded and he asked what he should do. Master Mang told him to go to the lounge and said he would send the sleeping dragon ointment shortly. A few minutes later, Xu Jing was waiting in the lounge. He stood up when he heard a knock at the door. Instead of servant, Zhu Shanning stepped inside. She looked different from her usual appearance, wearing a loose white t-shirt and holding a small bottle. Her cheeks were slightly red as she told him she was there to treat his injuries. Xu Jing felt uneasy. He remembered how easily he had defeated her the day before, and he worried she might still be upset. She told him to take off his shirt, and he hesitated before doing so. She stared at his trained physique, her face turning redder, then pointed to the massage bed for him to lie down. He lay face down. Zhu Shanning told him not to move and began preparing the ointment. Her mood seemed cheerful, but Xu Jing felt nervous. She applied the cream to his back with firm pressure, making him wince slightly. She leaned more of her weight onto him, asking why he wasn't reacting. He told her it was fine as long as she was comfortable. Hearing this, she paused. She admitted that she had acted out of her own frustration from losing and had tried to tease him. She asked timidly if he was angry. He reassured her that he wasn't and told her to continue. She finished treating his upper body and jokingly told him to take off his pants. Xu Jing panicked and quickly refused, causing her to laugh. She told him she was joking and left the room smiling. Xu Jing let out a long breath, feeling like he had just avoided trouble. After resting, he left the dojo and walked down the street. He stretched and felt more relaxed, but still thought about how tense the treatment had been. As he walked, he received a notification that he had leveled up in fighting and inner force. He checked the time and decided to go to the library for his appointment. He remembered the silver-haired woman from the White Raven Squad and thought about their name, noting that it sounded dramatic even though they were simply a special police group. He wondered why they wanted to meet him at a library. He arrived at the building, entered the elevator, and went up to the 7th floor of the Qingqing Library. The doors opened to a massive room filled with books, but the space was dead silent. The library was empty, and Xu Jing walked down the long aisle of bookshelves, wary of a possible trick. From the shadows emerged a young woman with long blonde hair, tied in a ponytail, radiating brightness and cheer, a stark contrast to the silver-haired soldier he had encountered before. She gestured toward a table by the window, bathed in warm sunlight. Xu Jing noted the setting, understanding that the meeting was conducted in secrecy, away from the special police station. Her expression carried appraisal, and it was clear she had already evaluated him. He considered the reasoning behind her interest and remained guarded, questioning the basis for her attention. The woman picked up a red book from the table, signaling its importance. Xu Jing stiffened, realizing that his knowledge of god relics, information he had shared only with the cat, had drawn her notice. A chill ran through him as he assessed her background and intentions, noting that the recruitment process was far more complex than he had anticipated. She poured water into a cup and slid it across the table without explanation. Xu Jing drank it and found it ordinary, yet he remained suspicious. A second cup of liquid, clear and colorless, revealed sweetness when tasted, a revelation that unsettled him. It confirmed that her intentions were deliberate and layered with hidden knowledge. She then explained the true history of their world. 287 years ago, God had died. The scattered points of light from the deity's demise, later called God's blood, had fallen to the earth, embedding themselves in objects, living beings, and aspects of human fantasy. Objects containing this divine substance were known as god relics. She displayed a glass teapot glowing faintly with magical light, identifying it as a god relic, a sweet water kettle with a unique serial number. Xu Jing touched the kettle, and his system detected the divine substance, absorbing divinity points immediately. His heart raced as he realized he could gain divinity simply by touching god relics. Holding the kettle, he pretended to examine it while secretly continuing to absorb points. Observing the kettle, Xu Jing noted the water inside defied gravity and logic, effectively making it a perpetual motion device capable of overturning fundamental laws of the universe. He began connecting this to the inner ring of the city, where abundant electricity and resources existed, unlike the suffering outer ring. He hypothesized that god relics might explain the disparity. He restrained himself from overthinking, understanding that the very existence of a god relic symbolized unreasonableness and was beyond human replication. After reluctantly stopping his absorption of divinity, Shu Jing considered the motives behind the woman's revelation. She provided proof of her authority, including her company's official designation as a god relic containment and research entity, and acknowledged his recent feat in defeating a monstrous opponent with the body of a normal person. Shu Jing recognized that his courage and spiritual strength had impressed her. Determined, Shu Jing resolved to join the organization immediately, seeing it as an opportunity to access god relics and gain experience points. His determination was absolute, and he envisioned the possibilities of working in a god relic containment environment with unrestrained ambition. Excitement rose on the protagonist's face as his thoughts raced. A god relic containment company meant frequent contact with god relics. At present, god relics were the only known source of divinity. Even the passive skill twin life was already this powerful, and if the active skill was even more unreasonable, then no one in this world would be able to defeat him. In his mind, the future was clear, and wealth felt inevitable. While he was lost in his thoughts, Wu Yuqing observed him quietly and formed her own impression. To her, he looked like someone who had not yet seen much of the world. She took out a contract from behind her and handed it to him. The protagonist accepted it and began reading carefully. As he scanned the contents, he realized it was mostly identical to a standard labor contract, with the addition of a confidentiality agreement. His attention soon shifted to the second section. It detailed the dangers involved in god relic work, clearly stating that unforeseen risks were possible. In the event of disability or death during containment operations, the company would provide a compensation of $5 million to the family, covering medical costs, funeral expenses, and basic living support. It also specified that no further claims could be made and that incidents caused by personal negligence would not be covered. After reading this section, doubts surfaced in his thoughts. He began to wonder whether this job was far more dangerous than he had expected. Wu Yuqing then explained the grading system of god relics, which were divided into 4 levels based on danger. As a newcomer, he would only be assigned the lowest grade tasks. As long as procedures were followed, the risks would remain minimal. Only after showing sufficient growth would he be exposed to truly dangerous work. Confidence surfaced in his thoughts as he considered the higher grade relics. Wu Yuqing clarified that relics of the highest grade were beyond the scope of individuals or single organizations and would inevitably involve official government forces. Still, a lingering question troubled him. He could not understand why he had been chosen. Having contact with a god relic alone did not seem enough to qualify him. In his thoughts, he reasoned that she knew nothing about his panel or his martial arts training. Being invited solely based on Void Blade's recommendation felt suspicious. Wu Yuqing then revealed the true reason. According to her, god relics possessed a form of will. Rather than humans finding them, relics were drawn towards certain people. Among humanity existed rare individuals capable of attracting god relics naturally. She herself was one such person, and the protagonist shared the same constitution. To her, the offered salary alone was proof of sincerity. As he looked at the salary section of the contract, his thoughts shifted again. The pay was substantial, with a high monthly salary, a share of containment rewards, and additional stacked benefits. Realization dawned on him that this was why the company had acted so urgently. When he signed the contract, his thoughts were already settled. Salary was secondary. What truly mattered to him was access to god relics. He felt confident about the future and accepted the cooperation without hesitation. After concluding the agreement, he prepared to leave. As he exited the library, his thoughts returned to his priorities. Between training at the Hidden Dragon Dojo and collecting god relics, he knew these pursuits alone would consume his time. For the foreseeable future, school would likely have to wait. He sent a message to his friend, asking for help and requesting leave from the teacher on his behalf. His friend quickly agreed, and he replied with a brief message of thanks. While chatting, his thoughts drifted. A monthly salary of $200,000 was an amount he could not have earned even 10 years after graduating. Right now, improving his strength was the most urgent matter. Only by becoming stronger would there be any hope of going back. The scene shifted to the outer ring, where he walked while projecting his digital screen into the air. His attention focused on his active skill, wanting to understand its function first. The screen displayed information related to twin life, including the divinity required for upgrading, its passive effect of possessing 2 lives with a selectable resurrection time, and a cooldown period. The active ability was now unlockable, while another ability remained locked behind higher requirements. He proceeded to activate the active ability. New information appeared, explaining that for each level, one physical-related ability could be designated, producing a doubling effect when used. The available options included memory, physical defense, physical strength, reaction speed, movement speed, calculation ability, and concentration. As he reviewed the options, he analyzed them carefully. Choosing physical strength would double his power, but his main combat method relied on precision rather than brute force. Defense felt unnecessary due to his existing durability. In martial arts, speed often determined victory, so movement speed became the most logical choice. Before committing fully, he decided to create a control comparison. He fixed his gaze on a distant street lamp, roughly 100 meters away, and ran at full strength to measure his baseline performance. The timer showed just over 10 seconds, which he found acceptable. He then activated Twin Life and repeated the run. This time, his movement was drastically faster, finishing in roughly half the time. The result left him exhausted but satisfied, confirming that the speed increase was exactly double. As he recovered, his thoughts deepened. Improving sprint times was relatively simple at first, but beyond a certain point, even a minor improvement required immense effort, talent, and resources. In real combat, where even the smallest mistake could be fatal, this kind of acceleration defied logic and intuition. It was decisive and unavoidable. With a sense of achievement, he clenched his fists, recognizing Twin Life as a skill that ignored physical laws and limits entirely. He attempted to use the skill again while his body was still warm, only to find it unavailable due to a cooldown. Frustration followed, but he quickly realized that only around 20 seconds had passed since activation. This meant the skill would need to be used sparingly, with no clear indication of when it would fully recover. Exhaustion finally set in, and he decided to head home. As he walked toward his apartment, soreness spread through his body from an entire day of exertion. His plan was simple: bathe, sleep, and return to training the next day. He ended up falling asleep in the building hallway. When he woke, he checked his phone and saw that over 6 hours had passed, leaving him confused about how he had ended up there. He immediately checked the recovery status of Twin Life. The cooldown was nearly complete. From his calculations, each second of usage required 1,000 seconds of recovery, meaning full usage demanded roughly 6 hours to recharge. A message appeared reminding him of training. Panic set in, and he ran at full speed toward the dojo. Upon arriving, he pushed open the gate and was quickly noticed. He was led forward without delay, pulled directly into a sparring session meant to demonstrate proper gene force usage. The surrounding trainees whispered among themselves, assuming the outcome was obvious and hoping he would not get hurt. Hearing this, he recognized that the situation mirrored the previous encounter. Despite being framed as a demonstration, he knew she intended to reclaim her pride from last time and would not hold back. Instead of concern, he felt calm. This was the perfect chance to test his new ability. The sparring match between the protagonist and Zhu Shanning began. He did not rely on raw power. Instead, his movements were swift and precise. In a brief exchange, he caught her arm and redirected her momentum, forcing her down. Her body struck the ground, and the floor beneath her cracked apart, breaking into fragments from the force of the impact. As she lay on the ground, struggling to regain her senses, confusion filled her thoughts. She had used her full strength, yet the result was still defeat. She could not understand why. The protagonist looked at her and responded lightly, treating the outcome as if it were simply a friendly exchange. Soon after, multiple screens appeared in succession, recording the experience gained from the fight across various areas, including combat, fitness, health preservation, aiming, and sports. Among them, one of his skills advanced to the next level. While reviewing the information, he began to reflect. The result no longer counted as defeating a stronger opponent while being weaker. This led him to suspect that once Twin Life speed was activated, the panel no longer judged him as inferior to Zhu Shannying. Despite her superior combat experience and caution, she had still failed to react in time. This confirmed to him just how powerful Twin Life truly was. Clenching his fist, he felt satisfied. His future training focus became clear. He needed to learn how to fully utilize the advantage created by overwhelming speed. From a distance, Chen noticed him and called out, inviting him to train together. The protagonist agreed and followed along. After some time passed, Chen observed him closely and realized something was wrong. What he had previously assumed to be exaggeration turned out to be real. The protagonist was already close to cultivating Dragon Chi, something that should not have been possible in such a short time. Chen explained the concept behind it. In the martial arts world, there existed a legendary physical state known as the treasure body. It referred to refining the human body into something comparable to a treasure. This state was said to involve 5 types of perfection: muscles like dragons and elephants, tendons like iron tree roots, flawless glazed glass skin, molten gold blood, and indestructible jade bones. Each stage represented an extreme transformation of the body. However, this realm was generally considered a myth, as no one had ever truly achieved it. The protagonist listened calmly. In his thoughts, he did not see it as impossible. Just because others could not achieve it did not mean it was beyond his reach. Chun joked internally that perhaps even becoming a martial arts myth was not entirely impossible. He then showed something on his screen and guided the protagonist forward, preparing to introduce him to someone important. He indicated that this person was the most powerful eldest senior brother of the Hidden Dragon Dojo, Manhwa. Before the introduction could properly continue, someone suddenly entered the dojo by crashing through a window. Glass shattered as the figure landed inside. The protagonist and Chun both watched the scene with shock and unease. Chun immediately recognized the person and reacted with visible tension. He led the protagonist closer and indicated that the man who had just entered was the dojo's most formidable senior disciple, Manhwa. As the protagonist observed him, his thoughts became cautious. The man clearly had unusual traits. He appeared quiet, physically overwhelming, disliked trouble, possessed extreme strength, was overly protective, and behaved in an unorthodox manner. Chun further indicated that this senior brother had a habit of avoiding normal entrances and preferred entering through windows instead. The protagonist glanced toward the broken window and began calculating internally. Jumping from the highest floor would require terrifying physical strength, far beyond ordinary standards. After a brief exchange between Chun and Manhwa, Chun seemed to understand the situation. He then informed the protagonist that he needed to leave to handle some matters. Before leaving, Chun emphasized a key principle of the hibernating dragon technique. Its core lay in force delivery and shaping. The protagonist repeated the concept in his mind, slowly grasping its meaning. He realized that he had been overly focused on increasing the quantity of chi while neglecting how it was shaped and controlled. A new idea formed as he considered combining this concept with his aiming ability. 3 hours later, the protagonist sat in meditation, breathing steadily and focusing his mind. He gathered his power into his index finger and released it toward the wall. The impact created a large hole, far exceeding anything he had achieved before. As he examined the result, he acknowledged that this was far more effective than simple projectile techniques. At that moment, the dojo master arrived alongside Zhu Shannying, applauding his progress. The master appeared pleased, recognizing that in addition to his exceptional physical talent, the protagonist also possessed remarkable aptitude in sports-related cultivation. The master then handed him a pearl-like object. Without hesitation, the protagonist consumed it. Immediately afterward, the master's expression turned serious, demanding his full attention. The protagonist's consciousness began to fade. Confusion filled his thoughts as his surroundings blurred. He questioned where he was and what had just been done to him. As he lost consciousness, he perceived a massive dragon formed entirely of energy. The dragon surged forward and entered his body. A glowing, dragon scale-like pattern appeared on his arm. As he faintly registered the change, Confusion lingered in his thoughts as he stared at his transformed hand. The protagonist held his head tightly with both hands as discomfort surged through his body. Pain throbbed behind his temples while the chi inside him felt chaotic, rushing wildly in every direction. He suspected that this instability was the effect of the pill he had just consumed. As his consciousness stabilized, he focused inward. He slowed his breathing, deliberately calming the restless chi. Using the hibernating dragon technique, he entered a controlled state of breath retention. The sensation that followed felt profound and unfamiliar. All distracting thoughts faded away, leaving only clarity. In that moment, he realized that complete focus on cultivation alone was enough. His consciousness was soon pulled back into the dreamlike dimension. Once again, he found himself seated before the gigantic dragon formed from particles resembling god relics. As he faced it, his eyes transformed, taking on the same presence as the dragon's. Several translucent screens appeared before him, indicating that the conditions had been met and a new skill had been activated. The visualization ability appeared, newly unlocked, and still at its initial level. When he fully regained awareness, confusion surfaced. He did not understand how he had returned so suddenly. Observing him, the dojo master appeared calm and satisfied. The master had intervened just in time, preventing the protagonist's chi from being completely exhausted. Cultivating dragon chi on the first attempt was no small feat, and the master clearly regarded this achievement as extraordinary. The protagonist wondered what dragon chi truly was. The dojo master explained that dragon chi was fundamentally tied to emotion. Strong emotions enhanced strength and vitality, especially in moments of anger or survival. Within the hidden dragon style, stimulating emotions was referred to as chi of motion, while controlling emotions was known as chi of stillness. Mastery came from combining both states, allowing success in any pursuit. Motivated by this explanation, the protagonist considered how such power could be trained. The dojo master believed he had already grasped the core of it and encouraged him to reflect rather than ask further. The protagonist realized that the essence might lie in the distraction-free state he had entered earlier. As memories surfaced, he noticed something strange. Knowledge from his past life felt intact and vivid. Problems he once struggled with now seemed simple and effortless. Concepts he had not studied in years appeared clearly in his mind. This sudden clarity led him to realize that his intelligence had improved. The dojo master acknowledged this, but implied that it was only a minor aspect of the transformation. The protagonist also noticed that ordinary matters no longer stirred his emotions easily. His imagination had strengthened significantly. He could now visualize a giant dragon with extreme precision, down to individual strands of its mane and every golden scale. He suspected that this ability was closely related to visualization itself. The dojo master made it clear that understanding alone was insufficient and that only practice would reveal the truth. He then instructed Qingjiao to spar with the protagonist. Qingjiao was known for having the best motion control among all disciples, surpassing even her father, Boss Hang. As Qingjiao approached, the protagonist's thoughts wandered briefly, distracted by her appearance. He wondered how her strength compared to that of the sixth senior sister. Pushing those thoughts aside, he charged forward, mentally asking forgiveness from the fourth senior sister. Qingjiao remained calm. With a single raised hand and a simple gesture, she halted his attack and sent him flying effortlessly. Observing this, the dojo master laughed, noting that the protagonist's intentions had been far too obvious. As the protagonist sat on the ground preparing for another attempt, he questioned whether her strength surpassed even his golden finger. When Qingjiao formed another hand seal, he rose again, determination burning in his chest. He surged forward at full speed, resolved to win this time no matter the cost. The protagonist tried using various strengthening skills and techniques against her while continuing to attack. In his thoughts, he believed that in martial arts, methods did not matter. Only the one who remained standing was considered the winner, while the one on the ground was the loser. She countered with a clean kick that struck him directly, sending him flying backward and crashing to the ground at a distance. After a moment, He forced himself back up, gathering what strength he had left, and pushed himself to continue the sparring. From outside the dojo, the sounds of continuous combat could be heard as both of them fought without holding back. During one exchange, the protagonist landed a solid punch to Qingjiao's chest. The force behind it sent her flying through the air, carried by the energy contained within that strike. The protagonist felt a strange sensation travel through his hand at the moment of impact. It was unfamiliar and different from anything he had experienced before. The dojo master stepped in and ended the match, deciding that it was enough for the day. Qingjiao was sent away to rest, as continuing any further would no longer be effective. As she left, the protagonist wondered why the fourth senior sister never spoke. The dojo master explained that something had happened when Qingjiao was very young, and that her story could not be explained quickly. It was something that would need to be discussed another time. The protagonist accepted this explanation without pressing further. The dojo master then observed him closely and asked about the results of the day's training. Sweat streamed down the protagonist's face as he reflected on how he felt. His body was completely exhausted, more tired than he had ever been in his life. At the same time, he felt an unfamiliar sense of happiness and fulfillment. On his way home, the protagonist thought about the sparring session. The fourth senior sister was extremely fierce. After sparring with her for more than 4 hours, his experience had increased significantly. He realized that continuing to train alongside her would be extremely beneficial. When he reached his apartment, he opened the door and called out to his cat, bringing fried chicken with him. When there was no response, unease settled in. He searched around the apartment, growing increasingly worried as time passed. It was already late, and the cat was nowhere to be seen. As he approached the bathroom, he noticed that the light inside was turned on. Seeing this, a thought crossed his mind. Someone appeared to be inside the bathroom. Standing near the bathroom door, the protagonist noticed a single pair of shoes placed neatly beside it. He reasoned that Warner had not brought any guests home. With only one pair present, it meant she was likely inside. A sense of unease followed. His thoughts turned cautious as he recalled that Warner had mentioned having enemies before. The possibility that something had gone wrong crossed his mind. He hurried forward and pushed the bathroom door open. Inside, he saw Warner bathing calmly. The tension in his mind immediately eased, and he realized there had been no danger at all. He sat down beside the bathtub and gently held her paw, reminding himself that the fried chicken he brought back would get cold if they wasted time. At the mention of food, Warner's attention shifted, her thoughts clearly drawn toward hunger. The protagonist joined her by the bathtub and began helping her bathe, carefully scrubbing her head with soap. As this continued, Warner drifted into a light daydream, relaxed by the familiar care. At that moment, Warner turned toward him and placed a paw against his chest. The relic attached to her tail suddenly began to glow. The light grew intense, forcing the protagonist to close his eyes as tears formed from the brightness. When the light faded, something had clearly changed. Warner was no longer in her original form. She had transformed into a human figure that still retained certain feline traits. The protagonist froze in shock, struggling to process what he was seeing. Warner herself noticed the change at the same time. Seeing her own hands and unfamiliar body caused immediate confusion and embarrassment. She instinctively tried to cover herself and blocked the protagonist's view with her tail. The protagonist remained still and calm, reassuring himself that he had not seen anything inappropriate. His focus was on de-escalating the situation rather than reacting. As Warner became aware of her position, her embarrassment deepened. She shut her eyes tightly, overwhelmed by the sudden transformation and proximity. The protagonist noticed her reaction and questioned internally what was wrong. Warner, flustered and upset, denied that anything was happening, though her thoughts betrayed her confusion and frustration. She realized that the transformation had likely been triggered unintentionally. The emotions she had felt earlier, combined with the situation and the relic's response, had caused this outcome. The condition itself felt messy and unreasonable to her, especially with the remaining animal traits still present. She warned herself not to let misunderstandings form. This situation was clearly an accident, nothing more. As she attempted to move away, Another unexpected sensation made her react sharply, further escalating her embarrassment and anger. The protagonist, maintaining restraint despite his own discomfort, understood that the situation was beyond simple control. He realized that if she did not move away soon, things could worsen unintentionally. Warner finally decided to leave the bathtub. She instructed herself to move carefully and insisted that the protagonist keep his eyes closed. As she stepped out, her foot slipped on the soap. Losing balance, she fell directly onto the protagonist's lap. The sudden impact left both of them frozen. The protagonist stiffened, sweat forming as he struggled to remain composed. Warner, completely flustered, realized what had happened and panicked internally, insisting that it had not been intentional. The protagonist felt a wave of embarrassment, his face heating up as he struggled to remain still. The situation was becoming increasingly difficult to manage, especially with Warner still so close. Warner reacted with visible discomfort. Her movements became restless, and her expression showed clear unease. The more she shifted, the harder it became for him to keep control. Tears welled up in her eyes as she felt overwhelmed, unable to fully explain herself. It was obvious that none of this had been intentional. The protagonist focused on calming her down. He understood her panic and reminded himself to endure just a little longer. At the same time, he realized that if this continued, things could spiral beyond control. His expression turned serious. He knew that she needed to leave immediately, or the situation would become far more complicated. Wana noticed the shift in his demeanor. After a brief pause, she suddenly bolted out of the bathroom at full speed, instinctively covering herself as she fled. Left alone, the protagonist finally exhaled and resumed bathing by himself, trying to clear his thoughts. An hour later, he stepped out of the bathroom, drying his hair with a towel. He noticed that Warner had already returned to her original form. The transformation had reversed without warning, leaving only confusion behind. Warner appeared frustrated and irritated. After calming down earlier, she had inexplicably turned back into a cat and was now unable to transform again. The inconsistency of the relic's behavior clearly bothered her. When the protagonist tried to approach, she dodged away and put distance between them. Observing this, he understood her reaction. Given what had happened earlier, it was natural that she did not want any physical contact. He carefully explained that he had recently encountered someone knowledgeable about god relics. His plan was to seek help the next day and learn more about Warner's condition, hoping it might allow her to transform again safely. Warner reacted dismissively on the surface, but inside, excitement quietly stirred. The thought of transforming again filled her imagination with wild, self-indulgent fantasies of turning the tables on him. She began laughing to herself, lost in those thoughts, while the protagonist watched her with confusion, unable to understand her sudden mood shift. Later that night, the protagonist went to bed and fell into a deep sleep. By morning, he woke feeling refreshed and noticed Warner sleeping nearby, her breathing calm and steady. A notification sound from his phone pulled him fully awake. He checked the message and saw that it was from Yu Qing, the person who had previously recruited him. The message was short and urgent. Reading it, excitement stirred within him. At last, new work had arrived. The scene shifted to the next morning inside the Qingchang library. After entering the library, the protagonist immediately sensed something unusual. The entire space was silent and empty, with no signs of activity anywhere. As he looked around, confusion arose in his mind. He had been told to come quickly, yet the person who summoned him was nowhere to be seen. His gaze slowly swept across the room until it settled on a single girl seated at a table, quietly reading while wearing a pair of glasses. At first glance, she seemed like an ordinary student, but something about her presence felt familiar. A moment later, realization struck him. The girl with the glasses was Wu Yuqing. She revealed herself soon after, confirming his suspicion. As she removed her glasses, her presence suddenly became much more noticeable. A faint trace of embarrassment crossed her face before she quickly composed herself. She explained the glasses she had been wearing. They were a god relic capable of suppressing a person's presence, making them difficult to notice. While worn, they dulled one's existence, but once removed, all that suppressed presence would surge outward at once. The longer they were worn, the stronger the effect would be afterward. The protagonist reacted with mild confusion, finding the explanation unexpected but intriguing. As he stood there, he sensed the presence of divine energy reacting within him. Wu Yuqing continued explaining calmly, making it clear that the relic's effects were far more complex than they initially appeared. She then handed the glasses to him. As he examined them, curiosity filled his thoughts. Certain strange reactions he had experienced earlier now made more sense to him. He soon shifted his focus back to the reason he had been called. That was when Wu Yuqing brought out several documents and laid them before him. She explained that the mission was unusual. It was a containment task that normally would not be assigned to someone at his level. The target involved another god relic, one that amplified the wearer's primal desires. The current bearer was a woman named Lu Huiying, whose impulses became uncontrollable when encountering attractive men. The protagonist put on the glasses as he listened. It became clear that this relic had been prepared specifically for him. Given his current foundation, suppressing his presence first and then releasing it at the right moment would allow him to easily trigger the target's obsession and safely remove the relic. As the plan settled in his mind, the protagonist felt a slight flush of embarrassment. The method was obvious, but he could not deny that it suited him rather well. At the same time, he sensed another wave of divine energy being absorbed. The realization dawned on him that this mission would allow him to deal with two god relics at once while remaining relatively safe. He glanced at the glasses again, feeling that they fit him perfectly. An ambitious thought crossed his mind as he imagined the results of wearing them for an extended period before removing them. With renewed confidence, he adjusted his hair, his posture straightening slightly as his thoughts soared toward the future. Nearby, Wu Yuqing watched him quietly, a trace of confusion appearing in her expression as she tried to understand what was going through his mind. The protagonist broke the silence and casually brought up the topic of the glasses. From her response, he understood that the glasses were not her personal item, but something borrowed from another containment company. That information surprised him. Until now, he had assumed their organization was the only one of its kind in the country, especially given how secretive and high-level it appeared. She clarified the misunderstanding. God relic containment companies were indeed special, but in essence, their work was no different from cleaning dangerous threats that appeared unpredictably. Relics existed everywhere, and no single organization could possibly manage them all. Because of that, multiple companies operated under the same system. The explanation continued in a calm and realistic manner. Containment work was extremely dangerous, and not everyone was qualified to handle it. These jobs were outsourced by the state, and while some companies followed strict rules, others were driven purely by profit. If he ever encountered personnel from other companies, caution would be necessary. The protagonist acknowledged this internally, letting out a quiet sigh as the weight of the responsibility settled in. After a brief pause, he removed the glasses, intending to personally test their effect. As he stood there, the change was immediate. His suppressed presence surged outward naturally, without effort. Wu Yuqing's reaction made the result obvious. Her heartbeat quickened, and a faint blush appeared on her face as she instinctively looked away. The protagonist quickly understood that the glasses worked exactly as described. Satisfied with the confirmation, the scene shifted. The setting moved to city traffic later that day. Inside a bus, the protagonist sat quietly while reviewing the documents Wu Yuqing had given him. As the vehicle moved through the streets, he focused on the information in front of him. Lu Huiying's profile was detailed and direct. She was active almost exclusively in the Southern District, frequenting bars, discos, host clubs, and KTVs. The locations alone painted a clear picture of her lifestyle and influence. As he read further, the situation became clearer. Using the physical enhancement provided by the villainess's crown of glory, she had established her own territory and formed a small gang known as the Rose Gang. With her strength continuously increasing, she preyed on local men, draining them both physically and mentally. The crown itself continuously amplified her desires. The stronger those desires became, the greater the boost to her physical abilities. Left unchecked, the effect would only continue to stack endlessly. The solution, however, was straightforward. Removing the crown would return her to a normal state. The challenge lay in creating the right opportunity to do so. As the bus slowed and reached its destination in the Southern District, the protagonist folded the documents and stood up. Stepping off the bus, he felt another subtle surge of divine energy within him, signaling that his involvement with God relics was only deepening as he moved forward. The scene shifted to the Southern District. On a street corner, Lu Huiying was violently assaulting a man with a bat. A heavy strike landed squarely on his abdomen, forcing blood to spill from his mouth as he collapsed in pain. She casually swung the bat in her hand, clearly enjoying the complete lack of restraint that her current state allowed. Her expression was twisted with satisfaction. To her, acting freely without consequences felt intoxicating. Anyone who tried to interfere or restrain her would only become another target of her violence. From a distance, the protagonist observed everything in silence. His attention was fixed on the crown resting on her head, and disgust rose in his thoughts. Her behavior felt excessive and absurd, but there was no doubt that she was the target he had been searching for. As Lu Huiying prepared to leave, an elderly man approached her cautiously. His posture was submissive, and fear was evident in his movements. She stopped and questioned him instead, clearly not done with her amusement for the day. The old man bowed deeply, offering compliance without resistance. His desperation was obvious. Lu Huiying suddenly closed the distance between them, her expression darkening as her intent became unmistakable. The protagonist, still watching from afar, felt immediate revulsion. The thought of approaching her himself made his skin crawl, and the assignment felt far more unpleasant than expected. Before the situation could escalate further, a group of men arrived, advancing toward Lu Huiying with hostility. Their formation was aggressive, and their intent was clear. They had come seeking revenge. Recognizing the sudden shift, the protagonist decided to remain hidden and continue observing. This unexpected development could reveal valuable information. The leader of the group stepped forward, openly challenging Lu Huiying. It quickly became clear that he was Duan Kaiping, the leader of the Razor Gang. Lu Huiying turned toward him dismissively, showing no recognition or concern. One of her injured subordinates hurriedly explained his identity, confirming that the Razor Gang had suffered greatly at his hands before losing their territory. Lu Huiying approached Duan Kaiping slowly, examining him with obvious interest. Her attention lingered on his physique, and her behavior only further provoked him. Anger exploded from Duan Kaiping. He surged forward and launched a powerful punch, demanding the return of his territory. Lu Huiying evaded the attack effortlessly, moving with speed and confidence that far exceeded his expectations. Enraged, Duan Kaiping continued attacking relentlessly, shouting insults as his strikes repeatedly failed to land. From his vantage point, the protagonist pieced together the situation. The Southern District had originally belonged to the Razor Gang, but Lu Huiying had seized it using the power granted by the Crown, igniting an ongoing feud between the two groups. As the conflict escalated, Duan Kaiping's men joined the fight, charging toward Lu Huiying and her followers. The street quickly descended into chaos as both sides clashed violently. In the confusion, one of Duan Kaiping's men struck the old man's young son in the head with a brick. The child screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground. The sight instantly enraged Lu Huiying. Her attention snapped toward the injured child, and fury surged through her. The old man cried out in despair, rushing toward his son. Gripping her bat tightly, Lu Huiying turned back to her enemies, her rage now fully ignited. Any trace of amusement vanished as her intent shifted toward brutal retaliation. Duan showed a confident expression as he finally became serious. He stepped forward and launched a powerful punch, landing it directly on Lu Huiying's face. The force sent her flying into the air, crashing into nearby debris, which shattered on impact. She recovered quickly, rising with a twisted smile, clearly intrigued by the exchange. She decided to engage him properly instead of treating the fight as entertainment. From a distance, the protagonist continued to observe in silence. Both fighters advanced toward each other again, their movements sharp and forceful. As they clashed repeatedly, the protagonist analyzed Duan Kaiping carefully. His palm strikes were precise and controlled, shaped like a blade, capable of cutting with tremendous force. As the fight continued, both sides exchanged heavy blows. However, despite Duan's superior technique, Liu Huiying suffered only superficial injuries. In pure martial skill, Duan clearly surpassed her, but her body absorbed the damage unnaturally well, making it difficult to injure her seriously. At that moment, the protagonist felt the absorption process complete. Without hesitation, he chose to enhance his physical strength this time, pairing it with his previous speed enhancement. Testing the effect, he picked up a small stone and tossed it lightly before hurling it forward with full force. The stone struck Duan's lower leg. Despite its size, the impact was devastating, shattering the bone instantly. Duan collapsed in pain, screaming uncontrollably. The protagonist confirmed internally that the enhancement was extremely effective. Liu Huiying froze, immediately sensing something was wrong. She spun around, trying to locate the source of the attack. Duan accused someone of a sneak attack while struggling to stand. His companions rushed to support him, retreating quickly while issuing threats before leaving the scene. Liu Huiying watched them go, blood spilling from her mouth, clearly injured but still standing. The strike had caused noticeable damage. At that moment, the protagonist stepped forward and entered the scene. Liu Huiying focused on him, questioning whether he was responsible. The protagonist admitted it calmly, standing with confidence. She suspected he had used some kind of weapon. He neither confirmed nor denied it directly, only implying that it was not meant for her. While observing her stance and movements, the protagonist noted that her fighting style lacked discipline. It was clear she had never undergone formal training. He clenched his fist and prepared himself, deciding to confront her directly rather than relying on external control methods unless absolutely necessary. Liu Huiying reacted with vulgar confidence, attempting to provoke him. The protagonist remained silent, inhaling deeply and maintaining composure. His calm response unsettled her. For the first time, doubt surfaced in her thoughts as she began to reassess him. She demanded to know who he was. The protagonist relaxed his stance slightly and introduced himself simply, giving her a name to remember. The protagonist activated the twin life ability. In an instant, his body surged forward. Fueled by controlled rage, he charged straight at Liu Huiying. Before she could react, a powerful kick landed squarely on her abdomen, forcing blood out of her mouth. Without giving her time to recover, he followed up immediately with a heavy punch to her face. He continued pressing the attack, delivering multiple consecutive punches, each one landing cleanly and without hesitation. The final strike sent her flying backward. Her body crashed into the wall behind her, shattering it completely. Broken concrete and debris collapsed around her, burying her beneath the fragments. The protagonist shook his hand lightly, feeling the recoil from the impact. Even with reinforcement, her body was unnaturally solid. Nearby gang members froze in disbelief. The scene in front of them felt unreal. The wall itself had collapsed, and the person who had previously dominated the area was now buried beneath rubble. The fact that even Duan Kaiping had been suppressed by her made this outcome even harder for them to accept. Moments later, Liu Huiying forced her way out from under the debris. Her expression twisted with rage as she slammed her bat against the ground, directing her fury toward the protagonist. The protagonist observed her calmly, his expression steady. Internally, he recognized that this was the kind of battle he had been craving. Liu Huiying rushed forward again, swinging her bat as she charged. The protagonist avoided the attack effortlessly, stepping aside with precise movement. He grabbed her by the neck and drove his knee in her face while restraining her. Blood spilled again as the impact landed cleanly. Instead of collapsing, Liu Huiying began laughing uncontrollably. Her eyes glowed with madness as she clutched onto the protagonist, convinced he would not escape. Before she could act further, the protagonist raised his hand, focused his strength, and struck directly at her eye with his index finger. She convulsed violently from the pain, losing all composure. Standing before her, the protagonist reflected on his master's teaching. In real combat, morality did not matter. Victory alone determined who had the right to stand and speak. Weak points existed regardless of gender, and exploiting them was simply part of survival. He did not pause. A powerful kick landed once more on her abdomen, driving the air from her lungs. Immediately after, he clasped his hands together and delivered a decisive strike to her head. Her body collapsed face first onto the ground. The violent force caused the crown on her head to dislodge and roll away. The protagonist picked up the fallen crown, holding it in his hand as the battle finally came to an end. The protagonist took a photo of the crown and sent it to Wu Yuqing, informing her that the containment had been completed. Lu Huing lay on the ground nearby, only partially conscious. The protagonist glanced at her briefly and thought that she should at least not die from suffocation. As for the consequences of the harm she caused while wearing the villainess's crown of glory, he decided to leave that matter to the residents who had suffered under her during this time. As the divinity absorption continued, the protagonist noticed that the progress seemed faster than before. This change caught his attention. At the same time, a new option appeared at the bottom of his awareness, making him instinctively focus on it. Before he could examine it further, a presence approached. A white-haired man dressed in a black suit appeared nearby, causing the protagonist to turn toward him in surprise. The man made it clear that the item in the protagonist's hand was not something he was qualified to hold and demanded that it be handed over. The protagonist immediately realized that the divinity absorption had not yet finished. At such a critical moment, allowing interference was not an option. He rejected the demand outright. The man's hostility rose instantly. After assessing the protagonist's condition and compatibility, he judged that despite the protagonist's young age and background, his evaluation level was unexpectedly high. Even so, he still considered him far too weak. The man stepped forward, clearly preparing to force the issue. The protagonist reacted first, striking between the man's legs in an attempt to create an opening. The attack had no effect. The man had clearly anticipated such a move and showed no sign of injury. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, the protagonist immediately turned and ran. The white-haired man pursued him without hesitation, intent on killing him. While fleeing, the protagonist analyzed the situation. The man's body felt unnatural, almost as if it were composed of assembled mechanical parts. He suspected that this person might be a containment agent from another company. The pursuer quickly closed the distance and threw a punch. The protagonist narrowly avoided it and continued running, but it became clear that escape alone would not be enough. The gap between them was overwhelming, and the protagonist understood that prolonged engagement would only worsen his position. Before the absorption process could finish, the man suddenly appeared again, smashing through a wall and landing a direct punch. The protagonist tried to block it, but the force sent him flying backward. His body crashed through multiple walls before finally stopping, embedded deep into the last one. Pain spread through his body as he realized that no matter how he ran, he would eventually be caught. At that moment, the divinity extraction finally completed, unlocking a dormant ability that now met the conditions for activation. Without hesitation, the protagonist chose to activate it. The white-haired man advanced steadily through the broken walls, confident in his superiority and fully expecting the protagonist to surrender. Instead, the protagonist burst out from the shattered wall. In a sudden counterattack, he grabbed the man directly by the face, stopping his advance entirely. Still partially embedded in the wall, the protagonist realizes that the term recipient mentioned earlier was directed at him. After breaking free from his restraint with minimal effort, he steps out of the wall. The white-haired man, observing the protagonist's body and the strange black aura surrounding him, understands that he is facing someone known as a recipient and reacts with shock and fear. At that moment, the protagonist's body undergoes a transformation. Dark shadow, flames envelop him, and all of his injuries recover on their own. The ability responsible for this transformation enhances shadows into a tangible black flame, though its higher form remains locked due to insufficient requirements. The protagonist begins to question the meaning of recipient and why the white-haired man immediately associated the black flame with that title. Before he can think further, the white-haired man attempts to flee. As the man tries to escape, the shadow flames move on their own and begin pursuing him. The protagonist notices that the flames respond automatically to his intent, without any conscious control. This leads him to realize that the shadow flame may function as an automatic attack mechanism. The flames quickly catch up to the fleeing man, engulfing him completely and invading his body from within. Unable to endure the scene unfolding before him, the protagonist becomes physically sick and vomits. After the battle ends, the protagonist gains significant combat experience, resulting in multiple improvements to his physical abilities and combat proficiency. While standing over the unconscious body of the white-haired man, the protagonist carefully examines him. He notices that the man's entire body is covered in artificial skin with extremely high durability. Despite being burned for a long time, only minimal external damage is visible. He realizes that defeating him would have been extremely difficult if the damage had not occurred internally. To compare, the protagonist picks up a nearby stone. Even though it appears solid, it shows signs of damage after only brief exposure to the black flame. He concludes that the flame's destructive power is linked to the density of its target. Additionally, the stone shows no signs of charring and feels cold to the touch, suggesting the flame functions differently from normal fire. Due to the effect of the black flame, the stone gradually disappears from the protagonist's hand. From this, he understands that the black flame does not behave like ordinary fire. Instead, it originates from shadows. As the surrounding shadows diminish, the strength of the black flame weakens as well. He concludes that the greater the amount of nearby shadow, the more shadow flame can be converted, increasing its overall power. After deliberately dispersing the dark flame, the transformation ends and his body returns to its normal state. He realizes that the power was exhausted suddenly, without any clear indication or warning, and he is unable to determine how its cooldown functions. He then takes photographs of the unconscious white-haired man lying on the ground, deciding to set aside his questions for now. He plans to explain the situation involving this individual to Wu Yuqing first. The scene then shifts to the Southern District. Inside a massive building, a long-haired man stands before a grotesque creature composed of flesh and veins. One of his injured subordinates kneels before him, clearly aware that he had been warned repeatedly not to cause trouble recently. In an instant, the long-haired man moves close and grips the subordinate's head, applying pressure with his nails until blood begins to flow. The subordinate suffers intensely, trembling and sweating as the pain worsens. After a brief moment, the long-haired man allows the subordinate to rise and questions him about the two individuals who were sent out earlier. The subordinate reports that they appear to have been destroyed. The long-haired man initially considers White Raven as the cause, but learns that one of the attackers was instead injured by a young man. This revelation angers him greatly. The subordinate, terrified, explains that the youth is named Xue Jing and has no notable background, supposedly just an ordinary person. The idea that such a person could defeat the test subjects fills the long-haired man with rage. Although the test subjects were imperfect, he believes they should not have been overcome by someone ordinary. Enraged, he orders that the youth be captured. Turning his attention back to the massive creature before him, he decides that the captured youth will be personally fed to the sky-lodging insect mother. He believes this will allow the creature to produce stronger offspring, and sees this as another step toward his ultimate ambition of taking control of the planet. The scene shifts to Qingcheng Library. Standing inside the elevator, the protagonist reflects on the mission. He recognizes that the incident escalated far beyond expectations, and is uncertain how Wu Yuqing will handle the aftermath. After a brief moment of concern, he dismisses his worries, deciding that dwelling on it is pointless. He accepts that problems must be faced directly and resolves that, at worst, he will make amends through future achievements. After exiting the elevator, Wu Yuqing greets him with a respectful bow. Her behavior immediately catches him off guard. She takes full responsibility for the unexpected developments during the mission, acknowledging that leaving him to face danger alone was a serious failure on her part. Her formal apology and attitude leave him momentarily stunned. She then informs him that the mission's rank will be upgraded and that compensation will be provided, expressing hope that he will accept it. He agrees without objection, but is internally surprised, as her reaction is completely different from what he had anticipated. As they move together toward a table, Wu Yuqing explains that the identity of the man he killed has been confirmed. The individual was named Zhu Yingquan, born in Source City, and affiliated with Su's containment company as a body modification specialist. According to the company, his actions were deemed personal and unrelated to any official containment mission. After taking their seats, the protagonist considers this explanation questionable, especially given the man's interest in the villainess's crown of glory. Wu Yuqing shares the same concern and presents a map outlining the division between the inner ring and outer ring. Su's containment company operates within the inner ring, while her own organization is based in the outer ring. Given this separation, it would indeed be unreasonable for Su's containment company to dispatch someone so far outside their jurisdiction. She believes this statement holds no obvious loopholes. She then suggests that there may be a deeper story behind the incident and advises the protagonist not to get involved further for the time being, stating that she will handle the matter herself. The protagonist places the crown on the table and removes his glasses, mentioning that he nearly forgot to return both items. Wu Yuqing stops him, insisting that he keep the glasses, as they may still be useful in future missions. She then brings up a disturbing detail from Zhu Yingquan's autopsy report. All of his internal organs had vanished without leaving any trace. She expresses curiosity about how such a result was achieved. Internally, the protagonist reflects on the danger of the shadow flame. He realizes that even he does not fully understand its principles and decides that it would be best to keep this power secret for now. He avoids giving a direct explanation. As he removes the glasses, Wu Yuqing becomes visibly uncomfortable and quickly looks away, her reaction suggesting that the glasses have a significant effect on her perception. She tells him that if he does not wish to explain, he does not have to, acknowledging that everyone has their own secrets, and asks him to put the glasses back on properly. While doing so, the protagonist internally concludes that the glasses are nothing short of a divine artifact. He then turns his attention to a card he received and seeks clarification about its purpose. Wu Yuqing explains that it is a containment card. With it, conducting containment missions in the future will be far more convenient. Realizing the implication, the protagonist understands that this effectively grants him official status. Wu Yuqing confirms this and further explains that, in addition to the conveniences provided by certain official organizations, all data stored within the Qingqing library will now be fully accessible to him. Wu Yuqing stands up from her chair, indicating that she still has pending work to handle. She leaves the area, entrusting the protagonist to explore the library on his own at a relaxed pace. As she departs, the protagonist casually gestures in her direction in farewell. Once alone, excitement begins to surface in his thoughts. He realizes that this may be a rare opportunity to search for information related to the cattail ring. He heads toward the data storage center of the library. As he walks deeper inside, he observes the surroundings carefully and becomes aware that the space feels vast and independent, almost like a world isolated from the outside. He stops in front of a sealed container and notices its label, identifying it as God 018, known as Death Goddess's unreasonable favor. Curious, he reflects that this is a god relic he has never encountered before. He attempts to unlock it by scanning his containment card, but the container reacts by rejecting his access, indicating that his current authorization level is insufficient. He moves on to another container positioned behind it, labeled God 069, Cinderella Boy 1. Based on its higher number, he assumes it should be accessible to him. However, this container also denies his request, once again indicating insufficient permissions. He continues attempting to access multiple containers across different shelves. Each attempt ends the same way, with the system refusing him entry due to lack of clearance. After repeated failures, frustration builds within him. He questions why access is still restricted despite being told that the library's data would be completely open to him. He then considers the possibility that even the cattail ring might require special permissions. Deciding that speculation is pointless, he resolves to locate it first. Eventually, he comes across a container labeled God 1391, Cattail Ring. Feeling uncertain but hopeful, he brings his hands together instinctively before attempting access once more. This time, the container responds positively. The data associated with the cattail ring becomes available. A sense of relief and excitement washes over him as he realizes the access attempt succeeded. However, he is immediately informed that the relic carries a danger level classified as B, which does not align with the protagonist's current clearance as a C-class containment personnel. As a result, only the first 2 layers of information are made available. Following this restriction, the container's internal drawers automatically open. As he reviews the available information, confusion arises. Based on his understanding, the relic merely allows its user to transform into a harmless kitten. He struggles to understand why it is rated at the same danger level as relics capable of large-scale destruction. He takes a seat at a table in the center of the data storage area and removes the documents from the container. As he reads through them, he learns that after wearing the cattail ring for 1 month, the holder gains the ability to switch freely between human and cat forms. He notes that this ability is surprisingly practical. Continuing to read, he encounters a historical record stating that in a past era, a doctor reacted fanatically upon witnessing the cattail ring and subsequently founded what became known as the alien god cult. This term immediately raises questions in his mind. He continues reading, expecting further information related to this cult. The records explain that after the death of a god, the earth fractured, creating vast borderlands across the world. During exploration of these regions, humanity discovered tools capable of communicating with alien gods. Groups driven by ambition and a desire for power began worshipping these entities, forming organizations collectively referred to as alien god cults. Individuals who received power or gifts from these alien gods were labeled as recipients. At this point, a realization strikes him. He finally understands the meaning behind the term recipient, connecting it to earlier events. As he reads further, the historical account deepens. 200 years ago, an alien god cult known as the Lion Sage sect attempted to establish contact with the god Baudet. Despite repeated efforts, the god never responded. That changed when one believer obtained God, 1391, and transformed into a cat, which finally resulted in receiving Bastet's blessing. However, the blessing did not attach itself to the believer, but instead fused with the cat-tail ring itself. From that moment onward, the cat-tail ring began to possess increasingly mysterious and dangerous power. As the fusion progresses, the wearer gradually inherits Bastet's abilities. Ultimately, the process leads to the wearer fully transforming into Bastet. Because of this, the Lion Sage sect will stop at nothing to retrieve the cat-tail ring, even if it means killing its current holder. As this understanding settles in, the protagonist's expression hardens. A grave realization forms in his mind. If this information is accurate, then the true target of the Lion Sage sect is not merely the relic. It is Nar. The protagonist reflects inwardly on past events. He finally understands why Warner had strongly urged him to go to the dojo earlier. If he had not managed to grow stronger in such a short time, both of them would likely have died. He turns to the next page of the record, which details the fusion conditions of God, 1391, the cat-tail ring. After reading it, he understands that the first stage of fusion requires intense emotional stimulation. After that, the same emotion must be repeatedly stimulated in order to deepen the fusion process. The phrase intense emotional stimulation lingers in his mind, triggering memories from the past. His ability involuntarily recreates those moments with extreme clarity, making the experience feel uncomfortably real. He quickly shakes his head, forcing himself to stop. He realizes that continuing to recall those scenes is not something he can endure. If transforming back into human form requires repeating what happened before, then it would mean that he and Nar would have to go through that situation frequently. He has no idea how he could ever explain such a condition to her. Continuing to read, he comes across another section of information. According to the records, the cat-tail ring only grants divine authority and has no inherent side effects. The only real danger associated with it comes from the Lion Sage sect. This discovery eases his mind. The absence of side effects is actually good news. As he reaches the end of the material, confusion sets in. The records abruptly stop without explaining what abilities Bastet actually possesses, nor do they mention how the ring can be removed once worn. He realizes that these unanswered questions are likely due to his low clearance level as a C-class containment personnel. At that moment, his phone receives a notification. He glances at the screen and initially assumes it might be his wages being paid unusually early. After checking the message, he realizes it is actually the compensation transferred by Wu Yuqing. The amount is far larger than he expected. With this sum, he no longer needs to carefully calculate his daily expenses. More importantly, it gives him the freedom to dedicate more time to training and becoming stronger. Without lingering any longer, he leaves the library in a hurry. As he walks away, he decides to buy expensive ingredients that night and prepare a proper meal for Warner. As for the condition required to turn back into human form, he resolves to find another opportunity to explain it to her later. 5 days pass. Inside the protagonist's home, the dining table is filled with several costly dishes. Warner and the protagonist sit together, eating. Warner notices his recent behavior and feels puzzled by his sudden extravagance. She wonders whether he has somehow made money. The protagonist responds vaguely, implying that he had come into wealth briefly. Her confusion deepens, prompting him to explain further. Over the past few days, he learned a technique called the Tremor Armor Technique from his master. While the technique itself is effective, its cultivation process is extremely expensive. Each session requires medicinal supplements and a medicinal bath afterward. Practicing a single set costs 40,000, and he completed 5 sets in total. He did not expect 200,000 to be consumed so quickly. Warner quickly calculates the remaining amount and points out that there should still be over 30,000 left. She questions why only a small amount remains. While she acknowledges that his respect and generosity toward his master are admirable, she firmly warns him to be more careful with money. She reminds him that beyond potions, he will eventually need to purchase weapons and hidden tools. In addition, proper formal attire is necessary for entering high-end venues, and even the cheapest options cost over 100,000. The protagonist is taken aback by this information. He realizes that the expenses ahead are far greater than he had anticipated. Warner points out that buying such luxurious ingredients should be limited to once a month at most. The protagonist responds casually, not arguing with her. As he continues eating, his thoughts drift. He realizes that there are far too many ways to spend money. Payday is still far away, and Wu Yuqing is unlikely to arrange any missions for him anytime soon. If he does not find a way to earn money soon, he and Warner will once again struggle just to get by. After the meal, he looks through available job listings but finds nothing suitable. Left with few options, he sends a message to Chun, explaining that money is tight and asking whether there is any work available. He mentions that bodyguard work or physical labor would both be acceptable. Chun replies quickly, telling him that he asked the right person. Chun instructs him to come to the Hidden Dragon Dojo the next afternoon, explaining that a senior brother will first assess his ability. While the protagonist is still processing the reply, he notices Warner rapidly finishing the remaining food. He reacts instinctively, realizing too late that she has nearly eaten everything. The scene then shifts to the Hidden Dragon Dojo. Inside the dojo, the protagonist practices his newly unlocked soft force technique. His movements are controlled and precise, showing clear progress from his previous training. From the side, Chun observes quietly. He realizes that this junior brother is far from ordinary. In just 5 days, the protagonist has already cultivated the tremor armor technique to an impressive level. A brown-haired female disciple approaches the protagonist, clearly nervous and slightly flustered. She gestures toward the strength testing area, suggesting that he demonstrate his ability so everyone can see. Chun encourages the protagonist to step forward, seeing this as a good opportunity. Although the protagonist hesitates at first, Chun quietly urges him on, pointing out that this is a perfect chance to test the results of his recent training and allow others to witness his strength. Accepting this reasoning, the protagonist steps forward and agrees to try. Some nearby disciples whisper among themselves. Since the protagonist has not been at the dojo for long, they assume his strength is probably lacking and suggest that he should not push himself too hard. Others joke lightly, implying that he might hurt himself. The brown-haired girl becomes visibly annoyed by these comments, clearly believing in the protagonist's ability. The strength testing begins. The punch force machine registers Ning Mingming's previous result at 232 kilograms. The protagonist then steps up and delivers a light punch to the testing device. The motion appears casual, lacking any obvious build-up. This immediately causes confusion among the onlookers. Some wonder why he did not charge up his strength, while others begin to laugh, assuming that he held back out of fear of embarrassment. Suddenly, the testing machine reaches its limit. The device strains, tears apart, and breaks, indicating that the maximum measurable punch force has been exceeded. The surrounding disciples are stunned. None of them expected such a result from such a seemingly gentle strike. Standing calmly before them, the protagonist explains the principle behind what he used. Rather than relying on brute strength, he applied soft force. He clarifies that stronger force does not always mean better results. Soft force is an advanced application of gene force, where power is concentrated into a single point, injected into the target, and then released internally. He suggests that others attempt to comprehend this method themselves. Ning Mingming listens intently, clearly impressed and grateful for the explanation. Some nearby disciples react with subtle jealousy, unable to hide their envy. The protagonist then instructs a short-haired junior to retrieve a punch pad from the warehouse and place it on the force testing machine. Afterward, Chun approaches the protagonist and hands him a business card. Based on the skill he has just demonstrated, Chun feels confident in recommending him. He explains that a powerful individual is currently looking for a bodyguard. While the situation surrounding the job is somewhat complicated, the opportunity itself is genuine. The protagonist carefully examines the card. When he notices the compensation listed, his attention sharpens immediately. Without hesitation, driven by instinct and necessity, he expresses a strong desire to take the job. The scene then shifts to the Rueju Hotel. The protagonist steps out of a luxurious car and walks into the hotel. His presence immediately draws attention from the people inside. Based on his attire and bearing, several guests quietly observe him, trying to guess his identity. Some assume he is a martial artist rather than a wealthy second-generation heir attending the banquet, while others speculate that he must be part of the hired security, though his young age makes them doubtful. Hearing the surrounding whispers, the protagonist smiles inwardly. He recalls the words his senior sisters once told him, realizing that appearances truly do matter. His thoughts drift back to a past memory. At that time, one senior sister had questioned his choice of clothing, clearly surprised. The protagonist had replied that there was nothing wrong with them and that they were comfortable to wear. The senior sister, however, insisted that clothes shape how others perceive a person, warning him that dressing too cheaply would invite contempt. She then produced a red blazer she had prepared for him, proudly explaining that it was designed by a famous designer. The protagonist had responded awkwardly, feeling that it was far too flashy and unnecessary, as he was not attending a blind date. At that moment, senior sister Manga appeared, holding a black martial-style outfit. Another senior sister immediately reacted with jealousy, complaining that she had arrived first. Returning to the present, the protagonist reflects inwardly that when it comes to taste, senior sister Meng truly stands above the rest. From a distance, two beautiful women watch him as he walks through the hotel. One of them is clearly captivated by his appearance, while the other seems tempted to approach him. Nearby, two men dressed elegantly also observe him closely. One of them wonders whether the protagonist could be a high-level disciple from the Hidden Dragon Dojo. His companion quickly dismisses the idea, explaining that he has seen all 6 direct disciples of the dojo, including the youngest female disciple, and does not recognize this person. He further reasons that although the Dragon King, Li Qi, once intended to accept a 7th disciple, that person would have to be an extraordinary prodigy with exceptional talent and physique. In his view, the protagonist appears more like a handsome youth than a powerful martial artist. The first man, however, disagrees. He notes that the protagonist's lower body is extremely stable, with each step measured precisely, neither more nor less. His upper body remains completely steady, showing no unnecessary movement. This level of body control and force delivery clearly indicates advanced martial skill. The second man remains unconvinced, arguing that no matter how refined one's force control is, a single person would still lose when facing overwhelming numbers. Frustrated by this narrow-minded view, the first man storms off, no longer willing to continue the discussion. As the protagonist approaches the reception counter, a male receptionist steps forward and verifies his identity as the martial artist responsible for security. The protagonist introduces himself as a member of the Hidden Dragon Dojo. The receptionist then provides him with a map and explains the job arrangement. This event has hired 6 martial artists in total, each assigned to oversee a specific area. The protagonist is assigned responsibility for the stage area, which has relatively poor lighting and therefore requires extra attention. Taking the map, the protagonist responds calmly. He remarks inwardly that with so many martial artists present, serious trouble is unlikely to occur. However, the receptionist makes it clear that precaution is still necessary. Hiring extra personnel is simply a way to prevent problems before they arise. With that, the receptionist excuses himself to attend to other duties. The protagonist acknowledges this and turns his attention toward his assigned area, ready to carry out his responsibility. While observing the surrounding area, the protagonist reflects inwardly that calling in extra manpower is not unusual, but hiring 6 martial artists clearly indicates something serious. Beyond that, a large number of bodyguards have also been deployed. Judging by their equipment and posture, they are all well-trained professionals. The number of surveillance cameras is also far beyond what a normal hotel would require. From his experience, such excessive preparation only happens when something abnormal has already occurred. This makes him wonder what kind of incident could justify such a large-scale arrangement. Soon after, a man dressed in white approaches him. The man introduces himself as a member of the Tiger Soul Dojo named Li Zhaoquan. He makes it clear that he has no intention of causing trouble, but as fellow martial artists, it is reasonable to understand each other's strength beforehand. The protagonist agrees, understanding that this so-called exchange is a customary way for martial artists to gauge one another's level. He realizes that the man likely doubts his strength due to his young age. At the same time, the protagonist also sees this as a chance to evaluate his own standing. As the two begin crossing hands, several people nearby take notice. A red-haired man recognizes the protagonist and reacts with surprise, while a short-haired woman curiously asks for opinions on who might win. Before any conclusion can be reached, a pink-haired man arrives, immediately drawing attention from the surrounding crowd. His presence alone is enough to make others react with respect. While observing the exchange, the pink-haired man quickly assesses the situation. In his view, although the protagonist appears slender, his body has clearly undergone intense tempering and is far tougher than it looks. His internal energy is clean and stable, far beyond what Li Xiaoquan can contend with. The red-haired man, hearing this evaluation, feels shocked. He cannot understand how the protagonist's strength has grown so rapidly in such a short time. On the other hand, Li Xiaoquan initially assumes that the protagonist has no visible flow of energy and dismisses him as inexperienced. However, as the exchange continues, the protagonist gradually increases the pressure in his grip. Li Xiaoquan soon realizes something is wrong. The force pressing back at him suddenly surges beyond his expectations, and no matter how hard he tries, he cannot suppress it. As the pressure intensifies, Li Xiaoquan struggles to maintain his composure. A faint cracking sound reaches the protagonist's ears, causing him to immediately grow concerned. He fears that he may have unintentionally injured the other man. Li Xiaoquan, however, forcefully maintains a calm appearance, masking the pain and praising the protagonist's ability before withdrawing from the exchange. He quickly excuses himself and leaves the area. Once inside the restroom, away from others, Li Xiaoquan finally breaks down. Clutching his injured hand, he curses inwardly, overwhelmed by the pain. In his mind, the image of the protagonist lingers, no longer as a mere junior, but as something far more terrifying than he had anticipated. The protagonist briefly wondered if the man was really fine, since the sound earlier had clearly been bones breaking. At that moment, a red-haired man approached him. The protagonist turned toward him and immediately recognized the familiar face. It was Pei Youguang, someone he had not seen in a long time. The scene then shifted to the stage area. After entering, the protagonist realized that Pei Youguang truly came from a wealthy background, something he had previously doubted. Pei Youguang casually explained his family situation, mentioning that his comfortable life depended largely on his elder brother's attitude toward him. The protagonist then understood that Pei Youguang had approached him because of the earlier exchange with Li Xiaoquan. That display had caught the attention of Pei Youguang's elder brother, a talented individual who had entered Inner Ring University through the martial arts exam. As Pei Xiao arrived on the stage, Pei Youguang subtly indicated him. The protagonist acknowledged it without much reaction. Pei Youguang also pointed out that several young ladies and wealthy women nearby were interested in getting to know the protagonist and asked about his availability. The protagonist made it clear that he still had work to do and would not stay. He also expressed that casual acquaintance was fine, but real connections should be pursued personally rather than through intermediaries. With that, the protagonist prepared to leave. From behind, Pei Youguang watched him go, silently admiring his presence. Nearby, some of the women agreed with the protagonist's attitude and began approaching him directly. One woman stepped forward confidently, followed by others who showed the same interest. The protagonist, however, noticed a few unfamiliar men nearby and felt something was off, as he had not been informed about anyone delivering items. As he tried to move toward them, one of the women grabbed his arm to stop him. Feeling overwhelmed by the situation, the protagonist finally took out his phone, deciding to end the interaction quickly by exchanging contact information. The woman responded with a satisfied smile, and several people nearby followed along, showing the same interest. At the same time, the strange men the protagonist had noticed earlier revealed their purpose. One of them activated a detonator. As the device turned on, it began emitting light, and multiple laser-like beams spread out from it. The protagonist's phone suddenly malfunctioned. At first, he suspected a simple electrical issue, but after quickly observing his surroundings, he realized something was wrong. Moments later, the power in the entire area shut down. Confusion spread among the crowd as people attempted to use their phones for light, only to find that none of the devices were functioning. The protagonist calmly assessed the situation. His phone had been fully charged, yet it was unusable. In the darkness, not a single person was able to activate a phone or any electronic device. Combined with the complete loss of lighting, it became clear that all electrical equipment had failed at once. This strongly indicated the use of an electromagnetic pulse, a high-level method designed to disable electronic systems instantly. What puzzled him was the scale of such a method, which seemed excessive if the goal was merely to kill someone. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the building. Startled by the noise, a nearby woman panicked and clung to the protagonist. He immediately understood that a serious incident was unfolding. The scene then shifted to the banquet area. People reacted with confusion, speculating about the source of the noise while checking for others around them. Some began to notice that individuals who had been nearby moments earlier were now missing. Pei Youguang lit a lighter, providing the first visible source of light in the darkness. Pei Xiao quickly realized the danger and instructed everyone to stop moving and stay grouped together. Before order could be restored, a sudden sound came from nearby. Panic spread as someone was attacked and killed instantly. The realization that blood was present pushed the crowd into chaos, and people began running blindly. Pei Xiao attempted to stop them, but an attacker suddenly struck at him. He managed to dodge, though he was slightly injured. Another attack followed, which he countered, knocking the attacker to the ground. However, before he could recover fully, an even stronger strike was launched toward him. Pei Youguang reacted in time, pushing Pei Xiao out of the way and saving him. The attack instead hit a nearby person, killing him instantly. In the dim light, they finally saw the attacker clearly. It was a creature resembling a giant grasshopper. Both brothers panicked as the creature prepared to strike again. With no clear path of escape left, the situation seemed desperate. At that moment, the protagonist appeared. He descended from above and delivered a powerful kick directly into the creature, smashing it into the ground and halting its assault. He then looked at the creature, trying to understand exactly what it was. The force of the protagonist's kick drove the insect-like creature straight into the wall behind it, embedding its body deep into the surface. As he observed the creature, the protagonist realized it was the same type of enemy he had encountered before. The ease with which he had sent it flying confirmed that his recent training had not been wasted, as such an outcome would have been impossible in the past. The people nearby reacted in shock, amazed that the monster had been sent crashing into the wall with what appeared to be a casual kick. Others quickly noticed the absence of the bodyguard experts from the various dojos and realized they had already fled long ago. Pei Youguang expressed his gratitude to the protagonist for saving both him and his older brother. However, the protagonist immediately warned everyone not to approach, as the creature had not yet been killed. As expected, the creature soon broke free from the wall and launched another attack. While evading its assault, the protagonist assessed the situation. The creature's vitality was far greater than before, suggesting that it had evolved. He decided to test its limits, knowing that if he could not overpower it, retreating would be the wiser option. There was no reason to risk his life for such a small reward. Gathering strength, he concentrated power into his elbow and struck the creature directly. The impact sent it skidding violently across the floor, accompanied by the sound of bones crushing. The protagonist pressed forward. At that moment, he realized that moving freely in the darkness was not a unique advantage possessed by the creature alone. After the earlier kick, his vision had suddenly become clear despite the lack of light. The skill he was using had unexpectedly granted him night vision, a detail that had not been clearly mentioned before. He continued to strike the creature repeatedly, maintaining complete control of the engagement. From the side, Li Zhaoquan noticed that the protagonist was able to hold his own against the monster. Pei Xiao, however, observed more closely and realized that despite his precise dodges, the protagonist had not retreated even a single step. He understood that the protagonist was deliberately holding his ground to protect everyone else. Li Zhaoquan then urged the others to leave, knowing their presence would only distract him. The group agreed, deciding to escape and seek help instead. Once everyone had finally evacuated, the protagonist felt a sense of relief. With no one left to protect, he could finally fight without restraint. Turning his attention fully to the creature, he prepared himself for the next exchange. The creature rushed toward him once again. The protagonist narrowly avoided the attack and immediately noticed something was different. The beast's speed had increased significantly, revealing that it had been hiding its true capabilities. The creature then turned toward him and began laughing. Suddenly, the surroundings shattered. The world around the protagonist collapsed into nothingness, and he found himself drifting in a void. Confusion set in as he questioned whether he had fallen into some kind of illusion or technique. For a moment, the possibility of death crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. After investing so much time and money in mastering martial arts, losing to a creature like this was unacceptable. Something had clearly gone wrong, and the cause lay elsewhere. Within the void, the protagonist fell and landed upon the massive hand of a dragon. As he stared at the creature, a sense of familiarity surfaced in his mind, as though he had encountered it somewhere before. At that exact moment, the insect-like creature seized the opening and struck his chest with a direct punch. However, before the impact could fully take effect, a golden and blue aura surged outward, enveloping the protagonist's body. His chest began to glow, followed by his eyes, as a powerful force awakened within him. He stabilized his stance, preparing for battle, and retaliated immediately. His counterattack was decisive. A single punch landed squarely on the creature's head, and the sheer force of the blow shattered it completely, severing the head from the body. As the creature collapsed, the protagonist sensed that he had grasped something profound, a realization far greater than mere victory. Despite the destruction of its head, the creature's body continued to move. Observing this, the protagonist quickly understood the reason. Although it had mutated, its essence remained that of cockroach. Such creatures could survive for days, even without a head. Its true weakness lay elsewhere, specifically in the ganglion located beneath the esophagus. Without hesitation, he struck the creature again, targeting its lower abdomen. He extracted the vital organ and confirmed that this was indeed the source sustaining it. Even among ordinary cockroaches, such a ganglion would never reach this size, further proving how unnatural the creature was. As the threat was finally neutralized, the people who had been hiding beneath tables slowly emerged. Realization spread through the crowd that the monster had been killed. Shock, relief, and excitement followed as many began to recognize the protagonist's overwhelming strength and speculate about his background, with some even expressing interest in supporting him financially. Nearby, Li Xiaoquan was approached by others who openly expressed admiration for his courage in having confronted someone of such caliber earlier. Though outwardly composed, he was drenched in sweat. Internally, he realized that during their earlier exchange, the protagonist had not even used a fraction of his true strength. The fact that he had shown restraint instead of crippling him filled Li Xiaoquan with both gratitude and fear. Sensing that the situation was far from over, the protagonist urged everyone to take advantage of the moment and evacuate immediately. He felt strongly that the incident was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Someone noticed that the protagonist had been injured, causing concern to spread once again. Shortly after, the host of the banquet approached him and identified himself, seeking clarification about whether the incident had truly been accidental. After receiving the host's information, the protagonist explained his conclusion. The blackout was not natural, but the result of an electromagnetic pulse, almost certainly man-made. The creature itself had likely been deliberately released inside the venue. Taken together, the objective was clear: a coordinated attempt to kill everyone present. The host reacted with visible anger and resolved to have the matter thoroughly investigated. However, the protagonist remained skeptical. The excessive number of surveillance cameras and hired martial artists indicated that danger had been anticipated in advance. Insisting on holding the banquet under such conditions only raised further suspicion. Given that the attendees were all influential individuals, the motive behind targeting them became even more troubling. In his assessment, the host was concealing more than he revealed. Despite the monster's death, the protagonist emphasized that the danger had not yet passed. He instructed everyone to leave in an orderly manner, move carefully, and use any available light sources to guide their way. Before departing, the host attempted to probe further by questioning the nature of the creature. The protagonist deflected the inquiry, maintaining his role as a bodyguard whose responsibility was limited to ensuring safety, not uncovering deeper truths. Internally, he recognized the attempt for what it was. Someone was already testing him. The deeper he looked, the clearer it became that the situation was far more dangerous and complicated than he had initially assumed. After reaching the lounge area, the protagonist sat quietly on a chair. Panic spread among the survivors as several people hurried to contact their families, desperate to leave the hotel and unwilling to ever return. While resting, the protagonist assessed the situation inwardly and felt that the gains from this incident were far from insignificant. At that moment, the system interface appeared. The intense deathmatch had greatly stimulated his potential, granting a massive increase in fitness, health preservation, running, combat fighting, accuracy, charm technique, and visualization experience. Through the life-and-death struggle, he gained deep insights into combat, long-distance raids, and killing intent, successfully learning a new killing-type movement technique. He also visualized the scene of a true dragon sweeping across the sea of clouds, leading to multiple level promotions across his attributes. After processing the information, the protagonist realized that several experience gains had reached 4-digit values and that the specialization requirements had been fulfilled. Almost immediately, his body began to recover on its own. Upon checking himself, he discovered that all injuries had completely healed, as if his status had been fully restored after leveling up. The system interface appeared again, informing him that the conditions had been met to convert basic force delivery into special force delivery through specialization. Confusion surfaced as he considered whether this was related to his comprehension of the cloud ceiling tale, and whether the special force delivery was tied to the hidden dragon martial arts. Concluding that special force delivery was unquestionably superior, he made the choice without hesitation. The system confirmed the successful specialization. His force delivery level increased significantly, with a large amount of accumulated experience converted into hidden dragon force. A powerful sensation surged through his body. It felt as though long-rusted pathways had been lubricated, allowing gene force to flow with unprecedented smoothness. Recognizing the rarity of this opportunity, he immediately decided to take advantage of it and began practicing the tremor armor technique once more. Not long after, the medical team arrived to treat the injured. When they turned their attention toward the protagonist, shock spread upon discovering that he was fully recovered and already immersed in meditation. The scene then shifted to the hidden dragon dojo. Inside the dojo, the protagonist received treatment from his senior sister. Concern was evident as she reflected on how a routine bodyguard commission had escalated into an encounter with such a monster. The dojo master soon appeared, explaining that the dojo's commissions were inherently dangerous, as martial artists constantly lived on the edge of life and death. Seeking answers, the protagonist inquired about the monster's origin. The dojo master admitted he was not fully certain, only that the creature was likely connected to the borderlands. This caused the protagonist to reflect inwardly on the naturally occurring rift mentioned in the data that appeared after the god's death, wondering what truly existed within it. The dojo master advised him not to overthink it, emphasizing that survival itself was already a great blessing. Moreover, through this experience, the protagonist had comprehended the hidden dragon style's killing move, cloud ceiling tail. For a martial artist, tempering oneself between life and death remained the greatest teacher. The protagonist explained to his master that he seemed to have comprehended the essence of the hidden dragon style. The dojo master was so shocked that he stood up from his wheelchair and moved closer to him. After carefully examining the protagonist's hand, the master lost his composure, fell to the ground, and realized that the protagonist had unknowingly nurtured a dragon within his body. The senior sister, confused by their reaction, could not understand what they were referring to. The master, however, was clearly pleased. He explained that the hidden dragon style was not merely a martial technique, but a method of cultivating a living dragon force within the physical body. This dragon was not an illusion, but a real force with its own spirituality. From that moment onward, martial cultivation became a process of nourishing that inner dragon. According to the master, this was the true essence of the hidden dragon style, and the protagonist had already grasped the key step towards surpassing human limits. The master then clarified what breaking the limit meant. He explained that once the body had fully perfected skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and blood, progress normally stopped. To go further, one had to elevate the level of life itself. This involved remolding the physical body. Although the appearance remained human, the essence of life changed. Those who achieved this state were known by Taoists as earthly immortals and by Buddhists as living Buddhas, capable of living far beyond ordinary lifespans while maintaining peak physical condition. While listening, the protagonist noticed that the master's crippled legs were likely the result of a failed attempt at this transformation. The master reassured him that he had already crossed a critical threshold, greatly reducing the risk of failure. From here on, steady and patient cultivation was all that was required. The senior sister then questioned why the master had still grown old despite once being powerful enough to cross the dragon gate. The master revealed that the dragon he had nurtured was killed. This revelation shocked both disciples. The master went on to recount his past. In the North District, he had relied on his overwhelming martial strength and acted recklessly, constantly engaging in duels alongside Manhwa Sang. His arrogance led him to offend many powerful enemies. When they failed to defeat him directly, they targeted Manhwa Sang's family instead. Consumed by anger, the master sought revenge without restraint, killing all who stood in his way. For a time, he believed himself invincible, but eventually retribution arrived. A powerful enemy shattered his legs and destroyed the dragon within him, breaking his spirit and leaving him crippled. When others abandoned him, only Meng Basang remained loyal. To escape their enemies and protect Qin Jiao, they left the North District and eventually established the Hidden Dragon Dojo in this remote area. Although the master admitted that thoughts of revenge still lingered, he explained that his enemies were figures from the inner ring of the North District, far beyond their current reach. He considered the matter part of the past and advised the protagonist not to dwell on it unless he someday legitimately entered the inner ring. Later, the scene shifted to the outskirts of the city. As the protagonist walked toward his apartment, he received confirmation that a large sum of money from the hotel had been transferred into his bank account, leaving him with a substantial balance. He noted the efficiency of the hotel's payment process. After returning home, he entered the apartment but found Warner absent once again. Sensing something unusual, he activated his visualization ability and noticed movement outside. Looking through the window, he saw two unfamiliar men approaching, and he immediately realized that Warner was in danger. Warner confronted the two men, questioning why they had returned after fleeing earlier. One of them explained that the infinite dragon crown had reacted to her, indicating that she possessed outstanding aptitude and could become a suitable recipient. He suggested that with the support of the main sect, their forces could be rebuilt. Warner was clearly shaken by this revelation. Before the discussion could continue, the protagonist stepped in, making it clear that Warner was unwilling. Warner was surprised by his sudden appearance, and the protagonist realized from their exchange that these men were connected to her sect. One of the men warned that if Warner continued staying with the protagonist, Kant Security Company might discover his existence and implicate him. The mention of Kant Security Company caused Warner to hesitate. The protagonist, however, could not ignore what he had heard. As the man elaborated, he implied that Kant Security Company posed a serious threat and that the protagonist would inevitably be dragged into danger if Warner stayed. While Warner remained conflicted, the protagonist reflected on the true nature of Kant Security Company. After the death of the god, the world had briefly descended into chaos, forcing authorities to delegate law enforcement power to private security organizations. Kant Security Company was one of these groups, but unlike the others, it expanded rapidly and grew beyond control, becoming deeply entrenched and extremely dangerous. Ning Pingna's concealment had once been effective, but the arrival of the dragon sect had significantly increased the risk of exposure. Even so, the protagonist felt no fear at the thought of facing Kant Security Company. He made his stance clear that Warner would not return with them. Warner was startled, but deeply moved. The man mocked the idea that the protagonist could protect her, emphasizing the overwhelming strength of Kant Security Company. The protagonist, however, remained firm, believing that no conclusion could be drawn without facing the situation directly. As the man continued to belittle him, Warner finally lost her patience. She expressed her anger at being dragged into trouble against her will, explaining that she had never wanted to become the dragon sect's leader and had been forced into the role by someone else. She rejected the idea of receiving any so-called inheritance and insisted that she would not leave. She also firmly stated her trust in the protagonist's ability to protect her. The protagonist supported her without hesitation, and the two of them left together, ignoring the man's displeasure. Meanwhile, elsewhere, inside a laboratory, a white-haired man stood beside an abomination. He was astonished by the report that Number 1 had been beaten to death by a 17-year-old high school student. Even Cheng Xian, at the same age, would have struggled against Number 1. The existence of such a powerful young genius in Qingsheng deeply unsettled him. A short-haired boy offered a different perspective, explaining that the so-called genius from the news was not truly comparable. In his view, the little senior brother had only trained in martial arts briefly at the age of 17, whereas the person mentioned in the report was likely cultivated in secret by the Hidden Dragon Dojo for a long time and had only revealed his strength through a single shocking achievement. The white-haired man showed little interest in continuing the discussion. Although the expected outcome had not been achieved, he considered the incident acceptable, as several deaths had already occurred and served as a warning to the governing council. He then shifted the focus to Number 9 and requested an update. The short-haired boy reported that Number 9 had consumed Number 7 the previous night. Despite being born for only 10 days, its growth rate was already abnormally fast. After observing the situation, the long-haired man concluded that Number 9 was currently the most cost-effective perfected individual. Future feeding and production would therefore prioritize it. He also instructed that number 9 should be allowed to make a public appearance at an appropriate time. Since the high school student mentioned in the news attended Qingsheng Affiliated High School, the best school in the city, any incident involving that location would likely increase public support for the proposed bill. The sword-haired boy acknowledged the order respectfully. The scene then shifted to the Hidden Dragon Dojo. While practicing, the protagonist focused entirely on cultivation and self-improvement, believing that growing stronger was the only way to resolve all future problems, whether by solving the issues themselves or eliminating those who caused them. As his training continued, the protagonist gained a deeper understanding of one of the Hidden Dragon style's core techniques, a powerful move designed to penetrate defenses by driving gene force directly into an opponent's body. Recognizing its destructive potential, he resolved to master it thoroughly. Not long after, Chen arrived excitedly and informed him of unexpected news. The monster incident at Ruizhu Hotel had drawn attention, and the wealthy individuals who had been saved expressed their gratitude through massive donations to the Hidden Dragon Dojo. These funds were designated entirely as the protagonist's remuneration, amounting to 22 million. The sheer scale of the sum surprised him, though he acknowledged that the wealthy knew how to handle such matters. Chun then handed him a cultivation guide prepared by the master, explaining that with such resources, he could no longer afford to train frugally. Upon reviewing the plan, the protagonist initially felt confident, but as he read through the detailed expenses, various rare pills, medicinal baths, specialized massages, and high-pressure cultivation chambers, his confidence quickly faded. The realization set in that the entire fortune would soon be consumed by cultivation costs. He could only sigh at the truth that martial arts cultivation was an endeavor where wealth vanished as quickly as it was gained. Chun then showed him another piece of news. Information about the monster incident had been leaked to the media, and the protagonist had already been labeled a hero of Qingsheng. At that moment, Chun received a call from an unknown number. Not recognizing it, the protagonist answered instead. The instant he heard the voice on the other end, his expression changed in shock. While on the call, the protagonist's teacher scolded him harshly for being absent from class for an extended period, accusing him of skipping school under the excuse of part-time work. The teacher made it clear that becoming a local hero did not exempt him from attending classes. The protagonist hurriedly explained that his family had recently encountered some trouble. The teacher then brought up the upcoming school sports meet and strongly implied that the protagonist will be signed up for multiple track events, listing several distances in succession. From this, the protagonist realized that the real intention was to have him bring honor to the class through competition. At that moment, the senior sister appeared nearby and gestured to him. Using the interruption as an excuse, the protagonist ended the call, while the teacher warned him not to miss the event when the time came. Turning his attention to the senior sister, he asked what she needed. She informed him that there was a request made specifically for him, emphasizing that the reward was extremely generous. Curious, he asked for details and learned that the request involved a sparring session. The client was also a martial artist who had grown interested after seeing the recent news and wanted to test his skills. The offered reward was 500,000, a sum that genuinely surprised the protagonist. The scene then shifted to the Inner Ring's North District. This area was known as the residence of high-ranking government officials and was often referred to as the Northern Wealth. It was said that a random individual there could earn in minutes what an Outer Ring household made in an entire year. As the protagonist arrived in the district by car, he could not help but feel overwhelmed. Upon reaching the destination, the driver informed him that they had arrived. Stepping out, the protagonist reflected again on the unusually high payment for a simple sparring session, concluding that such an amount was probably insignificant to someone of that status. Standing before the entrance, he observed the sheer size of the estate, noting that it was nearly as large as half his school. He also noticed two brothers nearby and felt puzzled by their presence. When he approached them, it became clear that neither of them had personally submitted the request to the dojo. Instead, they explained that someone else had used them as intermediaries to arrange the meeting. One of the brothers emphasized that he was only following his father's instructions and would not dare to disobey him. The protagonist initially assumed that the father himself wanted to spar, but this was quickly denied. The explanation was vague, suggesting that another individual had asked the father for a favor. As they began walking together, the situation became clearer. The person behind the request came from an official organization, though the exact affiliation was unknown. The brother's father had stressed that this person's requirements must be met as thoroughly as possible. During a dinner the previous night, he had instructed them to arrange a meeting with the protagonist, which led to the current situation. Pei Xiao questioned whether the protagonist truly had no idea who was behind the meeting. The protagonist made it clear that he had no clues at all, though inwardly he wondered if the matter was connected to Kant's security company. As Pei Xiao opened the door, he warned the protagonist not to lower his guard. Even though the protagonist was strong, the person inside might be stronger than anyone he had encountered before. Inside the room, a well-built man sat calmly on a chair. His presence alone made it clear that he was no ordinary individual. The protagonist greeted him politely, but while observing him closely, he noticed scars on the webbing between his thumb and forefinger, along with a bullet wound on his shoulder. These were not injuries an ordinary person would have. The man resembled someone accustomed to military life and real combat. Without wasting time, the man moved directly toward confrontation. The protagonist immediately took a fighting stance, suspecting that if this person truly came from that security company, the encounter could not be taken lightly. When their punches collided, a shockwave spread throughout the room, cracking the ground beneath them. Mandrill initially assumed the protagonist's hand would be severely damaged, but to his confusion, the protagonist showed no signs of injury and instead counterattacked immediately. A powerful strike landed on Mandrill's back, sending him flying and embedding him halfway into the ground. Both Pei brothers were stunned. One realized that if he had taken Mandrill's punch directly, his entire hand would have been destroyed, yet the protagonist remained unharmed and even managed to counter. The other wondered how much strength the protagonist was still concealing. As the protagonist approached Mandrill, he assessed that with this level of skill, the man should not merely be an ordinary rich individual. Mandrill soon freed himself from the ground, appearing exhilarated rather than injured, urging the fight to continue. The protagonist found it strange. An attack capable of blowing apart a cockroach monster had failed to deal effective damage. The sensation reminded him of a previous encounter with Tu Inkuan, making him suspect something unusual. When he questioned Mandrill's nature, it was revealed that Mandrill possessed a military-grade xenograft. Beneath his skin was a B1 protective membrane, an entry-level military enhancement designed to absorb shock, particularly effective against internal martial force. It explained why the earlier strike had little effect. Mandrill attempted to entice the protagonist with the idea of installing a similar enhancement, but the protagonist showed no interest. Mandrill expressed disdain toward martial artists who refused such modifications, claiming they failed to accept the changing times. Advancing once more, Mandrill demonstrated another modification. By clapping his hands, he released a powerful ultrasonic wave that caused intense dizziness. The protagonist was forced to cover his ears as the sound assaulted him. Mandrill explained that the closer the target, the stronger the effect, rendering evasion meaningless. Confident in his advantage, Mandrill pressed forward. However, just as he closed in, the protagonist stopped him with a single palm, bringing the advance to a halt and leaving Mandrill completely stunned. The protagonist applied slight pressure and lifted Mandrill into the air before tossing him aside. By directing gene force past the skin and protective membrane, he sent the force directly into Mandrill's body. Unable to resist, Mandrill crashed to the ground. The protagonist observed that knocking someone unconscious did not require excessive strength. A precise and controlled strike was sufficient. Mandrill soon lost consciousness. A faint sound came from Mandrill's body, indicating that his consciousness had been cut off and confirming that he was no match. From this, the protagonist realized that a communicator had been implanted inside Mandrill's body. He questioned the identity and intentions of the people behind this encounter. The communicator responded that someone would arrive shortly. The protagonist urged them to be quick, noting that he did not have much time. Soon after, Pei Yowang arrived with his brother. They speculated that this might be some kind of test conducted by a mysterious organization and wondered what such people wanted with the protagonist. The protagonist dismissed the idea, though he acknowledged that it did resemble such a situation. Mandrill's body suddenly began to tremble. The protagonist prompted him to get up if he was conscious. Mandrill soon regained awareness, clearly injured, and wondered how his previous technique had been countered. The protagonist assessed that the technique relied on sonic waves affecting the brain and that neutralizing it only required applying a stronger opposing force. Mandrill realized that the protagonist had not yet used his full strength. He instructed the Pei brothers to leave the area, and they complied. Once alone, Mandrill revealed that he was indeed affiliated with an official organization and that his purpose was to recruit the protagonist. The protagonist rejected the offer outright, expressing dissatisfaction with the organization's methods and stating that even a proper invitation would not have changed his decision. Inwardly, he reflected that he was content with his current life, practicing martial arts peacefully, living steadily, and occasionally taking on containment tasks suited him well. Mandrill attempted to persuade him further, admitting that his methods were somewhat unrestrained. He emphasized the benefits of joining, pointing out that advanced protective membranes like his own were impossible to obtain through ordinary means and would be provided freely upon joining. The protagonist remained unconvinced, noting that Mandrill had still been injured despite those enhancements. Mandrill acknowledged the protagonist's talent, but warned that the human body had limits and that eventually, the inability to advance further would become unbearable. The protagonist smiled and calmly refused the offer. He believed it was more interesting to rely on an unmodified body rather than artificial enhancements when facing modified humans. Mandrill grew irritated by the refusal, but his communicator abruptly interrupted him, criticizing his poor recruitment skills. Mandrill realized that the voice belonged to his captain and instinctively looked up. Both he and the protagonist raised their heads as a figure descended directly from the sky. As the figure came into view, the protagonist recognized the falling silhouette as Voidblade. A white-haired woman landed in front of them. She revealed her identity as the captain of White Raven Squad 838 and indicated that Mandrill was a member of her squad. The protagonist quietly recalled that this same person had previously introduced him to Wu Yuqing and questioned why she was attempting to recruit him again. Internally, he sensed that this time the approach was driven by higher authority rather than personal initiative. Aside from recruitment, she had another purpose for appearing. She brought up the monster the protagonist had killed several days earlier and questioned whether he knew its true origin. The protagonist identified it as a Borderlands creature, but she clarified that this was only partially correct. She explained that the creature did possess the defining characteristics of Borderlands organisms, including a core that served as its power source. Such cores were not always located in the heart and could exist in various parts of the body. As long as the core remained intact, the creature could revive repeatedly. The protagonist realized that he had unknowingly destroyed the core during the fight, which explained the outcome. When he asked why she claimed it was not entirely a Borderlands creature, she identified it as a sky-lodging insect mother originating from Borderlands F-056, known as Carrion Lake. Its assessed danger level was extremely high. Noticing the protagonist's confusion, she proceeded to explain the danger level system using combat data gathered from Mandrill. Based on the evaluation, the protagonist's current danger level was far beyond that of an ordinary adult, while the sky-lodging insect mother, at peak condition, exceeded even that by a massive margin. She clarified that such a high rating represented an extreme scenario. In its unawakened state, the sky-lodging insect mother was far less threatening and primarily functioned as a reproductive organism. It possessed the ability to absorb genetic traits from consumed creatures and produce corresponding offspring, even combining multiple genetic sources into new species. About a month earlier, a smuggling group had captured one such organism from Carrion Lake and transported it out of the Borderlands. The official forces had pursued them into Qingqing's southern district, but eventually lost track of the trail. The recent incident involving the protagonist had finally provided a new lead. From this explanation, the protagonist understood that the cockroach-like monster he had killed was an offspring created by the sky-lodging insect mother. As the implications settled in, he connected the traits he had observed and realized that the creature had likely been formed through the fusion of a cockroach and a human. The leader pointed out that the cockroach man's strength had been steadily increasing. She believed the person controlling the sky-lodging insect mother was continuously enhancing it, and because the protagonist had repeatedly disrupted their plans, he had already become a target. The protagonist realized that the invitation to join was not meant as protection. The leader made it clear that her intention was recruitment. She acknowledged his young age, his exceptional talent, and his courage in facing Borderlands creatures directly. She explained that White Raven, backed by the agency, possessed the most advanced and professional training system in Juxia and claimed it could fully develop his potential. As he considered her words, the protagonist admitted to himself that the offer sounded appealing. However, he also knew that a system that prioritized training above all else was something he had already possessed from the very beginning. Because of that, he chose to refuse. The leader accepted his decision calmly and said she could understand his way of thinking. Instead, she used her authority as captain of Squad 838 to grant him the status of external personnel within White Raven. Under this arrangement, he would occasionally receive commissions when needed and obtain corresponding rewards. This condition felt unexpectedly lenient to the protagonist. He then shifted his focus to the agency itself and wondered whether it possessed any god relics. The leader confirmed that the agency housed a god relic research institute containing many such relics, and that with sufficient merit, obtaining one would not be difficult. After hearing this, the protagonist agreed. He admitted that he had admired White Raven for many years and that becoming external personnel aligned with his long-held goal. The cooperation between both sides was settled. Mandrill felt confused by the decision and questioned whether it was necessary, believing that a martial arts genius, while rare, was not truly uncommon. The leader disagreed, explaining that the protagonist was far from simple. She revealed that she had recently contacted the eldest miss of the Wu family again, and the importance Wu Yuqing placed on Shui Jing was far beyond normal expectations. Mandrill recognized Wu Yuqing as a natural recipient. The leader reminded him that Wu Yuqing had always sought a way to remove that status and believed only a god could oppose another god. Aside from god relics, Shui Jing was the only individual she truly cared about. Because of this, the leader believed he possessed a hidden quality they had yet to uncover, and securing him first was essential. The scene then shifted. While riding in his car, the protagonist reflected on Qingcheng, thinking that even its most prosperous areas could not compare to the North District. Shortly after, he received a message from Wu Yuqing asking him to meet her at the library. He responded that he was on his way and instructed the driver to head toward Qingcheng Library. The scene shifted again. Inside Qingcheng Library on the 7th floor, the protagonist entered and was directed to sit. He picked up a glass of water and drank quietly. With an awkward expression, the protagonist showed his dissatisfaction with the drink. Inwardly, he wondered how much Yuqing actually liked the sweet water kettle. Yuqing explained that the tea was brewed using water produced by his favorite god relic. The protagonist chose a can of Coke instead and opened it. After that, Yuqing brought up the matter of White Raven, assuming they had already contacted him. The protagonist confirmed that he had been invited but had refused. Yuqing agreed with his decision. When the protagonist questioned her reasoning, she explained the symbolism behind the name White Raven. While crows were often seen as ominous beings associated with death, the White Raven symbolized rebirth and mercy. However, this beautiful meaning concealed a harsh reality. The death rate of White Raven's operations was extremely high. Since the organization's establishment over 60 years ago, only 3 people had survived safely until retirement. The protagonist acknowledged the danger. Inwardly, he realized that he would need to be extremely cautious when dealing with White Raven-related work in the future, especially since the resurrection effect of twin life could only be triggered once within a short period. He then asked about the background of the agency. Yuqing explained that its full name was the Abnormal Disaster Emergency Management Special Agency. It was established after the start of the new era to handle various abnormal disasters. The organization operated independently from the 5 great agencies and was therefore referred to as the 6th agency. Its authority was so extensive that even extreme actions within Qingcheng would not result in arrest. The protagonist questioned whether such power worried the government. Yuqing explained that the agency was overseen by 13 high-level officials, most of whom resided in the Azure Court. In that sense, the 6th agency was equivalent to the nation itself. The protagonist realized that the background of the agency was far greater than he had imagined. Yuqing then stated that the main purpose of calling him here was simply to remind him about the White Raven matter, and that he was free to leave. The protagonist asked whether there were any missions or god relics for him to see, but received no such arrangements. When he confirmed there was truly nothing else, Yuqing suggested that he could help by sweeping the library if he had spare time. The protagonist immediately stood up to leave, stating that he still had other matters to attend to. At that moment, he received a call from his teacher. Realizing he had completely forgotten about it, he quickly answered and reassured his teacher that he would arrive soon. The scene then shifted to the South District. The white-haired man from the laboratory was sitting on the stairs of a building. Shortly after, a violet-haired boy appeared and reported that all test subjects had been transferred. The white-haired man remarked that White Raven's ability to track them was sharper than expected and asked about the situation on Kaiping's side. The boy reported that, following instructions, Number 9 had been taken to the Qingyu affiliate and that updates should arrive soon. The white-haired man explained that using Number 9 to draw White Raven's attention was the only way to safely continue transferring the sky-lodging insect mother, as it was otherwise too large a target and easily exposed. The boy complained that Kant Company was providing no real assistance, and that they were forced to rely solely on themselves. Angered, the white-haired man stated that large corporations only wanted to reap benefits without taking risks. If the plan failed, those companies would lose nothing, but that reality was precisely why they had taken on this task themselves. The boy then expressed concern about whether Kant would discard them once everything succeeded. The white-haired man revealed that he had already considered this long ago and had prepared a backup plan. If anything happened to them, Kant would not be able to escape consequences either. The scene shifted to the school playground. A strange man stood quietly, observing the surroundings. As he watched the boys and girls preparing for the sports events, he evaluated them with interest. In his mind, he regarded them as suitable offerings for the insect mother and considered capturing them to gain merit. Above the field, female students were spectating and cheering as they noticed Xuejing. Their excitement quickly drew attention. The strange man followed their gaze and focused on the protagonist. He studied him carefully, surprised that such an ordinary-looking youth could defeat a test subject. Though skeptical, he remained confident that events would soon unfold in his favor. As the strange man left the area, a brown-haired boy noticed him and briefly wondered whether the cleaner was new, as his physical condition seemed unusually good. The race concluded, and Xuejing secured first place. The atmosphere became lively as students reacted enthusiastically. The announcer declared the final rankings, placing Bo Tao second and Xiangyong third. The brown-haired boy approached Xuejing and handed him a water bottle. The protagonist showed no interest in the surrounding attention and instead asked how many events remained. He learned that the 400-meter, 2,000-meter, and relay races were still scheduled. The relay had also been arranged for him by the teacher, as it was another running event. As they spoke, the protagonist suddenly sensed something unusual. A faint sense of discomfort made him turn back instinctively. Activating his eye ability, he scanned the surroundings. What he detected immediately caused concern. He could not believe that such a creature would appear in this location. Inside the academic building, a cockroach-like humanoid monster began attacking people. Panic spread as students fled in fear. Realizing the severity of the danger, the protagonist instructed the brown-haired boy to contact the authorities immediately and report the appearance of a cockroach man inside the school. He then told him to run as far away as possible without looking back. The scene shifted to the entrance of the teaching building. Inside, body parts were scattered across the floor, evidence of the monster's attack. The cockroach man activated a scanning ability and examined a nearby girl, assessing her as fresh prey. The creature moved toward her as she stood frozen in fear. Before it could reach her, the protagonist arrived and positioned himself between the monster and the girl, blocking its advance. The girl felt immediate relief upon seeing Xuejing. Without hesitation, he struck the monster with a powerful blow. The force of the impact sent the creature high into the air before it slammed against a wall behind it. He instructed the girl to leave quickly, and she fled the area in panic. Advancing again, he activated Twin Life and Twin Speed. While moving forward, he focused on weakening the monster first and concentrated his strength into a single point. He then delivered a direct punch to the creature's chest. The impact sent it crashing through multiple walls before it finally fell outside the building. Moments later, a severely injured man covered in blood staggered into the room. He pleaded for help, claiming the situation had spiraled out of control. The protagonist recognized his voice as Duan Kaiping from Golden Wind Dojo and was confused about his presence there. The injured man attempted to ask him to find his master, but before he could finish, the monster reappeared, charging back through the holes in the walls. The protagonist dodged, but the creature redirected its attack toward the injured man. In a single motion, it tore him apart and began consuming the remains. The protagonist realized the monster's speed was overwhelming. Without Twin Life, the earlier exchange might have ended differently. Even his previous decisive strike had failed to kill it. The creature turned toward him again, roaring. The injuries it had sustained began to heal at a visible pace. The recovery speed was far beyond normal expectations. As it attacked again, he evaded swiftly but noticed a shallow cut on his arm. Even while dodging, he had been grazed by a tentacle. This version of the cockroach man was clearly different. Compared to the one he had encountered at Ruizhou Hotel, this one appeared larger and more durable. The barbs on its limbs had grown bigger, and even its antennae had evolved into offensive weapons. It seemed that its genes had been further optimized. The battle was likely to become one of endurance. He took out a CO2 cylinder and presented it as bait. The monster instantly sliced it in half. Gas burst out, and quickly filled the area with thick vapor. Using the smoke as cover, the protagonist launched multiple strikes. He then grabbed a broken iron rod from the debris and seized the opportunity. With a swift motion, he drove the rod into the creature's head and forced it down to its knees. Even in that state, it did not appear completely neutralized. Suddenly, it vanished from sight and began circling him at high speed. He realized it was attempting to confuse him with rapid movement before launching a sneak attack. The fact that it was thinking strategically made the situation more serious. Closing his eyes, he relied on visualization rather than sight. By tracing its movement trajectory mentally, he located it. The sensation reminded him of the moment he had comprehended the cloud-sealing tail. As the monster lunged in, he countered with a decisive strike, executing hidden dragon-style's killing move, turning golden scales. After delivering the blow, he understood that the disturbance at the school was too large to go unnoticed. White Raven would likely respond. For now, the priority was to hold the creature off and buy time until reinforcements arrived. The continuous clash between Xue Jing and the monster causes structural damage throughout the academic building. Quincheng arrives from above using her anti-gravity augment dragon wing device. Observing the extent of the destruction in such a short time, she determines that Xue Jing is still engaged inside. A helicopter approaches the area, but a concentrated air vortex bursts upward through the roof, forcing it to adjust position. Mandrill questions whether they should descend. After scanning the battlefield and confirming Xue Jing's location, Quincheng informs the team that combat data has already been synchronized to their systems. She decides to enter first to secure Xue Jing. The remaining squad members are assigned to capture the sky-lodging insect mother's offspring alive. Quincheng descends into the damaged building. She assesses the residual airflow disturbance and considers that it may have been generated by the cockroach-type monster. Approaching Xue Jing, she places a hand on his shoulder. He reacts instinctively but stops upon recognizing her. His physical condition deteriorates from accumulated injuries and strain, and he collapses. Quincheng stabilizes him and administers a fast-acting painkiller. After taking it, he warns her about the monster's strength. She confirms that the full White Raven squad is present. 2 squad members land near the monster and begin coordinated engagement. Mandrill initiates frontal pressure while receiving tactical reminders from Quincheng regarding the creature's thrust patterns. The monster attempts a direct advance, but is intercepted. A black-haired squad member follows with a precision strike to disrupt its balance. Quincheng gains altitude and demonstrates proper attack positioning. She releases multiple knives from her belt, embedding them precisely into the monster's joint structures. After a brief delay, the knives discharge an electrical current. The concentrated shock fractures the monster's body along its weakened structural points, separating it into multiple segments. She recalls the blades. From his position on the ground, Xue Jing observes that each strike had targeted functional joint weaknesses, minimizing force while maximizing effect. Despite severe structural damage and loss of mass, the monster remains alive. Quincheng instructs Qiyu to prevent further blood loss and maintain the creature's vital condition, as it may provide a lead to the sky-lodging insect mother. She then directs Xiao Jing to prepare the mission report and submit a request to headquarters for a tracking device. Qiyu acknowledges the instruction and begins stabilizing the restrained monster. Mandrill approaches Xue Jing and comments on his condition. Xue Jing responds that their arrival was timely. Mandrill explains that after the captain received the call, they immediately deployed by helicopter from the southern district, noting that the captain places significant importance on him. Xue Jing struggles to stand and asks about the investigation progress in the southern district. Mandrill reports that less than 1/3 of the area has been searched and no findings have been made so far. Xue Jing states that he has obtained a new clue. Quincheng asks him to explain. He describes the situation involving Duan Kaiping, pointing out that as the leader of a delinquent group, his appearance at the school was unusual, especially since he had been posing as a cleaner. Given the circumstances, Xue Jing suspects a deliberate setup. After listening, Quincheng concludes that the information is valuable and instructs Xiao Jing to report it to the higher authorities. As she turns to speak further, she notices the restrained monster beginning to swell rapidly. She immediately orders Xiao Jing and Qiyu to retreat. Xiao Jing reacts in time, but Qiyu is struck during the sudden change. In the next moment, the monster regenerates its body and expands in front of them. Mandrill questions whether it is hyperregeneration. Quincheng clarifies that it is molting. Before they can reposition, the monster launches itself into the air and attempts to escape. Mandrill alerts the captain. Quincheng prepares to pursue. Xuejing steps forward, takes a knife, and asks Quincheng to lend him one. She questions his intention. He activates Twin Life and throws the knife with full force toward the airborne monster. The blade pierces through the monster's chest. The creature loses lift and falls from the sky. Mandrill reacts in surprise at the force of the throw. Xuejing attributes the result to the quality of the captain's weapon. Quincheng remarks on the high cost of the knife. Xuejing reflects that although he had previously used Twin Life against this creature, he had been unable to overcome it without proper equipment. He concludes that weapon quality plays a decisive role. At the same time, he notices strain in his hand and realizes that using that move carries a physical cost. Quincheng places a hand on his shoulder and tells him they will return to the Hidden Dragon Dojo first and discuss the rest later. He agrees. As they proceed toward the helicopter, Xuejing considers that circulating energy alone will not heal his injuries and that he will require assistance from his senior brothers and sisters, likely accompanied by reprimand. The squad boards the helicopter and departs from the school. During the flight, Mandrill reports that they have lost another member and asks whether reinforcements should be requested. Quincheng declines. Mandrill comments that further losses would negatively affect overall statistics and evaluations. Hearing their conversation, Xuejing reflects that he cannot adopt such detachment toward death. He then reviews the internal feedback from the battle. The system records significant growth across multiple attributes as a result of the death-level combat, including improvements in physical conditioning, aiming precision, internal force, and visualization. After processing the information, he feels satisfied despite the physical toll. As the helicopter moves steadily through the air, Xuejing reviews the changes in his abilities. His aiming has improved again. He wonders whether his vision has sharpened along with it. He looks out toward the distant roads and buildings below. Details that should be indistinct at that height now appear unusually clear. Vehicles, intersections, and even small movements on the streets are sharply defined in his sight. He realizes that his visual range has advanced beyond normal human limits. If combined with Hidden Dragon Force, accurately striking a target from a long distance may now be achievable. He considers that against monsters like the cockroach-type creature, maintaining distance would significantly increase his safety. Close combat would no longer be the only option. Quincheng turns to him and informs him that new investigation results have come in from the southern city. Survey instruments have detected that the pollution rate in that area has exceeded 10%. Xuejing asks what pollution rate means. Quincheng explains that it refers to the degree of overlap between their world and the other world. Using a simple comparison, she describes their current reality as one side and the other world as the other. When the two begin to intersect, pollution is generated. Minor overlap results in a low percentage, usually between 1 and 5%, causing only slight disturbances. However, when the overlap becomes more significant, the pollution rate can rise to 10 to 30%. At that level, environmental laws may begin to shift, and entities from the other world can manifest in reality. Xuejing asks whether this is how borderlands are formed. Quincheng clarifies that borderlands occur when the pollution rate reaches 100%. At that stage, the area is neither fully reality nor fully otherworld. It is defined as a subworld. She concludes by warning him that an overlap event could occur in the southern city at any time and advises him not to approach the area casually. He acknowledges the warning. The scene shifts to the Hidden Dragon Dojo. Jia Shanin stands beside Xuejing holding a tube of medicinal ointment. She remarks that he returns injured every time and causes constant concern. She points out that even senior sister Meng is displeased. As she applies the medicine to his bruised arm, she warns him not to repeat such recklessness. Xuejing explains that the situation forced him to fight and that he had no alternative at the time. Unconvinced, she presses harder while applying the ointment, causing him to react to the pain. She tells him he needs to remember it and points out that his entire arm has turned dark with bruising and recovery will take time. He reiterates that during the encounter, he was the only one capable of standing against the monster. Jia Shanin braces his back with her elbow to stabilize him during treatment. He winces again as she increases pressure. She then leans closer and begins channeling qi to guide the medicinal properties into his body, telling him to endure it so the treatment can properly penetrate. As senior sister Meng joins in and applies her own qi with controlled movements, Xuejing notices the difference. Her control is more refined, and the medicinal paste seeps in smoothly without causing additional discomfort. The warmth spreads steadily through his muscles and membranes, easing the strain. While both senior sisters continue the treatment, he senses a subtle change within his body, as if something is responding to the stimulation. At that moment, the dojo master enters and calls out to him. Both senior sisters immediately withdraw, slightly, their expressions turning restrained. Xue Jing straightens despite the lingering soreness and greets his master. The dojo master examines Xue Jing's hand and asks whether he has truly cultivated golden scales. Seeing the extent of the injuries, he remarks that the monster must have been unusually strong to cause this level of damage. Xue Jing then asks about the Golden Wind Dojo. The master recalls that when he was younger, he exchanged pointers with their dojo master, Jiao Hanyuan. At that time, the Golden Wind Dojo promoted a method that trained fists and feet to function like blades, claiming that being unarmed was equivalent to being armed. Curious, he sought them out for a match. Xue Jing is surprised to learn that the master fought more than one opponent. The master explains that after he defeated their leader, the disciples joined in. However, their internal power was insufficient to break his golden scales defense, and he defeated them one by one. Even so, he acknowledges that the Golden Wind Dojo has real substance. If facing them, one must treat an empty-handed opponent as if they are holding a blade. He adds that for Xue Jing's current level, it is not a major concern. Golden Scale's skin of the Hidden Dragon style directly counters the Golden Wind White Rainbow Sword. Opponents at the same level would struggle to penetrate his defense. If the opponent's cultivation greatly exceeds his, then caution alone would not change the outcome. Xue Jing understands. Privately, he recalls that when Lu Huiping enhanced her defense with a relic, Duan Kaiping had been unable to injure her. He wonders what standing Duan Kaiping holds within the Golden Wind Dojo. Jia Shanin tells Xue Jing to turn over so they can treat the front of his body. Senior Sister Meng prepares additional medicine. Xue Jing complies, though somewhat stiffly. The dojo master leaves the room, commenting that healing through exertion consumes considerable stamina. Xue Jing suggests that he could finish applying the medicine himself. Jia Shanin lightly presses a finger to his chest and tells him that what he needs most right now is to relax and let them handle it. Although he claims to have little interest in such matters, he is still at an age where physical reactions are difficult to suppress. He begins circulating the hibernating dragon technique to steady himself. Jia Shanin wonders aloud whether he is feeling shy. As the treatment continues, he focuses on stabilizing his breathing. When a hand moves toward an area that does not require treatment, he instinctively tenses. Senior Sister Meng leans forward to continue applying qi-infused medicine. The close contact causes Xue Jing to flush despite his effort to remain calm. Jia Shanin notices his reaction and calls it out. Senior Sister Meng also realizes the situation and withdraws slightly. Embarrassed, Xue Jing explains that it is an involuntary physical response and apologizes. Jia Shanin states that in this condition, they cannot continue the treatment. Ashamed, Xue Jing turns away and says he will handle the rest himself since the remaining areas are accessible. The two senior sisters leave the room, telling him to finish up on his own. After they depart, he mutters to himself that he cannot tell whether Jia Shanin acted intentionally. 1 hour later, after circulating energy repeatedly, he examines his condition. His skin still feels numb, itchy, and sore. The injuries were heavier than he initially judged. Reflecting on the battle, he realizes the damage stemmed partly from incomplete understanding of turning golden scales. The technique uses gene force to link the skin membranes across the body, distributing and neutralizing incoming force. By spreading impact over a larger surface area, pressure at any single point is reduced. This is the foundation of Golden Scale's skin's defensive strength. He understands now why it counters the Golden Wind White Rainbow Sword. That style relies on blade-like gene concentrated into extremely small contact areas for penetration. When facing a defense that disperses force across the entire body surface, its advantage is diminished. As expected of a core technique of the Hidden Dragon style, none of its methods are simple. The remaining techniques he has yet to fully comprehend include blood training, shaking starfire, and tendon training, eye-piercing current. When he steps out of the dojo, he decides there is no need to rush further cultivation. Recovery must come first. When Xue Jing returns to his apartment and opens the door, he sees Weiner sitting on the sofa watching television. She hears him enter, turns around, and smiles. She asks why he is back so late and whether he brought anything good to eat. He pauses, surprised, and asks how she is able to appear in human form again. As he looks at her, he recalls that according to the library records, transforming into a human required specific conditions that had not yet been fully met. Wainer explains that around noon, she suddenly found she could change back on her own. She adds that she will be leaving soon, so she decided to remain in this form for now. Xuejing sits beside her and asks why she plans to leave and whether living here has been uncomfortable. She replies that staying by his side brings him danger. She mentions Khan's security company, the Dragon Sect, and possibly other forces he may not even be aware of. Remaining near him only increases the risks he faces. Holding his hand, she says that during the days she stayed with him, she felt genuinely happy. Living as a cat allowed her to be carefree, focusing only on simple things without the burdens of leadership. However, she is the sect leader of the Dragon Sect, and she cannot ignore that responsibility. She concludes that it is time for her to go. Her expression softens, and tears gather in her eyes as she leans closer. Xuejing holds her firmly and tells her that abandoning her out of fear would make him worthless. He says that no matter what danger comes, they will face it together. She looks at him and asks whether she can truly stay. He confirms that she can. She embraces him tightly. At that moment, his internal system registers a sharp increase in favorability and a significant rise in charm-related experience, pushing the charm technique to a higher level. He notes that the increase is far greater than usual. Typically, such growth is modest. Looking at Wainer holding him closely, he begins to suspect that her emotional state is directly influencing the synchronization process. He tells her that he needs to discuss something important. She looks at him, confused. After he explains his observations about the system feedback and emotional fluctuations, she considers it carefully. She concludes that when her emotions intensify, it likely accelerates the fusion progress with the cat-tail ring, eventually leading to incarnation as Batet. Xuejing awkwardly explains that it is not just any emotion that advances the fusion, but a specific kind, similar to what she experienced during their first fusion in the bathtub. Wainer immediately blushes in surprise. Her expression shifts to caution as she asks what he intends to do. He clarifies that it is not about what he wants, but whether she is willing. He emphasizes that he is asking if she wants to actively receive and control this power. She moves slightly away on the sofa and asks what he means. He explains that so far, those who incarnated as Batet have not shown abnormalities and have only gained strength. Since they are already making enemies of a large organization like Khan's security, increasing their available strength is a practical consideration. Hearing this, Wainer realizes he is treating the matter seriously rather than impulsively. She asks whether the source of the cat-tail ring is reliable. He answers that he believes the person who provided it had no reason to deceive him. After a brief pause, she suddenly pushes him back onto the sofa and climbs over him, saying that if that is the case, they should try immediately. He asks her to wait, but she clarifies that her decision is based on practical reasoning. More strength means greater security. He tells her there is no need to explain. She then asks how they should proceed. He suggests recreating the conditions from that earlier day. She nods. They enter the bathtub together. Wainer takes his hand and lightly scratches it. The cut opens easily due to her increased strength. Xuejing endures the sting without reacting outwardly. She leans against his chest, resting her head there, quietly wondering whether anything is happening. At that moment, the relic on her tail begins to glow faintly. Xuejing observes the change and gently holds the cat-tail ring. As he focuses, he senses a subtle trace of divinity within it. He realizes that deepening the fusion involves extracting the divine power belonging to the foreign god Batet contained inside the relic. If Batet is a deity, then divinity existing within the artifact is logical. Wainer looks up and says she feels slightly stronger. He confirms that he sensed the change as well. With his current physical condition, an ordinary blade might struggle to injure him, yet her casual scratch broke his skin easily. Seeing the wound, she apologizes. He tells her not to worry and asks whether the enhancement is purely physical or if she senses any additional abilities. As the absorption continues at a slow pace, she concentrates and identifies another power. In their terminology, it is called Serpent-Slaying Vanguard. Batet, known as the Wildcat War Goddess, bears the title Serpent Slayer after defeating the Chaos Serpent Apep. Because of this, she possesses a restraining effect against snake-related beings. Xuejing questions what qualifies as snake-related. Wainer smiles and points out that dragons and snakes share similar traits. By that logic, even techniques associated with dragons could fall within her restraint range. Xuejing feels puzzled by the situation. The martial art he practices is only called the Hidden Dragon style and does not involve an actual dragon, yet it still seems to fall within the restraint effect connected to Bastet's power. Weiner explains that divine abilities do not operate according to normal logic. According to her understanding, anything associated with the concept or name of a dragon could be affected. After thinking about it, Xuejing wonders if this means Weiner would also have an advantage against the dragon sect. Weiner realizes the implication and becomes excited at the thought that she may no longer need to obey them and could deal with them confidently if they appear again. Seeing her reaction, Xuejing stops her and reminds her not to focus on future conflicts right now. She calms down afterward. Later, while resting, Xuejing remembers the earlier fusion and checks his inventory. He notices that even though he only advanced the fusion of the cattail ring once, he obtained a surprisingly large amount of divine substance, roughly equal to the amount found in a complete divine relic. This makes him question what divine substance actually is. If it is truly the source of a divine relic's power, then relics that have had their divine substance absorbed should lose their abilities. However, the relics he previously absorbed from have shown no visible changes. Unable to determine the reason, he decides not to think about it further and focuses on improving his abilities instead. When reviewing the results of his upgrades, he notices that each level reduces the cooldown period by 10 days. Based on this pattern, he estimates that reaching level 10 could potentially allow an extremely short or even unlimited revival cycle. While looking through the available options, he hesitates over which passive effect he should select. 3 days later, inside the Hidden Dragon Dojo, Xuejing continues practicing his martial arts. He gathers his energy into his fist and releases a punch, sending the force forward with noticeable impact. Reflecting on the results, he recalls that he recently strengthened his physical defense. Although increasing reaction speed would also be useful, the higher limits of the Hidden Dragon style's 5 major techniques depend mostly on the body's endurance. He gathers his strength again and performs another strike. In his understanding, martial arts works similarly to mathematical formulas, where different combinations of movement and force produce specific results. The twin life effect directly adds to the final output, effectively doubling the power. When the punch lands, the impact breaks part of the ground as the force spreads forward. Observing the result, he concludes that rolling wind and thunder already produces powerful impact on its own, and when combined with strengthened physical defense and the twin life effect, the result becomes significantly stronger. At that moment, senior sister Zhu arrives at the training area with a visitor. She informs Xuejing that someone has come to see him. When the visitor steps forward, Xuejing recognizes her as Voidblade, Quincheng. She has come because she needs to discuss something with him. Xuejing becomes confused about why Quincheng came directly to the dojo. Senior sister Zhu asks who the visitor is, but Xuejing apologizes and says he cannot explain her identity. Quincheng grows impatient with the conversation and reminds them that her time is limited. Senior sister Zhu approaches her and insists that if she has something to say, she should speak clearly instead of acting mysterious. Quincheng calmly stops her and explains that the matter can only be discussed with Xuejing. This irritates senior sister Zhu even more. Quincheng then asks Xuejing to leave with her and find a quieter place. Seeing senior sister Zhu's reaction, Xuejing realizes the situation is becoming awkward, but he still follows Quincheng outside. While walking toward the exit, he asks what was so urgent that she had to come all the way to the dojo. Quincheng explains that she is only delivering a message on behalf of someone else. Xuejing quickly guesses that the message comes from Wu Yuqing, and Quincheng confirms it. She activates a projection from her watch and shows him an image. The projection displays Otogi Suzuka, the third heir of the Otogi clan, one of the Far East's 6 major Zaibatsu. The weapon he carries is a divine relic known as 4500 to 519, the Unbreakable Blade, whose ability is called Indestructible. Xuejing shows interest in the concept. Quincheng explains further that among existing divine relics, there is no known shield or counter capable of resisting this blade. In one test, it was exposed to temperatures exceeding 10 million degrees using a special method, yet the blade remained completely unharmed. Xuejing assumes this must be a new containment mission, but Quincheng clarifies that the relic is not out of control and therefore does not require containment. He then asks what Wu Yuqing expects him to do. Quincheng explains that it is not a task being assigned to him, but rather a choice he can make himself. Xuejing understands the implication and realizes Wu Yuqing wants him to obtain the relic. Quincheng explains that Otogi Suzuka has come to Zhuxia to participate in the Under-19 Unlimited Fighting Tournament. Under normal circumstances, targeting someone like him would create a serious diplomatic incident. However, this relic has a special trait that allows it to choose its master. When the current holder loses to someone in combat, ownership of the relic automatically transfers to the victor. Because of this rule, if Xue Jing defeats Otogi Suzuka during the tournament, the unbreakable blade would become his. Meanwhile, at the southern city pier, a ship arrives at the dock. A man on the ship waves toward two people waiting below. They are Jiao Honyuan, the master of the Golden Wind Dojo, and one of his disciples. The disciple reports that their junior brother has been gaining attention in Fengsheng by winning 12 preliminary matches with overwhelming victories. As a result, the reputation of the Golden Wind Dojo has been spreading rapidly. Jiao Honyuan criticizes the situation, saying that winning a few matches has already made him arrogant and lacking in composure. The disciple argues that their junior brother is a prodigy and that some arrogance is understandable. Jiao Honyuan then asks whether the organization known as White Raven is still investigating them. The disciple explains that everyone who knew about the matter has already been silenced, so White Raven cannot obtain any information. However, he expresses regret about the death of their senior brother Kaiping. Jiao Honyuan admits that he also regrets Kaiping's death, but describes it as only a minor setback on their path forward and urges the disciple to focus on the future. The disciple then asks about their junior brother. Jiao Honyuan says that the path the young man must walk is different from theirs. He also warns that their current activities must not be revealed to Cheng Xian, since he is about to participate in the finals and should not be distracted. The disciple bows and acknowledges the order. After arriving in Fengsheng, Xue Jing feels irritated because he had only informed his master about participating in U19 Unlimited Fighting Tournament, yet several others followed him there. His senior sisters insist that it would be dangerous for him to travel alone and claim they came to protect their little junior brother. Xue Jing finds this explanation unreasonable, since they are the ones creating most of the trouble. He then turns to Weiner and questions why she came as well. Weiner explains that since the fusion with Batet can deepen further, she intends to continue working on it persistently. Xue Jing becomes suspicious that she might be getting overly invested in the process, though she denies it. Senior sister Zhu notices the cat staying close to him and remarks that his relationship with it seems unusually close, even bringing it along for the trip. Weiner reacts loudly in protest. Senior sister Zhu suggests leaving the cat at the hotel so it will not interfere with training, which causes both Weiner and Xue Jing to react immediately. Weiner strongly objects, and Xue Jing eventually gives in, allowing everyone to stay together. Later, back at the dojo in Fengsheng, senior sister Zhu begins explaining the situation more seriously. She tells Xue Jing that with his current strength, defeating Otogi Suzuka is unrealistic. Xue Jing asks what level she believes he is at right now. She estimates that he is around level 3. When he asks whether this level system is specific to Fengsheng, she casually reveals that it is simply a system she invented herself. Despite the informal method, she supports her judgment with examples. Otogi Suzuka entered his sect at the age of 10, became the head disciple within 5 years, and 3 years later earned a title within the martial arts world. His strength is considered comparable to their eldest senior brother. She then asks whether Xue Jing believes he could defeat their eldest senior brother at his current stage. After thinking about it, Xue Jing admits to himself that there is still a considerable gap between them, and if they fought now, he would most likely be defeated. Senior sister Zhu notes that at least he understands his own limits. However, she explains that her main concern is not just the difference in strength. The U19 Unlimited Fighting Tournament is the only global fighting competition where weapons are permitted. Because of this rule, the weapon used by a contestant can heavily influence the outcome of a match. At the same time, a fighter's effectiveness in battle is closely tied to their familiarity and skill with their chosen weapon. Senior sister Zhu points toward the weapons in the room and asks Xue Jing which one he would choose if he had to pick a suitable weapon. Xue Jing replies that he would not choose any of them because he prefers relying on his fists. Senior sister Zhu then explains that if Otogi Suzuka fights with a weapon, his strength could be considered equivalent to 9 of their eldest senior brothers combined. Hearing this comparison surprises Xue Jing. She writes something on the board, indicating the use of the Joshi sword. After seeing it, Xue Jing reflects on the strength of their eldest senior brother. Although he has never fought him directly, he knows that the eldest senior brother has already mastered all the killing moves of the Hidden Dragon style. Even if Xue Jing were to push the turning golden scales technique to its limits, it would still be difficult to withstand a full power strike from him. If several opponents of that level attacked at the same time, The result would almost certainly be defeat. At that moment, senior sister Zhu brings out a weapon covered with cloth and presents it to him. When Xue Jing touches it, he immediately senses its quality and recognizes it as a blade. Senior sister Zhu becomes curious about how he realized it so quickly. Xue Jing explains that he cannot clearly describe the feeling, but it seems as if the weapon itself is calling out to be used by him. Senior sister Zhu is satisfied with his reaction and explains that she has not given him anything since he joined the sect, so she decided to present this blade as a gift for him to use in the U19 tournament. Xue Jing asks about its approximate value. She explains that the blade is forged mainly from dragon bone steel and also contains materials such as star iron stone, moonlight thread, and blood amber. The weapon was crafted by the renowned smith Hijiyoshi. Altogether, its cost is around 20 million. The price shocks Xue Jing because it is far beyond his own financial means. Nevertheless, he thanks senior sister Zhu and accepts the weapon. As he swings the blade to test it, he feels that handling a weapon is still somewhat unfamiliar. He briefly wonders if mastering it could be as simple as using equipment in a game, where the user instantly knows how to operate it. At that moment, the dojo master suddenly appears and throws water toward him. Xue Jing reacts instinctively, sensing the movement and dodging while holding the blade. The master comments that his earlier posture looked unrefined. Xue Jing greets him and asks whether the hidden dragon style contains specific techniques for weapon usage. The master explains that advanced martial arts are interconnected. Movements that can be performed with fists and feet can also be adapted for use with weapons. As he speaks, he pours the remaining tea water onto the ground, and the liquid penetrates the surface, leaving small holes. Xue Jing notices this and realizes how much control the master possesses. The master then states that the competition is approaching and that Xue Jing should learn a decisive technique. He demonstrates a killing move within a mental training space, allowing Xue Jing to witness the power of a single strike directly. The overwhelming force of the move shocks him. After the demonstration, the master asks how it felt. Still surprised by what he experienced, Xue Jing recognizes the nature of the technique and realizes it is the concept of killing intent. The dojo master explains that the technique known as Asura blade intent is created by pushing the chi of motion to its extreme. At that level, the user can influence others purely through spiritual consciousness, even without direct physical contact. Xue Jing finds the idea difficult to relate to ordinary scientific logic. The master responds by pointing out that the hidden dragon style itself already involves phenomena that cannot easily be explained scientifically, such as manifesting dragon-like power during techniques. Because Xue Jing wants to learn weapon usage, the master decides to teach him Asura blade intent. He explains that even without perfect body coordination or specialized killing moves, simply swinging a blade with this intent would already produce considerable power. Training begins immediately. Xue Jing hesitates, thinking that sparring directly with the master would be excessive. The master clarifies that the one assisting with the training will be Qingjiao Meng instead. Xue Jing is instructed not to worry about refined techniques for now and to attack with full determination. Xue Jing moves forward and launches his first strike with the blade. Senior sister Meng avoids the attack easily, moves behind him, and counterattacks before telling him to continue. He attacks again, and she dodges once more while maintaining the training rhythm. While observing the exchange, the master realizes that Xue Jing shows natural aptitude with weapons as well. Based on his progress, he estimates that it may take about a week for him to become comfortable with the technique, possibly even as little as 4 days. At that moment, a student rushes into the dojo and reports that someone claiming to be from the Golden Wind Dojo has forced their way inside and appears to be looking for trouble. Shortly after, the young man who had arrived earlier by ship enters the dojo. He pushes past the student and directly challenges Xue Jing, declaring that he wants to fight to the death. Xue Jing does not recognize him and asks who he is. The visitor introduces himself as Li Chengxian, a direct disciple of the Golden Wind Dojo. He states that if he wins the fight, Xue Jing must answer a question for him. Hearing the name, Xue Jing remembers seeing it on the participant list previously provided by Wu Yuqing and realizes that Li Chengxian is connected to the Golden Wind Dojo, which is related to the earlier incidents involving the cockroach-like creatures. The dojo master then tells Xue Jing to step forward and exchange a few moves with the challenger. Xue Jing hesitates when his master asks him to spar, but the master reassures him that the dojo is his territory and there is no need to worry. After hearing this, Xue Jing bows and agrees to the exchange. Nearby, One of Li Qingshuan's companions observes Xue Jing and realizes that he is the same youth responsible for defeating individuals known as Number 1 and Number 9. He quietly warns Li Chengxian that the opponent is strong and should not be underestimated. Li Chengxian, however, moves forward confidently, saying he has seen many fighters who appear impressive but lack real strength. When he addresses Xue Jing as a child, Xue Jing reacts to the remark. Li Chengxian then states that he is actually 1 year older and jokingly suggests that Xue Jing could call him brother. He continues speaking in a mocking tone, saying he will hold back since they are inside Xue Jing's own dojo and it would not be good to embarrass him too badly. Xue Jing responds by placing his blade aside and remarking that Li Chengxian talks too much. Immediately afterward, he moves forward with sudden speed, disappearing from his original position. Li Chengxian is momentarily surprised by the sudden movement. Xue Jing appears behind him, catching him off guard. However, Li Chengxian reacts quickly and moves to counterattack. Both of them strike at the same time, their punches colliding directly. The force of the impact pushes both fighters backward. Li Chengxian steadies himself and acknowledges that Xue Jing is stronger than he expected. While observing the exchange, Xue Jing recognizes the strength of the Golden Wind White Rainbow sword style and understands why it carries such a reputation. Li Chengxian gathers his energy again while advancing. He realizes that this is the first time he has fought a true martial artist in direct combat. Most of his previous opponents have been cyborgs or the strange cockroach-like monsters, so facing a proper martial artist feels different. He launches another powerful strike towards Xue Jing. Xue Jing blocks the blow with his wrist. The impact is strong, but it fails to cause significant damage. Seeing this, Li Chengxian becomes shocked and realizes that Xue Jing has cultivated golden scale skin, something extremely difficult for someone so young. Xue Jing responds with a powerful punch and begins delivering a continuous series of strikes. Senior Sister Zhu watches the fight and becomes surprised by how much Xue Jing has improved. While attacking, Xue Jing notices that Li Qingshuan's body is unusually resilient. Even after taking numerous punches, he remains steady, almost like steel. Xue Jing wonders whether cultivating the Golden Wind White Rainbow sword technique also strengthens the user's physical body, since most people would have already collapsed after just a few hits. As the fight continues, Xue Jing finally notices a brief opening and gathers his energy into his fist, preparing to deliver a decisive strike. Before the attack can land, a voice suddenly orders them to stop. Xue Jing immediately pulls back and flips away. At that moment, Jiao Honyuan, the master of the Golden Wind Dojo, appears. He addresses Xue Jing calmly, reminding him that this is only a match and that there is no need to push it to a lethal conclusion. Xue Jing responds bluntly, questioning whether everyone from the Golden Wind Dojo is unreasonable. He points out the contradiction in their behavior. First, someone barges in demanding a duel to the death, and then another person suddenly calls it a simple spar and asks him not to go for the kill. He sarcastically suggests that they should go back, decide on a consistent story, and then return. Jiao Honyuan becomes visibly angered by the remark. At that moment, Xue Jing's master bursts into laughter, praising his disciple while also pointing out the same contradiction. He remarks that the Golden Wind Dojo came looking for trouble first, yet they are now the ones asking for restraint, which does not make much sense. Jiao Honyuan glances angrily toward his own student before calming himself and turning back toward Xue Jing's master. He proposes that since Xue Jing will also be participating in the U19 No Rules fighting tournament, he might as well give him a few rounds of practice. Senior Sister Zhu immediately becomes furious at the suggestion, accusing him of already being rude by coming uninvited and now still wanting to fight her junior brother. Xue Jing's master then asks Xue Jing directly what he thinks about the proposal. Xue Jing considers the situation carefully. Sparring with someone like Jiao Honyuan could help him understand the true essence of the Golden Wind White Rainbow blade technique. At the same time, he suspects that the man might have other motives behind the offer. Sensing his hesitation, his master reassures him once again that everything is happening within their own dojo and there is nothing to worry about. Realizing that his master and the others are present, Xue Jing understands that the situation is under control. With that in mind, he raises his sword and agrees to the exchange. He immediately moves forward and launches a powerful strike. Jiao Honyuan avoids the attack effortlessly while observing him closely, thinking that the boy is still very young. Spotting an opportunity, Jiao Honyuan attempts to strike back. Xue Jing quickly evades the attack and counters in return. While Jiao Honyuan tries to dodge, the blade still manages to graze his nose slightly. Surprised by the result, Jiao Honyuan realizes that the young fighter possesses remarkable talent with weapons. At the same time, a darker thought forms in his mind. He begins considering a way to capture the boy and feed him to the broodmother. The fight continues as Xue Jing attacks again, and Jiao Honyuan avoids the strike. During the exchange, a notification suddenly appears before Xue Jing. New skill unlocked. Seeing the notification, Xue Jing finds the result unusual and thinks that only a true expert would gain progress like this, unlocking a new skill after just a single exchange. With renewed enthusiasm, he calls out to Jiao Honyuan and urges him to continue the match. Jiao Honyuan covers his nose and refuses to continue the fight, saying he still has to take his useless disciple back to recover. Xue Jing then turns to Li Chengxian and tells him that they will meet again in the tournament and that he should not underestimate him at that time. Li Chengxian responds irritably and decides to leave. After they depart, senior sister Zhu comments that Xue Jing was too generous for giving Li Chengxian a graceful way to withdraw. Xue Jing calmly explains that he was only stating facts. At that moment, Li Chengxian had not yet fully raised his qi. Although it looked like he blocked the strike, he had actually taken heavy damage and could only focus on defense afterward. According to Xue Jing's judgment, Li Qingshuan's real strength is greater than what was shown in that brief clash. The dojo master then asks Qingjiao to hand him a blade. While looking at Xue Jing, he quietly observes that his disciple's perception and eyesight have been improving rapidly. After receiving the blade, the master holds the sword. Xue Jing senses something and decides to push himself further. If he wants to comprehend the asura blade intent, he must face it with the resolve to die. With that determination, he leaps into the air and swings his blade powerfully toward the master. The master blocks the strike with his own sword, and the two remain locked in that position. 3 minutes pass. Senior sister Zhu becomes confused and asks what the master and junior brother are doing. At that moment, Qin Yuglin suddenly appears and explains that the two of them are fighting within the mental world. Senior sister Zhu is surprised, wondering where he suddenly appeared from. Inside the mental world, Xue Jing and the master continuously exchange strikes. During the intense mental battle, Xue Jing realizes that the only way to resist killing intent is with an even stronger and purer killing intent. When a person swings a blade with the resolve to kill the opponent, the attack naturally becomes direct and unstoppable. Through this realization, he begins to grasp the essence of the asura blade intent. Watching the process, Chun Yuglin remarks that the junior brother has already learned it and expresses excitement about seeing how far a genius like him can go. Soon after, a notification appears before Xue Jing showing the results of the training. Your points risen in the aspects of Weapon EXP Visualization, EXP Fitness EXP, Hidden Dragon Force Visualization, and have unlocked Asura Blade. Intent scene then shifts to the Golden Wind Dojo. Jiao Honyuan scolds Li Chengxian, asking why he had to cause trouble right before the tournament. He explains that even he must show respect to the dragon lore of that dojo, yet Li Chengxian still dared to challenge them. Li Chengxian, now emotional, explains that he already knows about senior brother Kaiping's death. Kaiping had always treated him well, and the sudden death left him unable to simply ignore the matter. Since Kaiping died at Xue Jing's school, he wants to know what truly happened and wishes to ask Xue Jing directly. Jiao Honyuan sighs and tries to calm him. He tells Li Chengxian that if he wins the championship at the 19 No Rules fighting tournament, he will reveal the entire truth to him without hiding anything. After hearing that condition, Li Chengxian agrees. The scene shifts to a forest where Xue Jing walks forward alone. After stopping for a moment, images of his potential opponents appear in his mind as he prepares himself mentally. Soon after, he begins swinging his blade repeatedly, practicing his technique with powerful and focused movements. After a period of training, a notification appears before him. Receiving the notification, Xue Jing realizes that he gained a large amount of experience even without participating in a real battle. He reflects on how powerful moments of enlightenment can be. If such insights happened every day, there would be no need to constantly search for fights. He could simply isolate himself, train for several years, and eventually emerge invincible. However, he also recognizes the danger behind the Asura Blade intent. The concept represents an Asura who governs slaughter, someone who possesses the right to kill everything but has no freedom not to kill. Xue Jing does not want to reach a point where he might eventually turn his blade toward the people he cares about. Because of that, He considers using visualization in the future to reshape or remodel the Asura blade intent into something more controlled. While he is thinking about this, his phone suddenly begins ringing. Seeing the call so early surprises him, and he wonders who could be contacting him. He answers the phone, and after listening to the other side, he becomes confused when he hears something about a contract. The scene then shifts outside the tournament building. When Xue Jing arrives, a professional agent named Jiang Siwei is waiting for him. She introduces herself and explains that from this moment onward, she will be responsible for handling all matters and arrangements related to his participation in the U19 tournament. As they walk inside the building together, she tells him that she will first take him to complete the registration process. While entering, Xue Jing notices a wall filled with photographs and asks what they represent. Jiang Siwei explains that the pictures show the champions of previous U19 fighting tournaments. While observing the wall, Xue Jing suddenly stops when his eyes fall on one particular photograph. Looking at it carefully, he realizes that it is Oto Jibara Suzuka. Curious, he asks Jiang Siwei how much she knows about him. She explains that Oto Jibara Suzuka was last year's champion, and because of that victory, he has already been seeded directly into the finals of this year's tournament. She also shows Xue Jing another poster of him, and adds that he is the third heir of the Oto Jibara conglomerate, as well as the orthodox successor of the Soberyu martial style. Xue Jing becomes curious and asks about Soberyu. Jiang Siwei explains that the style traces its origin to the Eastern war god, Sakanu no Tamuramuro. The Oto Jibara family are said to be his descendants. Taking the name from Tamuramuro's sword, Sobamaru, the martial art known as Soberyu was established. The style is famous for its incredible speed, and at its peak it is said that a practitioner can deliver 1,000 slashes in a single second. Hearing this, Xue Jing feels both confused and shocked. The idea of performing 1,000 cuts in 1 second sounds almost impossible. As he thinks about it, memories of his own training flash through his mind. He then considers that with his dynamic vision and the speed granted by twin lives, there might be a chance for him to keep up with that kind of tempo. Jiang Siwei watches Xue Jing quietly and begins thinking to herself. Seeing his focused expression while staring at Oto Jibara Suzuka's picture, she assumes that he is already imagining how he might defeat such a famous prodigy. The thought makes her sigh. To her, a young fighter, setting his sights on someone like Oto Jibara Suzuka feels both sad and inspiring. She then encourages him, telling him that although Oto Jibara Suzuka is a prodigy, if he trains hard he might one day become someone just like him. Xue Jing thanks her politely, but inwardly he realizes that she has misunderstood what he was thinking. Soon they arrive near the registration desk. Jiang Siwei explains that because Xue Jing joined the tournament through a special channel, signing the contract will immediately make him an official contestant. Official participants receive a monthly salary of 180,000 Juxia along with employee benefits. The contract for the U19 No Rules fighting tournament lasts for 1 year. During the tournament period, contestants are treated as employees of the U19 organization and receive the corresponding benefits. Any prize money earned during matches belongs entirely to the contestant, while taxes are handled by the company. While signing the contract, Xue Jing reflects on how surprising it is that contestants are paid simply for participating in matches, concluding that the organizers are quite generous. Afterward, Jiang Siwei reminds him that the rules of the U19 tournament differ slightly from most other fighting competitions and that it would be better for him to understand them in advance. When Xue Jing asks what makes the rules different, she explains that if a contestant faces an opponent so strong that victory seems impossible, they are allowed to forfeit the match. However, forfeiting does not immediately eliminate them from the tournament. Instead, they are sent to a revival round. As long as they survive in the revival zone until the end, they can still obtain the qualification to challenge the champion. Hearing this, Xue Jing briefly considers a strategy. If someone chose to forfeit from the beginning, they might theoretically reach the finals without taking unnecessary risks. However, he quickly dismisses the thought, realizing that if others adopted the same plan, they would inevitably encounter each other earlier in the revival stage. While watching him, Jiang Siwei begins thinking about something else entirely. She notes his handsome appearance and secretly decides that she will train and promote him into the greatest dark horse contestant in the tournament's history. Xue Jing then suggests that they end their tasks for the day. Jiang Siwei agrees and tells him that if he has any questions, he can contact her at any time. Later, the scene shifts to a beach area. While walking along the shore, Xue Jing continues thinking about Oto Jibara Suzuka. From what he has learned, the opponent is even stronger than he initially expected. Not only is his speed extraordinary, but his weapon techniques are also top tier. If Xue Jing wants to defeat him, he knows he will need much more training. While he is thinking, nearby voices draw his attention. A boy approaches a girl who is resting on the beach and begins trying to flirt with her, boasting that he and his friends are dark horse candidates in the U19 tournament. Another companion joins in, telling the girl that if she stays with them, she will be able to buy anything she wants in the future. The first boy then continues with a lewd tone, claiming that once they win the championship, she will become the champion's wife and the next big star of Maple City. Watching the scene, Xue Jing silently judges the behavior of those contestants and concludes that this must be the general quality of the average participants. It makes him understand why Wu Yuqing did not want him to participate in the preliminary rounds. However, when he looks more closely at the girl they are bothering, he suddenly realizes something. The woman looks familiar, and the recognition leaves him momentarily shocked. While looking at the woman on the beach, Xue Jing suddenly recognizes her as the original body's cousin, Xue Wan. He recalls that Xue Wan has always been known as a cheerful and beautiful girl. Since childhood, she has been considered the school beauty, and her academic results have consistently ranked among the best. However, despite her impressive image, he knows she is far from perfect. She often oversleeps, cheats frequently while gaming, and has a serious habit of gambling. She also has a tendency to use his name to bluff and trick others, sometimes offering to introduce him to people in exchange for favors. At the same time, he remembers that whenever she faces trouble, she somehow manages to come up with unexpected solutions. Back on the beach, Xue Wan ignores the boys who are bothering her. Without warning, a massive green vine suddenly erupts from the ground. From the thick vine, several smaller vines extend rapidly toward the boys, wrapping around their hands and necks. She then forces the vines to slam the two boys together, making them collide face to face. The sudden turn of events leaves the boys terrified and sweating heavily. While they remain trapped, Xue Wan casually takes out her phone and snaps a photo of them. She continues taking pictures while making playful remarks, treating the situation like a joke. Still held tightly by the vines, the boys make awkward expressions as if they are about to vomit, while Xue Wan laughs loudly at the scene. At that moment, Xue Jing approaches her and questions what exactly the strange vine technique was. When she notices him, she becomes excited and immediately withdraws the vines back into the ground. She greets him warmly and expresses surprise at seeing him in Maple City. While examining him closely, she comments on how he has grown taller over the past year and notices the changes in his appearance and physique, even poking at his chest in surprise at his muscles. Xue Jing quickly grabs her hand to stop her and asks again about the strange ability she used. Xue Wan smiles awkwardly and denies knowing anything about it, pretending ignorance. Xue Jing becomes annoyed, realizing that she is clearly avoiding the question. She then shifts the conversation and asks what he is doing in Maple City. Hearing the question, Xue Jing realizes that he never told her about his martial arts training because he did not want to make her worry. He admits that he is entering a tournament. Xue Wan reacts with surprise and comments that he has grown bolder, questioning why he did not discuss something as important as martial arts training with her earlier. Although she teases him, she also expresses concern, noting that choosing the martial path means he will eventually have to face fights regularly, which worries her. Xue Jing reassures her calmly, explaining that since he chose this path, he will inevitably face such challenges, but he also emphasizes that he has become much stronger now. Xue Wan responds playfully, saying that words alone are not convincing and suggesting that she test his abilities herself. When Xue Jing asks how she plans to do that, she points toward a nearby lighthouse and proposes a simple race to that location. She states that if he wins the race, she will stop nagging him about martial arts. After hearing her proposal, Xue Jing considers the idea and thinks that since it is only a running race, it should not be particularly difficult. Xue Jing stretches his body and prepares for the race, agreeing to the challenge and reminding Xue Wan not to go back on her word later. Both of them take their positions, and once the signal is given, Xue Jing immediately runs forward at full speed. Instead of running, Xue Wan stays behind and activates her strange ability again. Vines suddenly burst from the ground ahead of Xue Jing. He quickly jumps to dodge them, already expecting that she would cheat. As she continues controlling the vines with hand gestures, more and more vines erupt from the ground, blocking his path and attacking from different directions. Xue Jing keeps advancing by dodging, sprinting, and jumping through the constant barrage. The vines seem endless, forcing him to slow down repeatedly to avoid getting caught. At one point, he blocks an incoming vine with his wrist, and another forces him to adjust his pace again. During the chaos, Xuewan runs past him at a relaxed pace, smiling as she moves ahead. Xuejing focuses his senses and scans the path forward. He notices a narrow gap among the vines and quickly moves toward it, trying to slip through. Meanwhile, Xuewan observes his actions and anticipates his movement. She continues ahead and reaches the finish line first. When she stops, she announces that the race is over. Even though Xuejing continues pushing forward, the vines make his progress extremely difficult. Realizing that ordinary movement will not be enough, he decides to use more of his power. With a surge of energy, a large golden dragon-shaped force appears and cuts through the vines, clearing his path. Seeing this, Xuewan becomes visibly surprised. Xuejing finally reaches the lighthouse area, completely exhausted and breathing heavily. Xuewan acknowledges that the technique he used was impressive, but reminds him that he still lost the race. Curious about her ability, Xuejing asks what kind of technique she used. Xuewan responds playfully, saying that she does not truly understand it herself. She then mentions that she was chosen by something called the Lord of 1,000 Blossoms and Myriad Beauties, hinting at a mysterious connection. She asks him a strange question about whether he would still call her his sister if she were no longer herself. Xuejing becomes confused by her words and starts thinking that the name she mentioned sounds like that of a heretical deity. He begins to suspect that her unusual powers might be related to some kind of divine relic, which would explain her strange abilities. Before he can dwell further on the thought, Xuewan suddenly pushes him playfully and laughs, claiming she was only teasing him. She then changes the topic and complains that he came all the way to Maple City without treating her to a meal. She suggests that they go get something to eat at his hotel. Xuejing responds jokingly, suggesting that she should be the one treating him instead. Later that night, the scene shifts to his hotel room. Inside the room, Weiner sits alone with a worried expression, wondering why Xuejing has not returned yet. She begins suspecting that he might have gone out with another girl. Hearing movement outside the door, she assumes he has finally returned. She quickly rushes to the entrance and opens the door without carefully looking. Outside, Xuejing and Xuewan appear together in a drunken state, with Xuejing supporting Xuewan as they walk. Xuewan, slightly flushed, looks around the room with curiosity and remarks about the place. Seeing the two of them together in that condition, Weiner immediately becomes furious and shouts Xuejing's name in anger. Xuewan and Xuejing are both startled when Weiner suddenly shouts his name in anger. Xuejing quickly raises his hands and tries to explain the situation, attempting to clarify that things are not what they seem. Before he can finish, Xuewan grabs his arm and questions Weiner about who she is and why she is staying at his place. Her playful reaction leaves Xuejing both shocked and irritated, as he realizes she is intentionally making the situation more confusing. Weiner becomes even angrier after hearing Xuewan call him Shout Jing and begins questioning the nature of their relationship. Xuewan continues acting playfully, leaning close to Xuejing and speaking casually, which only increases Weiner's anger. Watching this unfold, Xuejing grows more irritated, knowing that Xuewan is treating the situation like a joke without considering the consequences. As Xuewan continues urging him to go inside, Xuejing quickly tries to clarify the truth and explains that she is actually his cousin. However, Xuewan interrupts him again, pretending not to acknowledge the explanation and continuing her teasing behavior. Xuejing realizes that she is fully committed to the act and becoming more troublesome. He insists once more that she truly is his cousin, but Xuewan casually brushes it off and pushes to enter the room. At that moment, Weiner grabs Xuejing's clothes tightly, visibly upset and emotional. She warns him that if he takes even one step inside with Xuewan, he should not expect to see her again. Seeing how serious the situation has become, Xuewan finally realizes that things have gone too far. Xuejing firmly tells her that if she does not help clear up the misunderstanding, she should not expect to return to school without consequences. Breaking the tension, Xuewan abruptly changes the subject and excuses herself to use the bathroom. After some time, the scene settles inside the room. Weiner sits beside Xuejing on the sofa, now calmer, and acknowledges that she did not expect Xuewan to truly be his cousin. Earlier, Xuewan had explained the relationship to Weiner and even shared embarrassing childhood stories about Xuejing, including incidents from when he was younger. Thinking back to that moment, Shui Jing feels irritated, realizing that only Shui Wan could say such shameless things without feeling embarrassed. Weiner then asks whether Shui Wan studies in Maple City and which school she attends. Shui Jing admits that he does not know and asks why she's curious. Weiner replies calmly that she noticed a strange scent coming from Shui Wan. Shui Jing misunderstands the comment and assumes she is referring to perfume or personal habits. But Weiner immediately reacts with irritation and clarifies that this is not what she meant. After calming herself again, Weiner reflects quietly, saying that the scent feels familiar and that she remembers encountering it somewhere before. Shui Jing suggests that it might be related to plants, considering Shui Wan's unusual vine ability. Hearing this, Weiner suddenly recalls an important memory. She realizes that the scent is connected to the Flower God Society. She remembers that back when she was still the leader of the Dragon Sect, members of the Flower God cult once approached them to discuss forming an alliance. Weiner explains that when the Flower God cult approached her sect in the past, she found their proposal unreasonable and rejected the idea of forming an alliance between different faiths. After refusing them, the cult member took out an ordinary potted plant. Although the plant itself looked normal, the woman recited a spell, causing the plant to suddenly bloom and transform into a divine relic. Shui Jing is shocked by this explanation, but Weiner confirms that it truly happened. She further explains that after the alliance was rejected, the woman left with the plant and never contacted them again. She also notes that Shui Wan carries the exact same scent as that cult member. Hearing this, Shui Jing begins to suspect that Shui Wan's situation might be related to the entity known as the Lord of the Thousand Blossoms and Myriad Beauties. He recalls a previous moment when Shui Wan had asked him whether he would still call her his sister if she were no longer herself. Thinking about this, he considers that Wu Yuqing might know something about the situation. Suddenly, Shui Jing senses danger approaching. He notices heavy and aggressive footsteps outside, realizing that whoever is coming is not friendly. He quickly turns toward Weiner and urgently tells her to call Shui Wan out of the bathroom so they can leave. However, Weiner has already transformed back into her cat form, making it impossible for her to help. Realizing this, he decides to go himself. Feeling irritated that his earlier plans have been disrupted, he rushes toward the bathroom and knocks on the door, trying to alert Shui Wan about the danger outside. As the footsteps grow louder, he continues knocking harder, becoming increasingly anxious. When there is still no response, he begins to worry that the intruders might force their way inside. Knowing that Shui Wan would care about her privacy, he hesitates, but ultimately decides that facing her anger later would be better than allowing danger to reach her unprepared. He finally pushes the door open, only to find that the bathroom is completely empty. Confused, he immediately activates his visualization ability. A replay of recent events appears before him, like recorded footage, revealing that Shui Wan had briefly entered the bathroom but left almost immediately afterward. At that moment, a powerful explosion suddenly tears open the hotel room door, shocking him. The scene then shifts to Maple City University. Shui Wan is seen walking toward the university grounds. As she approaches the indoor garden, a black-haired woman trimming a red rose plant speaks to her, asking about her visit. Shui Wan is startled by the unexpected voice and responds with irritation. The black-haired professor reminds Shui Wan that she was chosen by the Lord of the Thousand Blossoms and Myriad Beauties and suggests that mortal family ties should no longer matter to her. She questions why Shui Wan continues to hold on to those relationships. Shui Wan responds firmly, explaining that despite being chosen, she still considers herself an ordinary person. She also mentions that her younger brother has recently begun martial arts training and shows great talent, possibly even becoming a prodigy. Hearing this, the professor reacts with visible displeasure and dismisses martial arts as something insignificant compared to divine power. She suggests that if Shui Wan truly wishes to move forward alongside her mortal brother, he should worship the Lord of the Thousand Blossoms and Myriad Beauties so he may receive divine favor and ascend alongside her. In response, Shui Wan makes her stance clear and warns the professor without showing respect. At the same time, multiple vines erupt from the ground around her as she clenches her fist, firmly declaring that the professor is not allowed to harm her brother. The professor reacts with surprise, noting that this is the first time she has seen Shui Wan behave in such a serious manner, different from her usual playful attitude. However, despite acknowledging the change, she calmly reveals that Shui Wan is already too late. Shui Jing becomes worried about Weiner and quickly rushes outside to look for her. As he calls out, he suddenly senses something unusual and stops moving. A vine-like structure suddenly shoots toward him. He dodges it in time and grabs the vine with his hand. As he holds it, the vine begins to glow, and he realizes that it contains divine energy. From this, he understands that it is a plant-based divine relic. He pulls the vine forcefully, causing the person controlling it to lose balance and fall forward onto the ground. Holding the vine firmly, he identifies the attacker as someone connected to the Flower God Association. The attacker, Lu Cece, reveals herself as a recipient of the Flower God Association and attempts to recruit him. She begins speaking about their belief in the Lord of 1,000 Reds and 10,000 Beauties, presenting it as an invitation to join their organization. Xue Jing finds the situation strange, realizing that despite the aggressive intrusion, they are attempting to recruit him rather than directly attack. Instead of refusing immediately, he decides to stall for time while observing her actions. Lu Cece raises her hand and gathers pink-colored energy, showing her devotion to the entity she follows. As she speaks about humanity being guided onto the correct path, Xue Jing recalls that his sister had previously mentioned the same name connected to this mysterious power. At that moment, his eyes glow violet as he releases shadow flames toward Lu Cece. While doing so, he begins questioning her about the benefits of joining the association. His true intention is to restrain her using the shadow flames and gather information about his sister. As the dark flames surround her, Lu Cece becomes startled and realizes that he is also a recipient. This surprises Xue Jing, as he did not expect her to recognize his status so easily, making him wonder how widely known such abilities are. Lu Cece continues explaining that recipients are rare and blessed with divine power. She claims that joining the association would grant abilities such as plant manipulation and even allow transformation into a desired appearance through a special ritual. Xue Jing calmly questions the reliability of their ritual, suspecting that its success rate may not be very high. His remark angers Lu Cece, but before she can react further, she receives instructions through her communication device from her commander, reminding her to focus on the mission. After regaining control of her emotions, Lu Cece admits that her own ritual was incomplete. She explains that although she gained certain powers, she did not receive the full physical blessing. At the same time, the absorption of divine energy from the vine is completed within Xue Jing. He uses the accumulated power to upgrade his shadow flame ability. With the upgrade, the control range of the flames increases, and he gains improved effects that allow the flames to attach to surfaces and slow targets more effectively. After strengthening his ability, Xue Jing firmly refuses Lu Cece's invitation to join the association. Internally, he feels satisfied with the new capabilities of his upgraded shadow flames and begins considering new ways to use this enhanced control in combat. Hearing his refusal, Lu Cece reacts with frustration and demands to know the reason. Xue Jing responds to Lu Cece with a rebellious attitude, making it clear that he has no intention of cooperating. During this moment, he suddenly notices Wayner nearby. He quickly moves forward, grabs her, and lifts her into his arms to secure her safety. While holding Wayner, he realizes that the Flower God Association was able to locate him so quickly, most likely because of his connection to Xuewan. He becomes confused about why his sister had chosen to leave earlier, but understands that remaining in the current location is no longer safe. At that moment, Lu Cece releases her power again, causing multiple energy vines to erupt from the ground. She continues pressing forward with her mission, making it clear that if he refuses to cooperate, she will use force. The vines surge toward him in an attempt to restrain him. Xue Jing jumps into the air to avoid the attack. As he moves, he realizes that their attempt to recruit him was not spontaneous, but carefully planned in advance. After landing near the window at the edge of the room, he secures Wayner tightly and prepares to escape. Without hesitation, he breaks through the window and leaps outside, carrying Wayner with him. Lu Cece rushes toward the window and is shocked to see him jump from such a great height. While descending, Xue Jing concentrates on using his shadow flame ability to secure his movement. He directs the shadow flame toward the building's surface, allowing it to attach firmly. This creates a swinging motion that slows their fall and keeps them from slipping despite the smooth surface. Maintaining focus, he continues using the same method to move downward along the building, carefully controlling the flames to prevent losing balance. After descending across multiple floors, he finally reaches the ground safely. As soon as he lands, he hears familiar voices. Two senior sisters, Zhu and Meng, are standing nearby and are surprised to see him arrive in such an unusual way. Sister Zhu immediately senses that something is wrong. Without wasting time, she grabs his hand and pulls him toward a car. They quickly get inside the vehicle and drive away from the area. Shortly afterward, Lu Cece arrives at the location and attempts to continue the pursuit, but she receives orders through her communication device instructing her to stop and return. Exhausted, she complies and withdraws from the chase. The scene then shifts to the command room at Maple City University. Xuewan stands in front of several surveillance displays, watching the situation unfold. The black-haired professor appears behind her and comments on the discovery that Xuewan's younger brother is also a recipient. She admits that she failed to investigate properly beforehand and expresses curiosity about which foreign deity he might be connected to. Xuewan becomes worried after hearing this. The professor reassures her that, based on her observations, the deity associated with Xue Jing currently shows no intention of harming him. However, Xuewan raises a concern about the possibility of that deity becoming a threat in the future. The professor responds confidently, stating that if such a situation arises, the Flower God Association will support Xuewan without hesitation. As she speaks about their devotion to the Lord of 1,000 Reds and 10,000 Beauties, Xuewan's eyes begin to glow with golden light. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the moving car carrying Xue Jing. Inside the vehicle, Sister Zhu questions him about what happened and asks about the person who had been chasing him. Xue Jing provides an explanation of the sudden attack and the damage caused to his room. Weiner, resting nearby, quietly senses that he is not being completely truthful. Sister Zhu reacts strongly to his actions, expressing concern about the danger of jumping from such a height. He quickly acknowledges his mistake. Senior Sister Meng then presents a glowing leaf to Sister Zhu. Upon examining it, Sister Zhu immediately recognizes it as something connected to the Flower God Association. After confirming that the attackers were indeed from that group and that they attempted to recruit him as a recipient, Sister Zhu crushes the leaf in anger. She realizes that the long-anticipated conflict with the Flower God Association has finally begun. Xue Jing asks the two senior sisters whether they had already known that members of the Flower God Society would come to target him. Sister Zhu explains that they are not that capable and clarifies that their master had mentioned this possibility earlier. According to the master, Xue Jing's rapid growth would naturally attract the attention of many groups who would attempt to recruit him, so they were told to keep an eye on him. Hearing this, Xue Jing reflects that the situation matches what has been happening recently, especially recalling how Wei Yuqing had already shown interest in recruiting him long ago. He then asks whether their master had given any additional instructions, reasoning that judging by the Flower God Society's behavior, they would not give up easily. Sister Zhu clears her throat before relaying the next instruction. She explains that their master suggested that Xue Jing should move in and stay at a residence. This suggestion surprises him, while Weiner reacts with irritation. Xue Jing then realizes that although he had known Sister Zhu's family was wealthy, he did not know they were based in Maple City. He expresses concern that staying at her home might drag her family into conflict, considering that their enemies are from the Flower God Society. However, Sister Zhu responds calmly and confidently, implying that her family is not afraid of such threats. Soon after, the car arrives at her residence. She signals for the driver to stop, and, as the gates open, they enter the property. Seeing the scale of the residence, Xue Jing is stunned. He recalls how she once described herself as extremely wealthy and casually gave him an expensive longsword, realizing now that her earlier claims were not exaggerations. As they walk through the corridor, Xue Jing questions why someone from such a wealthy family would choose to live in Qingsheng, wondering whether it was done simply to experience rural life. Sister Zhu explains that the decision came from her grandfather, who referred to Qingsheng as their family's land of dragon's rise. Before his passing, he instructed each sibling to live there for a period of time. She mentions that, interestingly, after moving there, her older siblings each encountered important benefactors, and she herself became a disciple of Dragon Lord Li Qi. This made her believe that there might be some truth behind the idea of Qingsheng being a special place. Listening to this, Xue Jing reflects that a family confident enough to describe Qingsheng in such terms must be far from ordinary. He also considers how many powerful figures seem connected to that small city, including Wu Yuqing and Ning Fengwan, realizing that he is surrounded by individuals of uncertain but clearly great strength. He briefly wonders what kind of person he himself might become while being among such people. While he is lost in thought, Sister Zhu informs him that they have arrived at the training hall. Seeing the scale of the building, Xue Jing is surprised to learn that the entire structure is dedicated solely to training. After entering, Sister Zhu explains that the training hall is built to be extremely durable, allowing full force attacks without risk of damage. She adds that if he prefers practicing basic techniques, the courtyard behind the hall is spacious and provides fresh air. She also implies that there are even more options available if those spaces are still not sufficient. Xue Jing stops Sister Zhu before she can continue explaining further arrangements, expressing his gratitude for everything she has prepared. Hearing this, Sister Zhu becomes flustered and blushes. Soon after, she and Sister Meng excuse themselves and leave to rest, telling him to sleep early and mentioning that they will come to get him in the morning. After they leave, Weiner remarks on the situation, suggesting that it feels as though he is being taken care of entirely by Sister Zhu. Xue Jing agrees, feeling that the situation does resemble that. He then stands by the window and looks out at the night sky, appearing thoughtful and slightly troubled. Weiner notices his mood and asks what is bothering him. Xue Jing begins thinking about the nature of blessed ones connected to heretical gods and wonders whether such individuals are supposed to be unique. Weiner explains that, in most cases, they are unique, which makes him even more concerned. He begins to suspect that something about his sister's situation does not make sense, especially since others are also calling themselves blessed ones and attempting to recruit him in the same way. Unable to understand the full picture, he becomes more determined. His thoughts turn firm and protective as he resolves that if anyone attempts to harm his sister, he will oppose them without hesitation. Weiner supports his determination and encourages him to do whatever he believes is necessary. With that resolve, Xue Jing takes out his phone and begins searching for information. He recalls that the Flower God Society is considered a cult by authorities and believes that White Crow should have intelligence related to them. The scene then shifts to a busy nightlife district filled with motels and clubs. Xue Jing moves through the area, ignoring the distractions around him as he searches for the location provided in the coordinates he received earlier. He eventually stops outside a club, realizing that this location matches the coordinates given by Void Edge. Although he finds the choice of location unusual, he enters the building and approaches the reception desk. Remembering the instructions given earlier, he taps the desk in a specific rhythm to signal his identity. A staff member appears and hands him a golden access card, indicating that he has been recognized. Holding the card, he reflects on how secretive the process seems, finding it strange that an official organization would operate in such a concealed and underground manner. Following the instructions, he moves deeper into the building and locates the designated room. After reaching the door, he inserts the card and unlocks it, remaining cautious in case it turns out to be a trap. When he opens the door, he finds a functioning base inside, confirming that the location is legitimate. At that moment, Quenching appears from within the room and immediately begins discussing the Flower God Society, offering information about their structure, operational areas, and recent movements. Xue Jing requests full details, with special focus on their recent activity in Maple City over the past 3 days. Quenching notices the seriousness of his request and asks whether the Flower God Society has become his enemy. Xue Jing responds in a reserved manner, implying that they have indeed caused problems. Quencheng then asks what he plans to do next. Xue Jing explains that his future actions will depend entirely on the information he receives. Hearing this, Quencheng agrees to provide the intelligence but states that there will be a condition attached, requiring Xue Jing to complete a task in return. Xue Jing is surprised when Quencheng mentions that there is a condition attached to receiving the intelligence. He briefly worries that the request might involve something extreme or illegal, but Quencheng reassures him that it is legitimate work and will not cause him harm. After hearing this, he agrees to listen. Quencheng begins explaining the background of the Flower God Association. She describes it as a foreign god cult based in Fengsheng, devoted to the entity known as the Lord of the 1,000 Reds and 10,000 Beauties. She explains that the organization is led by a woman estimated to be around 35 years old, whose identity remains unknown. She also reveals that during recent operations, the group has been actively searching for Xue Wan and suggests that Xue Wan may already be in their custody. Hearing this, Xue Jing realizes that his earlier suspicions were likely correct. Qinsheng continues by explaining that Xue Wan is considered one of their key targets because her existence has helped them uncover many secrets about the Flower God Association. This information angers Xue Jing, as he feels they knowingly allowed his sister to remain in danger. However, Qinsheng calmly clarifies that it is not a matter of unwillingness to rescue her, but rather an inability to act immediately. She explains that the Flower God Association is particularly dangerous because, unlike other foreign god cults that usually have only one recipient, every member within their group is a recipient. This revelation shocks Xue Jing. Qinsheng further explains that all of these recipients depend on continuous nourishment from the foreign god they worship. If that connection is severed, they will die immediately. Because of this risk, their organization cannot act recklessly and must locate the main source of the foreign god's presence before attempting any rescue. She assures him that once the location of the deity's core presence is discovered, rescuing Xue Wan will become their top priority. After hearing this explanation, Xue Jing calms himself and realizes that his earlier anger came from acting impulsively. He apologizes for his reaction and offers to assist them in any way possible if it helps in dealing with the Flower God Association. Qinsheng accepts his willingness to help and moves directly to the main matter. She activates a projector, displaying classified information marked as top secret. She explains that 3 days earlier, a newly formed Borderlands region was discovered north of the 5th Metropolitan Circle. To prevent contamination from spreading, their unit immediately organized personnel to investigate the area, but they were unable to enter it. This detail surprises Xue Jing, as he wonders whether a barrier is preventing entry. Qinsheng explains that the situation is unclear because Borderlands are unstable zones formed when reality merges with another world. Inside such areas, natural laws become chaotic, gravity may fluctuate unpredictably, and time itself may accelerate or slow down. These unpredictable conditions make it extremely difficult for ordinary individuals to function there. She then reveals that only recently were they able to determine the entry requirements for this Borderland zone. The first condition is that anyone entering must be under 18 years old in biological age. The second condition remains partially unclear, but it is believed to be related to being a natural living creature rather than an artificial or altered entity. After learning about the entry conditions, Xue Jing begins to understand that the term natural creature likely refers to someone who has not undergone physical modifications. However, Qinsheng explains that the exact definition is still uncertain. Based on their current testing, anyone who has received body augments, taken forbidden drugs, or undergone surgical modifications is unable to enter the Borderlands. With this clarification, Xue Jing realizes why they specifically approached him. Qinsheng confirms that his role would be simple in concept. He only needs to locate a concealed spot inside the Borderlands and install a monitoring device. When he wonders whether there are other candidates available, Qinsheng admits that there are, but due to strained relations between their organization and another department, cooperation is difficult. From this, Xue Jing concludes that they sought his help partly to avoid losing face. Despite the explanation, he decides to refuse the request at first. He expresses gratitude for the information, but explains that he is still an ordinary person and must soon participate in a tournament, making such a mission too dangerous for him. His refusal immediately angers Qinsheng, who forcefully stops him from leaving and reveals that they are authorized to provide rewards in advance, specifically mentioning god relics. The mention of god relics catches Xue Jing's attention, and Qinsheng presents one to him as an example of the reward he would receive. The relic she offers is identified as God 508, known as the 100-foot pole. Its ability allows the holder to continuously repeat the same action for 72 hours, during which the relic grows in length and significantly multiplies the user's proficiency in that specific activity. The relic can only be used once per person. After understanding the relic's effect, Xue Jing realizes how valuable it would be for improving his training, especially since he already benefits from enhanced efficiency through other means. The temptation becomes difficult to ignore, and he also recognizes that he will likely need the support of White Raven in the future to rescue his sister. Taking these factors into account, he ultimately accepts the mission and asks when the operation will begin. Qinsheng informs him that they will depart that very night. He agrees without objection, but requests time to return home, first to inform the person waiting for him. Before he leaves, Qinsheng remembers another item that Wu Yuqing asked her to deliver. She hands him a small wooden box, but admits that she does not know its exact purpose, only that it might be useful. After leaving, the scene shifts to the residence of senior sister Zhu. Inside his room, Shui Jing opens the wooden box and discovers a pair of glasses. Upon examining them, he notices their resemblance to a known relic called the unremarkable glasses, which are typically associated with reducing one's presence. Curious about their purpose, he puts them on to test whether they have a similar effect. The moment he wears the glasses, a sudden flash of light appears, and his surroundings instantly change. Instead of his room, he finds himself inside what appears to be Wu Youqing's library. The abrupt transformation shocks him, leaving him confused about what has just happened. Soon after, Wu Youqing appears before him, revealing that the glasses he is wearing are called God 1285, known as Phantom. She explains that the version of her standing before him is only a projection rather than her real body. Realizing this, Shui Jing understands that the glasses function as a medium, allowing her to communicate with him remotely. Wu Youqing expresses satisfaction that he accepted the commission, which surprises him because he does not understand how she learned of his decision. This raises his suspicion that she may have been monitoring him. Instead of directly answering, Wu Youqing leads him to consider deeper questions, such as why the Voidblade organization specifically chose him and why the Borderlands entry conditions perfectly match his situation. As he grows increasingly confused, Wu Youqing finally reveals a crucial detail. She explains that the Borderlands was not random, but was waiting specifically for him. According to her, something exists inside that region, an item that is meant exclusively for him. Shui Jing becomes even more confused after hearing that there is something inside the Borderlands that belongs specifically to him. He wonders what that item could be. Wu Youqing explains that she sensed the presence of an extremely powerful god relic within the Borderlands, but she does not know its exact nature. She also warns that she is not the only one watching that relic, suggesting that other forces are likely interested in it as well. Realizing that this could not be the only reason for contacting him, Shui Jing understands there must be more to the message. Wu Youqing then explains that her main purpose was to reveal the true usage of the 100-foot pole relic. Shui Jing initially assumes that the relic simply improves training efficiency, allowing better results with less effort. However, Wu Youqing clarifies that the description in the database only explains its surface function. Its true purpose is to enhance talents, specifically passive abilities. This explanation confuses him at first, but Wu Youqing clarifies that talents refer to passive skills. She uses her own ability, sensing god relics, as an example of such a talent. Hearing this, Shui Jing begins to consider the possibilities. He focuses his visualization ability on the relic in his hand and wonders whether the 100-foot pole can truly upgrade that ability and what kind of result it might produce. Wu Youqing notices that he already understands the direction he should take and reminds him to remain cautious after entering the Borderlands. Before he can ask further about the exact usage method, her projection fades, and his surroundings return to his bedroom. Back in his room, Shui Jing reflects on the possibility that if passive abilities can be upgraded, then advanced skills, such as his sword-related techniques, should also benefit. He removes the glasses and decides to test the relic himself. Activating his visualization ability, he begins forming a new concept in his mind, attempting to develop a higher form of sword intent that surpasses his existing techniques. As he concentrates on shaping this new idea, the relic in his hand reacts, vibrating as his ability evolves. His visualization skill successfully upgrades into a more advanced form called visualization. True, the relic itself physically lengthens, confirming that the upgrade has taken effect. Seeing this change, he realizes that his previous version of visualization may have been only a small fraction of its true potential. However, immediately after the upgrade, he experiences an intense headache. Along with the pain, fragmented memories and sensations begin flooding into his mind, making it feel as though his body and consciousness are being torn apart. The discomfort becomes overwhelming, and before he can fully understand what is happening, his surroundings change again. He suddenly finds himself in a dark space filled with golden particles resembling fragments of god relic energy. This unexpected environment shocks him, especially since he had already removed the glasses, making the sudden transition even more confusing. When he looks at his own body, he realizes that the glowing fragments around him seem connected to him, as if parts of his body have been separated into pieces of energy. At first, he fears that the upgrade caused his body to shatter, but he quickly reasons that if the fragments are still connected to him, then there may be a way to restore them. He attempts to gather the scattered energy back into his body, but the effort fails, causing him to panic briefly. Recognizing that panic will only worsen the situation, he forces himself to calm down. He recalls that his visualization ability has just been upgraded, which means it may be the key to resolving this condition. Focusing his thoughts, he begins reconstructing his sense of identity, carefully recalling who he is, his past, his experiences, and the reasons he chose to grow stronger. By stabilizing his self-awareness and reaffirming his purpose, he attempts to regain control over the unstable state created by the sudden evolution of his power. After the dark space disappears, Xuejing suddenly returns to his room. Realizing that he has safely returned, he feels relieved and quickly notices clear changes in his body. His movements feel lighter, and his control over gene force becomes much more refined. When he tests it, he confirms that his force can now flow smoothly to all parts of his body, even allowing him to control his hair with the same precision as his limbs. Curious about the limits of this improvement, he shifts his focus to an external object and concentrates on a nearby sponge ball. After a short moment, the ball begins moving on its own, proving that his upgraded visualization ability allows him to control objects beyond his own body. This confirms to him that the upgraded ability is far more powerful than before. At that moment, Warner wakes up and notices that he is still present despite previously mentioning that he had urgent matters to attend to. Her sudden appearance startles him, but what shocks him even more is the realization that although Warner is currently in her cat form, he can clearly perceive her true form at the same time. This unexpected perception confuses him further. Around the same time, he senses that someone has developed a strong sense of belief toward him, which increases his charm-related growth. This strange development leaves him puzzled, as he cannot fully understand the reason behind it. Soon after, his phone rings, signaling that it is time to leave. Knowing that the mission is about to begin, he prepares to depart. Before leaving, he gathers his belongings, including his bag and weapon, and exits the room, leaving Warner behind. Alone in the room, Warner feels an unusual presence from him, sensing an overwhelming aura that makes him feel distant and powerful in a way she cannot fully explain. The scene then shifts to the following day. Xuejing travels with Quinsheng by helicopter toward the Borderlands barrier. During the flight, Quinsheng hands him a watch containing synchronized information related to the Borderlands. After reviewing the data, he learns that the discovered Borderlands covers a relatively small external area but contains a much larger internal region, with ruins suggesting the existence of a previously advanced civilization. The information also confirms that only minors who qualify as natural humans are allowed to enter. Although the data suggests that the area may not be extremely dangerous, he still worries about the possibility of encountering hostile forces, especially considering earlier warnings about other groups targeting the same relic. Before arriving, he makes a serious request, asking that if he dies during the mission, his body must be recovered within 7 days and returned to Qingxing. This request is tied to his confidence in his hidden survival ability, which grants him a second life and allows revival within a limited time frame, provided his body is preserved. As the helicopter begins to experience turbulence, he realizes they are approaching the boundary of the Borderlands. Quinsheng explains that they cannot fly any closer because the unstable gravitational effects of the Borderlands could cause the helicopter to crash. While observing the area below, Xuejing notices a lone figure standing beneath them, appearing as if he has been waiting specifically for their arrival. Using his scanning ability, he carefully studies the individual, recognizing that this encounter may not be a coincidence. As the helicopter approaches the landing area, new information about the person waiting below appears on the display of Xuejing's watch. The identity shown belongs to Ning Yuan Tai, which surprises him. Quinsheng explains that this person belongs to the department she mentioned earlier, the Jigu Unit, a special organization composed entirely of martial artists. Ning Yuan Tai is considered the most promising talent of his generation within that unit, and the 100-foot pole relic that Xuejing received was originally meant for Ning Yuan Tai's training before being reassigned. Hearing this, Xuejing realizes that the situation may involve internal competition between departments. He assumes that showing up personally like this could create trouble for Ning Yuan Tai's own side, but Quinsheng explains that he is known for acting aggressively and rarely worries about consequences. Understanding that this is likely a personal challenge rather than an official matter, Xuejing makes it clear that he does not want to get dragged into their internal conflicts and only intends to proceed with his mission. However, the situation becomes unavoidable as Ning Yuantai openly challenges him upon landing, determined to prove his strength. Xuejing initially ignores the provocation and continues forward, while Qinqing attempts to calm the situation and delay the confrontation because of the ongoing mission. Despite her efforts, Ning Yuantai refuses to step aside and physically stops Xuejing from leaving. This forces Xuejing to respond. Ning Yuantai expresses frustration that the relic was given to someone else, believing it implies that Xuejing is considered stronger than him. Unable to accept this, he demands a direct confrontation to prove his worth. Xuejing finds the situation unnecessary, but agrees to a quick fight on the condition that it does not delay his mission. Internally, he decides not to escalate the conflict too far, planning only to demonstrate enough strength to end the matter quickly. As soon as the confrontation begins, Ning Yuantai attempts to display his power, but before he can fully act, Xuejing moves decisively and lands a powerful strike. The attack sends Ning Yuantai flying across the ground, ending the confrontation almost instantly. This outcome surprises observers, as the so-called top prospect is defeated with little resistance. After confirming the result, Xuejing prepares to continue toward the borderlands, satisfied that the obstacle has been cleared without prolonging the conflict. Meanwhile, those observing from the helicopter grow concerned about the consequences, fearing that if anything serious happens to Ning Yuantai during this clash, they may face severe repercussions once they return. Qinqing reassures the pilot not to panic, explaining that Ning Yuantai is not weak and would not have appeared without preparation. She believes that defeating him may not be as simple as it first seemed. At that moment, Ning Yuantai begins gathering intense fire energy into his hands. The heat radiating from his power becomes so strong that the ground beneath him starts to redden from the temperature. Seeing this, Xuejing realizes that this is not an ordinary technique and begins to wonder whether the power comes from an implant or a special martial arts system. After accumulating enough flame energy, Ning Yuantai launches forward with explosive speed and delivers a powerful attack. Xuejing prepares to meet the attack head-on, deciding to test the true strength behind the flames. He gathers his own energy into his fist and collides directly with Ning Yuantai's strike. However, the impact pushes him backward across the ground, surprising him and confirming that the attack carries significant force. Ning Yuantai demonstrates his superiority with confidence, revealing that his power originates from a special martial system known as the Volcano Variant. Observing this, Xuejing quickly deduces that the technique resembles a modern martial system enhanced through the use of forbidden substances rather than purely refined skill. To counter this advantage, he activates his speed-based ability and moves with sudden acceleration. In the next instant, he vanishes from Ning Yuantai's sight and reappears behind him, seizing control of the situation before the flames can be redirected. During the exchange, Xuejing carefully studies Ning Yuantai's movements and realizes that although the power is strong, it lacks precision and flexibility. The attacks are direct and forceful, but lack proper follow-up techniques, revealing a weakness in control. Ning Yuantai becomes increasingly frustrated as his attacks fail to land effectively. Xuejing remains composed and continues responding with controlled movements, demonstrating a clear difference in discipline and efficiency. Unexpectedly, the confrontation ends in a surprising turn. Instead of continuing the fight, Ning Yuantai abruptly changes his attitude and becomes deeply impressed by Xuejing's movement technique. The intense hostility fades, replaced by admiration for the skill he just witnessed. This sudden shift leaves Xuejing confused about what caused the change. At the same time, multiple internal updates register within Xuejing's abilities. His recent actions contribute to improvements in combat-related growth and overall condition. And he also awakens a new passive ability related to influencing others through belief. This newly awakened effect allows people who witness his strength to develop a strong sense of admiration or loyalty toward him. Although powerful, he realizes that such an ability could easily attract unnecessary attention and complications, making it something he must handle carefully. Shortly afterward, Ning Yuantai withdraws peacefully, deciding not to interfere further with the mission. Qinqing is surprised by the sudden resolution and questions why the confrontation ended so quickly, but Xue Jing himself remains uncertain about the exact reason behind Ning Yuan Tai's change in attitude. With the conflict resolved, Qinsheng shifts focus back to the mission. She provides Xue Jing with recovery medicine, survival instruments, and monitoring devices intended to help him survive inside the borderlands. Although he feels that the equipment may be excessive, he accepts it, recognizing the unpredictable dangers that may lie ahead. Soon after, new intelligence updates appear regarding the borderlands. The provisional name of the region changes to Roaring Waterfall, and updated measurements reveal that the internal area may be significantly larger than originally estimated. More importantly, the entry condition is precisely defined as requiring a natural human under a specific biological age limit. The most alarming update arrives last. A suspected divine relic has been detected within the borderlands, designated as God 005. This revelation shocks both Xue Jing and Qinsheng, as the appearance of a high-ranking divine relic within such a location is extremely rare and suggests that the mission may be far more dangerous than initially expected. After hearing the designation God 005, Xue Jing immediately recognizes the name, triggering a memory from half a month earlier. At that time, he had asked Wu Yuqing about the unusually strict secrecy surrounding top-ranking God relics. With his current clearance level, he had only been able to view the names of the top 300 relics, which made him question why information about them was so restricted. Wu Yuqing explained that the nature of these relics defied common logic. She compared the world to a perfectly designed blueprint, while God relics were like random distortions drawn over it, anomalies that disrupted the natural order. Even after hearing that explanation, Xue Jing had wondered why such caution was necessary if these relics still followed certain rules. In response, Wu Yuqing gave him a hypothetical example, asking him to imagine the existence of a relic capable of sending someone back to the past to restart their life. Through that example, she emphasized that the temptation created by such relics was powerful enough to drive people to dangerous extremes. She further explained that many relics possess the ability to reshape or even destroy the world entirely, and if someone unstable gained detailed knowledge of their effects, the consequences could be catastrophic. Despite the danger, she eventually agreed to reveal information about one specific relic due to his curiosity. Returning to the present, Xue Jing recalls that the relic she revealed was God 005, known as Mirror World. He explains to Qinsheng that this relic has the ability to reflect reality and generate endless possibilities, creating countless parallel worlds branching out from the real one. Entering those worlds is extremely dangerous, as anyone trapped inside must discover a flaw within that reality and prove it is false in order to escape. Otherwise, they would remain trapped permanently. After hearing this explanation, Qinsheng becomes cautious and considers aborting the mission, planning to request a reassessment due to the unexpected presence of such a high-level relic. However, Xue Jing decides to proceed despite the danger. Remembering Wu Yuqing's earlier statement that the borderlands have been waiting specifically for him, he becomes determined to see what lies inside and uncover the items said to belong only to him. With that decision made, he moves toward the barrier. Even as Qinsheng calls out from behind, he continues forward without hesitation, focused on completing the mission quickly. He also realizes that obtaining a top-ranking relic could bring tremendous advantage, further strengthening his resolve. As he crosses the boundary, a burst of bright light surrounds him, and he is instantly transported into another realm. Once inside, he carefully observes his surroundings and becomes astonished. From the outside, the area had appeared to be nothing more than a barren wasteland, but within the borderlands, the environment resembles a lush and beautiful landscape, almost like a fairyland. Despite the striking scenery, he prioritizes the mission over curiosity. Taking out the monitoring equipment he was given, he places the first detection point on the ground to begin mapping the area. After setting the device, he moves on toward the next location, feeling slightly more confident now that the environment appears less hostile than expected. However, his sense of calm is quickly interrupted when he hears a loud cry filled with fear. Turning toward the sound, he spots two figures rapidly approaching his position. Focusing his attention, he sees that a small girl is being chased by a massive frog-like creature. Observing the situation, he realizes that the girl may be an indigenous inhabitant of the borderlands. As she runs closer, she begins shouting in a language he cannot understand, Unable to understand what the girl was saying, the protagonist felt confused, but it was obvious that she was in danger. Deciding to save her and possibly gather information about this place, he made a gesture with his hand and released multiple dark energy arrows toward the monster. The arrows flew forward and instantly killed the creature upon impact. The girl collapsed onto the ground in confusion. At that moment, a notification appeared informing the protagonist that he had killed a special creature containing divinity and gained 12 points of divinity. This shocked him, as he realized he could obtain divinity simply by killing these creatures. As he walked toward the girl, he noted to himself that this place was full of surprises and decided he would question her properly later. Approaching her, he checked on her condition, but the girl did not reply and continued shivering in fear. Observing her reaction, he realized she likely did not understand his language. To solve this, he handed her an earphone device. After she put it on, he tested whether she could now understand him. The girl reacted with shock, amazed that she could hear a voice directly in her ear, treating the device as something magical. Seeing this, the protagonist internally acknowledged that the equipment given by Shui Run had proven useful. He extended his hand toward her for a handshake and explained that the device was a small gadget from his hometown, allowing them to communicate as long as she wore it. Still confused, the girl referred to him as an outlander. The protagonist introduced himself as Shui Jing, and the girl hesitantly gave her name as Renia. After helping her stand up, he pointed toward the defeated monster and asked about it, and whether many similar creatures existed nearby. Renia explained that the creature was known as a vomit beast, a type of Daruka that attacked using vomit, and that many of them existed deep within the southern forest. Hearing this, the protagonist became excited at the thought of encountering many more such creatures. Internally, he calculated that each one granted divinity, imagining how powerful he could become if he defeated enough of them. Renia informed him that the forest was not far ahead. The protagonist then mentioned placing the next detector near the forest while continuing to walk in that direction. As they moved, he asked about the term Daruka. Renia explained that Darukas could be tamed and turned into pet beasts that helped with work, hunting, and fighting to protect their owners. This sparked another thought in the protagonist's mind, as he wondered whether these pet beasts could evolve. He then asked where else large numbers of Darukas could be found and whether stronger ones existed. After thinking briefly, Renia stated that the only stronger ones were dragons. Hearing this, the protagonist was shocked and questioned whether dragons could also be captured as pet beasts. Renia immediately denied this and explained that dragons were the most sacred Darukas. She further shared the legend that all dragons were the offspring of the dragon god. In their land of Ci, only the dragon god shrine maiden was qualified to become a dragon's master. Listening to this, the protagonist reflected on the mentions of shrine maidens and the dragon god, realizing that the borderlands were vastly different from the world he knew. He also began to wonder whether the girl might have knowledge about god relics. Soon after, Renia pointed forward and announced that they had arrived. She indicated a massive waterfall ahead and warned him not to enter, explaining that the dragon god lived inside. She described the dragon god as having a bad temper and becoming angry easily. She also recalled a past incident where an outlander tried to steal a dragon egg and was struck by lightning, turning into charcoal. At that exact moment, a huge explosion suddenly erupted from the top of the waterfall. Observing the blast, the protagonist pointed it out, remarking that the dragon god's lair appeared to have exploded. Renia reacted with shock at the unexpected sight. Renia and the protagonist moved to the top of the hill above the waterfall, where they gained a clear view of the battlefield below. From that vantage point, they observed a massive dragon releasing multiple lightning bolts toward a group of people fighting beneath it. Renia reacted with shock and disbelief as she recognized the attackers as dragon hunters from the land of the beyond. In response, the protagonist activated his scanning ability and confirmed that the group was indeed hunting the dragon. Renia quickly grabbed his wrist and explained the hunters' intentions, revealing that they planned to kill the dragon god and use its golden blood to forge weapons. Curious about this, the protagonist questioned what made weapons forged from golden blood so special. Renia explained that the golden blood flowing through dragons contained concentrated lightning power, and that even a single drop could be used to create a weapon strong enough to cleave through rock. She grew angry as she spoke, expressing her frustration toward the hunters, believing they only cared about becoming stronger and did not care if the world ended as a result of the dragon god's death. Hearing this, The protagonist became worried. He realized that if the dragon god died and the world was destroyed, he would also perish along with it. This made him consider whether he needed to intervene and stop the hunters. Using his scanning vision, he carefully observed the battlefield below and assessed the situation. He concluded that the hunters would not succeed easily for the time being. While studying one of the hunters in particular, he noticed that they were not weak and that their teamwork was well coordinated. Charging in recklessly would be extremely dangerous, so he considered sneaking closer to search for an opening or creating some form of disruption to interfere with their efforts. He then asked Rinia whether the dragon hunters had any weaknesses. Rinia explained that their weapons required charging after each shot, meaning they needed to pause briefly before attacking again. Hearing this information, the protagonist acknowledged the weakness with confidence. Meanwhile, below on the battlefield, the hunters remained fully engaged in combat against the dragon. Their leader, identifiable by an eye patch, issued loud commands to coordinate their positions and instructed one of his teammates, Manhwa, to prepare. Manhwa responded confidently while swinging her weapon, declaring that she was ready. She then launched herself toward the dragon with determination, eager to strike it down and anticipating a reward once the battle was over. However, as she attacked, the dragon reacted swiftly and blocked her weapon using its claw. Undeterred, Manhwa continued her assault and activated a technique involving anchor chains, attempting to tear apart the dragon. The hunter's weapon struck the dragon with tremendous force, severely injuring it. In response, the dragon began releasing immense golden energy from its body. Seeing this, the leader of the hunters immediately warned everyone that the divine fall state was approaching and ordered the team to prepare their extractors. Meanwhile, the protagonist remained hidden behind a large stone along with Rinia, watching the hunters carefully. Curious about what was happening, he asked about the meaning of divine fall. Rinia explained that just before a dragon falls, its spiritual power spikes suddenly, and at that moment, the golden blood reaches its highest quality. At that point, the extractors stepped forward carrying containers to collect the blood. At the same time, Manhwa aggressively charged toward the dragon, determined to claim the first drop of blood for herself. However, the dragon suddenly roared loudly and began swinging its tail violently. The leader of the hunters quickly realized that something was wrong and urgently warned everyone to retreat, explaining that this was not divine fall, but divine wrath instead. Manhwa froze in shock and immediately turned back, reacting in panic at the sudden warning. Watching the chaos unfold from behind the stone, the protagonist realized this was the perfect moment to act. He picked up a small pebble and threw it with immense force toward Manhwa. The stone struck her heavily, knocking her to the ground. In the very next moment, a lightning bolt released by the dragon descended toward her. Unable to react in time, she was struck directly and eliminated instantly. Without wasting time, the protagonist threw 2 more stone pebbles toward the remaining hunters, knocking both of them unconscious upon impact. As the 2 hunters collapsed, their leader quickly turned around and demanded to know who was responsible. At that moment, the protagonist stepped out from behind the stone and revealed himself, waving casually toward the leader. The leader became furious upon seeing him and reacted with intense anger, gripping his weapon tightly before launching a powerful attack. The protagonist swiftly dodged the incoming strike, but upon witnessing the destructive force of the attack's impact, he realized the sheer power behind it. Immediately afterward, the leader rushed forward and began unleashing a relentless series of strikes. Although the protagonist managed to dodge each attack, he was steadily pushed backward under the pressure. While evading the continuous assault, he assessed the situation and realized that the leader was at least 3 times stronger than him. He concluded that facing him directly would not last long, as he would be defeated within a few exchanges. Despite his efforts, he began receiving minor injuries while continuing to evade. During this exchange, he glanced toward the dragon and noticed that it had regained its composure. Realizing the timing was almost right, he continued dodging while waiting for the perfect moment. Soon, the leader gathered red energy onto his weapon and launched forward in preparation for a decisive strike. Just as the leader moved in to finish the attack, the protagonist recognized that the timing had aligned perfectly. Before the leader could strike, a thick lightning bolt suddenly descended from the sky and struck him directly. The powerful lightning severely burned him, causing him to lose consciousness and collapse on the ground. Seeing this, the protagonist released a sigh of relief, recognizing how narrowly he had avoided defeat. With the immediate danger gone, he approached the dragon and attempted to address it, believing that it was now safe. However, the dragon suddenly turned toward him and opened its mouth, preparing to release another lightning attack. This unexpected reaction shocked the protagonist, who realized that something was wrong. As the lightning descended, he quickly dodged the attack and reacted with irritation, realizing that despite helping the dragon, it was now targeting him as well. The Dragon King charged toward the protagonist, unleashing a relentless barrage of lightning bolts, forcing him to continuously evade while searching for an opportunity. Watching from a distance, Renia panicked and shouted that the Dragon King was still in a king rage state and that his mind had not fully recovered yet. She believed he might calm down after some time. While weaving through the rain of lightning, the protagonist pointed out that he could not keep dodging forever. Renia hesitated before suggesting that the only real solution would be to restrain the Dragon King. Hearing that, the protagonist was left confused. The Dragon King was overwhelmingly powerful, and he could not imagine how he was supposed to restrain a creature of that level. Even so, while continuing to dodge, he carefully observed the dragon's attacks. He soon noticed that the lightning was being fired less frequently than before. This led him to conclude that the earlier battle with the hunting party had drained a considerable amount of the Dragon King's stamina. If that was true, then getting close and searching for a weakness might be his best option. At that moment, he activated Shadow Flame, full release. Using the ability, he launched a mass of dark energy fluid toward the Dragon King. The substance attached itself firmly to the dragon's body. Treating the dark fluid like a giant spider web, he pulled himself forward at high speed and latched directly onto the Dragon King's neck. As he secured his position, he felt confident that he had successfully attached himself and wondered how the dragon would strike him with lightning now that he was clinging so closely. The moment he made contact, a series of notifications suddenly appeared before him. Divine Essence plus 10, Divine Essence plus 10. Seeing the notifications, the protagonist was stunned. Simply hanging onto the Dragon King was granting him Divine Essence. More notifications continued to appear one after another. Divine Essence plus 10, Divine Essence plus 10, Divine Essence plus 10. The speed at which the Divine Essence accumulated left him excited and astonished. However, the Dragon King suddenly became even more enraged. In the next instant, the enormous dragon spread its wings and shot upward into the sky at incredible speed. The sudden acceleration caught the protagonist completely off guard. As he clung to the dragon's neck, he felt himself being carried higher and higher into the air. From below, Renia stared upward in disbelief. To her shock, the protagonist had actually managed to ride the Dragon King straight into the sky. A mysterious voice suddenly appeared behind Renia and remarked that the humans within the boundary rift were quite capable, to the point that they had even begun hunting high-tier Dragon Kings. Startled, Renia quickly turned around and demanded to know who was speaking. Standing before her was a woman whose entire body seemed to be formed from shining glass. The strange woman calmly introduced herself as the woman in the mirror. Renia repeated the title in confusion before remembering the outsider they had been discussing. Before she could finish her question, the woman in the mirror immediately asked whether that outsider had come from beyond the boundary rift. Renia nodded and explained that he had. She also mentioned that he had a rather strange name, Xuejing. The moment she heard that name, the woman in the mirror reacted as if she had been waiting for it all along. She quietly remarked that he had finally arrived. Meanwhile, 1 hour later, the Dragon King continued rampaging through the skies. It spun, twisted, and swerved wildly through the air, making the protagonist feel increasingly nauseous. As he desperately held on, he realized that the dragon was simply too powerful. If this continued, he would eventually be thrown off and fall to his death. Thinking quickly, he considered creating something similar to Rain's. The only problem was whether his Shadow Flame would be strong enough to withstand the Dragon King's power. Using Shadow Flame, he created a rope made of dark energy and forced it between the Dragon King's jaws. Pulling with all his strength, he discovered that the rope was sturdy enough to work. What it lacked was not durability, but force. To improve his chances, he activated Twin Lives. Shortly afterward, the Dragon King released a tremendous roar and a notification appeared before him. Examining the new skill while continuing to ride the Dragon King, the protagonist discovered that riding granted balance and sense of direction. The balance effect made it feel as though he were standing on solid ground rather than clinging to a flying dragon. As for sense of direction, he guessed that it meant he would never lose his bearings again. Although useful, he felt certain that this was only the beginning of the skill's potential. Suddenly, a furious voice echoed beside him. The Dragon King declared that it was going to drop him to his death. Startled, the protagonist looked around in confusion and asked who was speaking. The Dragon King immediately answered, complaining that the mighty Lord Dragon King, had actually been turned into a mount by a human. Only then did the protagonist realize that the voice belonged to the dragon itself. After understanding what was happening, he casually acknowledged that the Dragon King was the one talking. Enraged by his calm reaction, the Dragon King folded its wings and plunged straight toward the ground at terrifying speed while declaring its intention to kill him. The protagonist immediately realized how dangerous the situation was. They were easily over 5,000 meters above the ground. If he fell, he would die instantly, while the Dragon King would likely survive. At the same time, jumping off too early would be exactly what the Dragon King wanted. He had to wait for the perfect moment. As the ground rapidly approached, the protagonist carefully calculated the timing. Then, at the very last second, he released his grip and leaped away. The Dragon King crashed violently into the earth, slamming into the ground with tremendous force while unleashing a massive barrage of lightning from its mouth. The protagonist landed safely nearby without suffering any damage. Immediately afterward, several notifications appeared. Seeing the rewards, the protagonist was quite satisfied and considered the entire ordeal a worthwhile haul. However, the Dragon King suddenly began roaring once again. Assuming that the creature still had not fully recovered its sanity, the protagonist prepared himself for another battle. Instead, something completely unexpected happened. The Dragon King lowered its massive head and respectfully bowed before him. The dragon apologized for its previous behavior and addressed him as its master. The protagonist froze in shock. He could hardly believe what he had just heard. The Dragon King had actually called him its master. After a moment of disbelief, he concluded that this was an unexpected bonus. Looking back, he realized that if he had not pushed Shadow Flame to its absolute limit, there was no way he could have successfully tamed a creature as powerful as the Dragon King. Renia immediately rushed over to the Dragon King and the protagonist, completely ignoring everything else. Looking extremely worried, she repeatedly called out to the Dragon King and asked whether he was all right. Seeing this, the protagonist could not help but complain that she should have checked on him first. Before Renia could respond, another figure suddenly appeared beside him. The woman in the mirror wrapped her arms around him and immediately began asking whether he was injured, hungry, thirsty, or feeling uncomfortable. She even asked whether he wanted to eat first, take a shower first, or something even more ridiculous. The protagonist quickly noticed traces of divine essence coming from her. Looking at her suspiciously, he asked who she actually was. The woman in the mirror calmly introduced herself and claimed that she was the Mirror Man, or in human terms, the divine relic designated as King 005. Naturally, the protagonist did not believe a word of it. He immediately pushed her away and pointed out that she was obviously just a projection and not a divine relic. However, when his hand briefly touched her shoulder, he unexpectedly sensed divine essence and even began absorbing a small amount of it. This left him confused. For a moment, he wondered whether she might actually be telling the truth. However, the amount of divine essence she possessed was incredibly small. In his opinion, there was no way such a weak source of divinity could possibly be a top-ranked divine relic. Even the cattail ring seemed more impressive. Convinced she was lying, he removed his hand and turned away. He confidently declared that he had a natural connection with high-grade divine relics and asked whether she really thought he was gullible enough to believe such an obvious lie. Caught red-handed, the woman in the mirror immediately gave up the act. She admitted that she was actually Divine Relic King 1108, woman in the mirror. At the same time, she complained that Wu Yuqing had described him as an interesting person, yet she was already finding him boring. Hearing Wu Yuqing's name, the protagonist immediately realized there was a connection and asked whether she had been sent by her. The woman in the mirror proudly confirmed it. She explained that Wu Yuqing had discovered unusual activity surrounding King 005 and had ordered her to enter the boundary rift and protect him. She even revealed that Wu Yuqing had threatened never to let her emerge from a mirror again if she refused. The protagonist quickly became serious. White Crow's intelligence had only reported traces of King 005. A top 10 divine relic should not have become active so quickly. The woman in the mirror smiled and explained that the situation was entirely possible. In fact, King 005 might have already gained control of the entire boundary rift before anyone even realized what was happening. Once Wu Yuqing learned the relic's ranking, she immediately understood the severity of the situation and ordered the woman in the mirror to locate him as fast as possible. Listening to her explanation, the protagonist silently evaluated her. A divine relic capable of speaking, thinking, expressing emotions, complaining, and behaving exactly like a human was clearly not something ordinary. After considering everything, he decided to focus on the current problem. He asked what they should do next. The woman in the mirror hesitated before admitting that things had become troublesome. Their original plan had been based on the assumption that King 005 had not yet activated. Under those circumstances, she could have simply pulled him out of the boundary rift and ended the mission immediately. Unfortunately, the situation had changed. The protagonist quickly understood where the conversation was heading. Looking directly at her, he asked whether she was about to tell him that King 005 was suppressing her abilities. The woman in the mirror admitted that the protagonist's suspicion was correct. She explained that divine relics, much like humans, possessed different ranks and levels. Mirror World stood at the absolute peak of the Mirror series, making it the strongest existence among all Mirror-type relics. Because of that overwhelming superiority, lower-ranked relics like herself were heavily suppressed whenever Mirror World was active. As an example, she explained that under normal circumstances, she could easily hide inside something as small as the face of a watch. However, with Mirror World suppression affecting her, even such a simple feat had become impossible. The only solution she could think of was finding the core of the boundary rift and claiming its power for themselves. Hearing this, the protagonist remembered something Renia had said earlier. She had warned him that the dragon hunters were so obsessed with becoming stronger that they did not care if killing the Dragon King destroyed the entire world. That memory immediately made him suspicious. If the death of the Dragon King truly meant the destruction of the boundary rift, then there was only one possible conclusion. Pointing directly at the Dragon King, he asked whether the Dragon King was actually the core of the boundary rift. The woman in the mirror immediately dismissed the idea and said that something so important would never be sitting right in front of them. However, before she could continue, Renia casually interrupted. According to her, the Dragon King really was the boundary rift's core. The woman in the mirror froze in shock. She pointed at the Dragon King and asked if Renia was serious. Renia simply nodded. The next moment, the woman in the mirror's expression changed completely. With a dangerous smile, she activated her power and declared that this actually made things easier. If she absorbed the Dragon King, Mirror World would no longer be able to trap them. Before she could do anything, the protagonist instantly grabbed her wrist and stopped her. The sudden restraint caught her completely off guard, and she demanded to know what he was doing. The protagonist immediately pointed out the flaw in her plan. If the core was destroyed, then the entire boundary rift would collapse. Killing the Dragon King would not only destroy the world, but would also eliminate their means of escape. The woman in the mirror quickly realized her mistake. Now, completely flustered, she asked what they were supposed to do instead. The protagonist reminded her of Wu Yuqing's explanation. According to Wu Yuqing, anyone trapped inside Mirror World could escape by proving that the world was false. While discussing the situation, the protagonist continued analyzing everything internally. They still had no idea what form King 005 had taken. It could have developed its own consciousness and might already be hiding nearby without revealing itself. If that were true, solving the problem through brute force alone would be impossible. They needed a smarter solution. At that moment, the Dragon King suddenly spoke up. The Dragon King respectfully informed his master that he might be able to help. The protagonist immediately assumed that the Dragon King was offering to share his power with the woman in the mirror and asked if that was what he meant. The Dragon King confirmed it. Seeing a possible opportunity, the protagonist turned toward the woman in the mirror and asked whether strengthening her with the Dragon King's power would allow her to resist King 005. She looked at him skeptically and asked whether he was serious. The protagonist clarified that he was specifically talking about empowering her with the Dragon King's strength. After thinking about it, the woman in the mirror admitted that it might be possible. However, The Dragon King quickly tempered everyone's expectations. Even if he shared his power, King 005 was still in existence on an entirely different level. There was no guarantee that it would be enough. The woman in the mirror agreed. As the highest-ranked relic of the Mirror series, Mirror World was overwhelmingly superior. Even if she absorbed all of the Dragon King's power, the difference between them would still be like an egg striking a boulder. According to her, all she might be able to accomplish was opening a path to King 005's true body. Actually defeating it would be someone else's responsibility. The Dragon King immediately pointed toward the protagonist. The protagonist stared back in confusion and asked whether he was referring to him. The Dragon King nodded and explained that if the protagonist combined his divine relic with the process, their chances of success would increase significantly. Following the suggestion, the protagonist took out the 100 chi pole. The moment he did so, he was surprised. The image of the relic materialized before him once again. What confused him even more was the fact that he had already used the 100 chi pole before. By all logic, it should not have returned to its original state. Yet somehow it had. Although he did not understand the reason, he quickly realized that this unexpected development was a rare opportunity. Whatever was happening, it felt as though fate itself had handed him the perfect chance to become stronger before confronting the mysterious and terrifying King 005. Holding the 100 chi pole firmly in his hand, the protagonist looked toward the Dragon King and told him to begin. The Dragon King respectfully agreed. Moments later, the Dragon King extended one of his claws and gently pressed a fingernail against the foreheads of both the protagonist and the woman in the mirror. A vast stream of divine energy immediately flowed into their bodies. As the energy entered him, the protagonist received a notification. At the same time, the energy was continuously directed toward the woman in the mirror. Her body immediately began undergoing dramatic changes. The blue glass-like surface that covered her body gradually transformed into a brilliant golden color. Golden light shone from every part of her body as the divine power surged through her. The transformation intensified until it reached a critical point. Then, with a violent burst of energy, her entire body exploded into countless fragments. Seeing this, Renia panicked and instinctively rushed forward, worried that something terrible had happened to her. Before she could get any closer, the protagonist immediately stopped her and told her to wait. The scattered fragments fell toward the ground for only a brief moment. Then something incredible happened. The countless pieces suddenly floated back into the air. As if guided by an invisible force, every fragment began returning to its original position. Piece by piece, the shattered remains reassembled themselves. Renia stared in disbelief as the fragments continued reconstructing the woman in the mirror's body. Within moments, the process was complete. The woman in the mirror stood before them once again. Looking down at herself, she seemed both relieved and confused. The first thing she noticed was that her body had somehow become larger than before. The protagonist, however, was not interested in discussing her appearance. He immediately asked whether she felt any different and whether the transformation had produced any meaningful changes. The woman in the mirror quickly activated her detection abilities. After concentrating for a few moments, her expression brightened. She announced that her connection to the Mirror series had become significantly stronger. Not only could she sense the location of Mirror World, but she could also lock directly onto it. However, her expression suddenly changed. While tracking the relic, she discovered something alarming. Someone had already found Mirror World and picked it up. The culprit was one of the dragon hunters. Even worse, something about the hunter seemed deeply wrong. The Dragon King immediately understood the situation. According to him, the hunter had already been corrupted by God 005. Mirror World had likely sensed the threat posed by the protagonist and the others. In response, it had begun assimilating the entire boundary rift. Its goal was simple. It wanted to trap everyone inside this world forever. The revelation confirmed the protagonist's suspicions. From the beginning, he had suspected that God 005 possessed its own independent will. Now, there was little doubt about it. Turning toward the woman in the mirror, he asked whether the empowerment had allowed her to resist Mirror World suppression. The woman in the mirror admitted that she had not fully tested her limits yet. However, one thing was certain. The suppression that had previously restricted her powers had completely disappeared. She could now freely use her abilities once again. Hearing this, Renia became excited. For the first time since learning about Mirror World's influence, It felt as though they finally had a chance to fight back. After helping the woman in the mirror complete her evolution, Xuejing immediately received a notification informing him that he had gained a large amount of divine essence. At the same time, a new ability called Dragon Horns became available for activation. Although the skill description was vague, he decided to activate it without hesitation. The activation succeeded, and the system confirmed that Dragon Horns had reached level 1. Before Xuejing could fully process the information, he noticed that Renia, the Dragon King, and the woman in the mirror were all staring at him strangely. Confused, he asked what was wrong. Renia pointed at his head, and everyone realized that a pair of dragon horns had appeared on him. The Dragon King congratulated Xuejing and explained that dragon horn power was born from divine essence and his resonance with dragonkind. He instructed Xuejing to carefully feel the power flowing through his body. According to the Dragon King, the ability allowed him to command lightning. As Xuejing sensed the concentrated lightning energy within himself, he initially assumed it was simply a lightning element ability. However, the Dragon King hinted that there was much more to it than that. To test the power, Xuejing gathered lightning into his palm and fired it toward a nearby broken pillar. Instead of exploding on impact, the lightning wrapped around the pillar like a rope. The result immediately surprised him. When he casually moved his hand, the bound pillar was violently thrown away and shattered into pieces. The amount of force generated far exceeded what he had expected. Curious about the true nature of the ability, he wrapped the lightning around a massive stone and attempted another test. To his surprise, he effortlessly lifted the enormous rock with a single hand. After observing the result, he quickly realized what was happening. He wasn't actually lifting the stone through physical strength. Instead, Dragon Horns was reducing the stone's gravity, making it dramatically lighter. Wanting to push the experiment even further, he redirected the lightning toward himself. As the energy wrapped around his feet, his body slowly rose into the air. To his amazement, he discovered that he could now float. The Dragon King expressed his approval of the result, while Renia watched in complete amazement. Even the woman in the mirror appeared impressed. Seeing the new power in action, she admitted that Wu Yuqing had not been exaggerating about Xuejing's potential. A sudden sound echoed across the sky. The Dragon King, Renia, and the woman in the mirror immediately sensed something was wrong and turned toward the source of the disturbance. Renia looked visibly shaken as she tried to understand what had happened. When Xuejing looked up, he saw a massive swarm of enormous dragons flying toward them at incredible speed. The Dragon King's expression grew heavy. He explained that those dragons had once been his followers. However, after falling under the influence of God, 005, they had been corrupted and transformed into puppets controlled by Mirror World. Hearing that, Xuejing immediately asked whether they could still be saved. The Dragon King revealed that there was only one way. Xuejing would have to defeat them and absorb the divine essence contained within their bodies. Only then could they be released from Mirror World's control. Understanding the situation, Xuejing accepted the task. He immediately instructed the woman in the mirror to continue tracking Mirror World's location and not allow it to escape. The woman in the mirror acknowledged the order before transforming into a reflection and disappearing into his watch. With that taken care of, Xuejing activated both Shadow Flame and Dragon Horns. As he looked at the incoming dragons, a new thought crossed his mind. Using Dragon Horns only for flight felt wasteful. If he wanted to maximize his combat effectiveness, he needed a proper mount. His eyes quickly settled on a massive red dragon within the approaching swarm. Without hesitation, he selected it as his target. The next moment, Xuejing shot into the sky. Moving at incredible speed, he circled around the red dragon repeatedly. Unable to track his movements, the dragon became increasingly furious and let out a series of angry roars. Before it could react further, Xuejing suddenly appeared above it and landed directly on its head. Using the dragon's horns to maintain his balance, he called out to the Dragon King. Since the Dragon King wanted to save his followers as well, Xuejing asked him to lend his strength. As he placed his palm on the red dragon's head and activated his power, a series of notifications appeared before him. Almost immediately, the red dragon's violent resistance disappeared. The creature became noticeably calmer. Realizing what had happened, Xuejing excitedly concluded that the dragon had accepted him. However, there was no time to celebrate. A winged demonic creature suddenly charged toward him with its enormous jaws wide open. Without even dismounting, Jing gathered both shadow energy and lightning energy into his fist. He unleashed a single powerful punch. The attack instantly shattered the creature into countless fragments, destroying it on the spot. Another notification immediately appeared. After seeing the reward, Jing began calculating the value of the creatures around him. Taming the Dragon King alone had already granted him hundreds of points of divine essence. Compared to that, ordinary monsters seemed insignificant. Even so, he understood that quantity could eventually become quality. If enough corrupted creatures were gathered together, the divine essence gained from defeating them would still become an enormous source of power. 2 hours later, after fighting non-stop against corrupted dragons and demonic creatures, Jing's attributes had increased tremendously. The constant battles had turned into an incredible source of experience and divine essence. But even he was beginning to feel the strain. Standing atop the red dragon, he reflected on how absurdly profitable the grinding had become. However, he also realized that if he continued fighting at this pace, exhaustion would eventually catch up to him. At that moment, the woman in the mirror suddenly contacted him through his watch. She urgently informed him that God 005 was on the move. The corrupted individual carrying Mirror World was heading directly toward Rinia's location. Realizing the danger, Jing immediately turned his attention toward Rinia. Meanwhile, near a cliffside, Rinia had been resting beside the injured Dragon King. After hearing movement from the nearby forest, she woke up and looked toward the source of the noise. The moment she saw who was approaching, she froze. Her father, her mother, and several villagers were walking toward her. Completely unaware that they had fallen under Mirror World's control, Rinia became overjoyed and rushed toward them. She excitedly greeted her parents and tried to reassure them that she was safe and that the Dragon King had survived. Before she could finish speaking, her father suddenly struck her with a powerful slap, sending her tumbling across the ground. Ignoring her completely, he coldly stated that they needed to kill the Dragon God. Rinia sat on the ground in disbelief. She desperately tried to reason with him, reminding him that the Dragon God was the core of their world. If he died, the entire world would be destroyed. However, her mother responded with an equally horrifying answer. To them, none of that mattered anymore. As long as they killed the Dragon God, they believed they would finally be free. Realizing that something was terribly wrong, Rinia stood up and blocked their path. She refused to allow them to harm the Dragon God. Under Mirror World's influence, her father issued a final warning. If she refused to move aside, he would kill her along with the Dragon God. The next moment, he hurled his weapon directly at her. Rinia closed her eyes and stood frozen in place. Just before the weapon could strike, Jing arrived. He intercepted the attack with his bare hand. The weapon shattered instantly upon impact with the dragon scale armor covering his body, while the force of the collision sent Rinia's father crashing to the ground. After protecting her, Jing explained the situation. The villagers had been infected by Mirror World. Although they still possessed their memories and appeared normal on the surface, they were now nothing more than puppets controlled by the divine relic. Unable to hold back her tears, Rinia begged him to save them. Because Jing was so powerful, she desperately believed he could find a way. Unfortunately, the Dragon King delivered grim news. According to him, nobody could save those who had already fallen under Mirror World's control. The only true solution was destroying Mirror World itself. The Dragon King then pointed toward the distance. More villagers were approaching. There were at least 30 or 40 infected people moving toward them. As Jing watched the growing crowd, he quickly assessed the situation. If all of them rushed forward simultaneously, protecting both Rinia and the injured Dragon King would become extremely difficult. He immediately asked the Dragon King whether he could still fight. The Dragon King apologized and admitted that his injuries had not yet healed. Internally, Jing wondered whether the Dragon King had always been this fragile or if losing so much divine essence had severely weakened him. Regardless of the reason, the situation remained troublesome. The villagers themselves were not especially strong, but their numbers made them dangerous. More importantly, they were innocent civilians under mind control. Killing them was not an option. He would need to stop every single one of them while using the minimum amount of force possible. He could not strike any vital areas, and he could not allow them to break through his defense. After making his decision, Jing turned toward Rinia. He ordered her to stay behind the Dragon King and instructed her not to come out no matter what happened. Rinia wanted to protest, but Xue Jing calmly reassured her. He promised that he would not hurt her parents. Trusting him, Renia reluctantly retreated behind the Dragon King. Before leaving, she thanked him and asked him to stay safe as well. As the battle began, Renia's father charged directly at Xue Jing with his weapon raised. Xue Jing calmly stepped aside and avoided the attack. He then delivered a precise strike to the man's neck, knocking him unconscious instantly. Even so, he felt he might have used slightly more force than necessary. Before he could think further, more villagers rushed toward him with weapons in hand. Moving at incredible speed, Xue Jing weaved through the crowd. One after another, he struck the villagers on the neck, causing them to collapse unconscious without suffering serious injuries. However, the situation quickly became frustrating. Every time he knocked someone down, another person immediately stepped forward to take their place. Watching the seemingly endless stream of controlled villagers, Xue Jing realized that individually knocking them out was becoming inefficient. Fortunately, they were ordinary civilians with no martial arts training, allowing him to incapacitate each person with a single strike. Even so, their numbers continued to grow. He began searching for a method capable of stopping everyone at once. His first thought was Shadow Flame, but he immediately dismissed the idea. While the ability possessed excellent restraining power, its destructive nature would seriously injure ordinary people. As he examined the shadow energy gathering in his palm, another possibility crossed his mind. If he could separate the destructive aspect of Shadow Flame from its restraining properties, he might be able to immobilize large groups without causing significant harm. There is only one way to find out. Xue Jing slammed his palm against the ground. Shadow energy surged outward in a powerful shockwave, shattering the earth beneath the villagers' feet. The sudden impact launched them into the air before they crashed back down and lost consciousness. After confirming that none of them had suffered fatal injuries, Xue Jing felt relieved. The experiment had worked. At least for now, he had finally found a safer way to deal with large groups of controlled civilians. However, another problem remained. The individual carrying Mirror World was nowhere to be seen. As Xue Jing searched the battlefield, he suddenly wondered whether the relic's holder had even been among the villagers. Before he could investigate further, the woman in the mirror urgently shouted from inside his watch. She warned him that someone was directly behind him. Xue Jing reacted immediately and attempted to dodge. Even so, he was slightly too late. A mirror-like object flew past him and left a shallow cut on his arm. A moment later, a yellow-haired man appeared on the opposite side and effortlessly caught the relic. Seeing the stranger holding the mirror, Xue Jing quickly realized that this was the same person the woman in the mirror had detected earlier. The man spoke in an unfamiliar language that Xue Jing could not understand. Immediately afterward, countless streams of golden energy emerged from the bodies of the unconscious villagers and flowed back into the mirror. As the energy was reclaimed, the villagers slowly regained consciousness. Watching the scene unfold, Xue Jing finally understood the situation. The yellow-haired man was the source of the villagers' possession. He was the one using Mirror World to control them all. Seeing the horrifying scene unfold, Renia quickly translated the yellow-haired man's words. According to her, he intended to kill everyone. Realizing the danger, Xue Jing immediately ordered her to evacuate anyone who could still move. He would handle the enemy himself. At the same time, the woman in the mirror urgently warned him from inside his watch. She could sense that the yellow-haired man was rapidly being assimilated by Mirror World. The corruption had already progressed to a critical stage. As if confirming her warning, the yellow-haired man suddenly began chanting in an incomprehensible language. Moments later, he forcibly pressed the mirror-like relic into his own chest. The stone slowly merged with his body. Cracks spread across his skin as the relic embedded itself completely within him. A twisted smile appeared on his face. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of sharp glass-like fragments infused with powerful energy. The attack tore through the battlefield and struck several nearby villagers, causing heavy casualties. Xue Jing immediately sprang into action. Dodging through the deadly storm of glass shards, he rapidly closed the distance between himself and the corrupted man. Drawing his sword, he unleashed a powerful slash that shattered the incoming projectiles before they could reach their targets. The yellow-haired man seemed surprised by the resistance. For the first time, he directly acknowledged Xue Jing and questioned his identity. Standing firm with his sword in hand, Jing boldly declared that he was the one who had come to contain him. The answer only intensified the enemy's hostility. The corrupted man instantly launched himself forward at incredible speed. Jing raised his sword to block the attack. However, the man's true objective was not the strike itself. The moment their weapons made contact, he grabbed hold of Jing's blade. The woman in the mirror immediately realized what was happening and shouted a warning. Mirror World's corruption was traveling directly through the sword. A dark and foreign energy began spreading toward Jing's body through the weapon. The sudden development caught him off guard. He had not expected Mirror World to possess the ability to directly corrupt a person's body through physical contact. Recognizing the danger, he immediately released his sword and retreated. Landing several meters away, Jing clicked his tongue in frustration. The battle had become even more troublesome. The corrupted man wasted no time. Another barrage of glass crystals erupted toward him from every direction. This time, Jing activated Shadow Flame. Dark flames surged around his body and formed a defensive barrier that intercepted the incoming attack. Even while defending himself, he carefully analyzed the situation. Shadow Flame was approaching its cooldown period. If the fight dragged on any longer, he would lose one of his strongest defensive abilities. His eyes focused on the relic embedded within the enemy's chest. That was clearly the source of everything. If he could somehow strike the relic directly, the battle might end immediately. Unfortunately, reaching it would not be easy. Before he could formulate a new plan, the corrupted man unleashed another eruption of violet energy while speaking in the same incomprehensible language. Countless crystal structures erupted from beneath the ground. Within moments, thousands of enormous mirror-like surfaces rose into the sky, spreading throughout the entire area like giant doors. The battlefield was instantly transformed into a massive labyrinth of mirrors. Seeing the strange environment surrounding him, Jing quickly understood the enemy's intention. The opponent wanted to use the mirrors to hide and launch surprise attacks. Almost immediately, his suspicion was confirmed. A mirror behind him rippled. The yellow-haired man suddenly emerged from it and launched a direct attack with a sword. Jing reacted instantly and raised a shield formed from Shadow Flame. The attack collided with the shield and was successfully blocked. As he looked at the weapon in his opponent's hand, Jing immediately recognized it. The sword was his own. The yellow-haired man even admitted that the blade was surprisingly useful. Before the enemy could continue, Jing stepped forward and drove a powerful punch directly into his face. The impact launched the man through the air. At the same time, Jing noticed something unexpected. The corrupted man was now speaking normally. For the first time, he sounded less like a puppet and more like a real person. However, before Jing could pursue the advantage, the enemy slipped into another mirror and vanished. At that moment, the woman in the mirror explained what was happening. This entire area had become Mirror World's domain. The reason Jing could now understand the corrupted man was likely because Mirror World itself was deliberately allowing communication. After hearing the explanation, Jing became even more certain of his suspicions. Mirror World was actively observing him. Rather than retreating, he chose a far more direct solution. Shadow Flame erupted around his body, covering him from head to toe. If Mirror World wanted to play hide-and-seek, then he would simply destroy every hiding place available. Since the enemy relied on mirrors to move around and launch ambushes, removing the mirrors would eliminate the advantage entirely. Without hesitation, Jing unleashed wave after wave of Shadow Flame. The mirrors shattered one after another. Every explosion reduced the domain further. The yellow-haired man could do nothing but watch as his battlefield disappeared piece by piece. Eventually, only a single mirror remained standing. The corrupted man stood inside it. Seeing that the enemy had nowhere left to run, Jing prepared to finish the fight. However, instead of resisting, the yellow-haired man simply smiled. Then he vanished. The sudden disappearance caught Jing completely off guard. A moment later, he discovered where the enemy had gone. The yellow-haired man had entered the watch on his wrist. Using the watch's reflective surface as a new gateway, the corrupted man launched a crystal spear directly at him. Jing immediately used dragon horns to enhance his movement and narrowly avoided the attack. The spear missed by only a small margin. Even so, the danger was not over. Tiny crystal fragments broke apart during the attack and scattered across his body. To his shock, The shards began burrowing directly into his skin. The corruption was attempting to invade him from the inside. Jing immediately released a violent burst of shadow flame from within his body. The dark flames surged through every part of him, burning away the crystal fragments that had burrowed into his flesh. For a moment, he felt relieved. The method was working. However, that relief lasted only a second. As he carefully sensed his condition, his expression darkened. The corruption had already spread much farther than he realized. It had quietly spread throughout nearly his entire body. At that moment, he finally understood the enemy's plan. The yellow-haired man had deliberately pressured him into repeatedly using shadow flame. Every time he burned away a portion of the corruption, he also consumed more energy. Meanwhile, the corruption continued spreading deeper and deeper. By the time he noticed the truth, it was already too late. His consciousness gradually became blurry. His thoughts slowed. Even standing became difficult. Faced with the possibility of becoming Mirror World's puppet, Jing reached a grim conclusion. He would rather die than lose control of himself. Just then, a familiar notification appeared before him. Twin lives. The skill reminded him of its effect. Upon death, all statuses would be reset, and within 7 days, he could freely choose a resurrection time. Seeing those words, Jing realized there was still one final option available. It was not an elegant solution. In fact, it was probably the most reckless solution possible. But it was the only one left. Without hesitation, he gathered shadow flame into his fist. The dark fire condensed into a terrifying amount of destructive power. Then he aimed it directly at himself. The woman in the mirror instantly realized what he intended to do. She shouted in alarm and tried to stop him. Unfortunately, she was too late. The punch landed. Blood erupted outward. Jing's body collapsed onto the ground. His life came to an abrupt end. At the same time, shadow flame entered its cool-down period. The woman in the mirror rushed out of the watch in panic. She ran toward his motionless body and desperately called his name. Liquid glass flowed from her body and wrapped around him as she attempted to preserve him. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired man slowly approached. Looking down at the corpse, he coldly declared that Jing was not worthy of becoming his master. Furious, the woman in the mirror charged toward him. The corrupted man merely glanced at her. With a single command, he suppressed her power completely. The difference between their ranks was overwhelming. She froze in place and fell helplessly to the ground. The yellow-haired man then knelt beside Jing's corpse. Placing a finger against his forehead, he spoke about how the weak did not deserve to exist. Dark power spread from his hand. Soon, liquid glass completely encased Jing's body. Watching the scene unfold, the woman in the mirror lost hope. She believed everything was over. There would be no coming back from this. Then the scene changed. Jing slowly regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he found himself inside a strange void. There was no sky, no ground, only endless darkness. Confused, he wondered if this was what existed beyond death. Yet something immediately felt different. Shadow flame was still present. Dark fire swirled around his hands. More importantly, it felt alive. The power was responding to him in a way it never had before. The sensation reminded him of the moment visualization True had first awakened. As he examined the phenomenon, a possibility emerged. Perhaps death itself was the key. Perhaps shadow flame had always required its wielder to cross the boundary between life and death before revealing its true nature. Just as that realization formed, a new notification appeared before him. A special condition had been fulfilled. At that moment, everything suddenly made sense to him. Death had never been the end. For shadow flame, death was merely the trigger required for its evolution. At that moment, the body of Jing, which had been completely sealed inside the liquid glass, suddenly moved. The yellow-haired man froze. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. He stared at the motionless corpse that should have remained dead. Then, without warning, dark flames burst from within the glass prison. The shadow flame rapidly spread through every layer of the liquid glass. The yellow-haired man's expression changed drastically. He immediately stepped back. Confusion and fear filled his eyes. He could not understand what he was witnessing. A dead man was moving. The impossible was happening right in front of him. As the shadow flame continued to spread, the liquid glass rapidly melted away. Piece after piece disintegrated under the terrifying power of the dark fire. Soon, the entire shell shattered. Jing slowly stood up. Violent shadow flames swirled around his body. The pressure radiating from him was completely different from before. It felt as though he had become an entirely new person. At that moment, a notification appeared before him. Twin lives. Cooldown: 59 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 51 seconds. Specialization successful. Shadow Flame had evolved. Shadow Flame, true. Level 3. Xue Jing silently clenched his fist. Dark energy gathered around his hand. Looking directly at the yellow-haired man, Xue Jing calmly spoke. God, 005 had better prepare itself for what was coming next. The yellow-haired man immediately flew into a rage. Crystal spikes erupted from his arm and fused together into a spear-like weapon. Without hesitation, he charged forward. His speed exploded. The crystal spear aimed directly for Xue Jing's chest. However, Xue Jing did not move. He remained standing exactly where he was. The yellow-haired man thought he had succeeded. Then Xue Jing vanished. The attacker's eyes widened. Before he could react, a voice sounded from behind him. Too slow. The yellow-haired man hurriedly tried to turn around. He was already too late. Xue Jing's fist slammed into the side of his head. The impact detonated like an explosion. The yellow-haired man was launched into the air before crashing across the battlefield. He tumbled along the ground before finally forcing himself back to his feet. Holding his head, he stared at Xue Jing in complete disbelief. He could not understand how the situation had changed so dramatically. Moments ago, Xue Jing had been completely cornered. Now he possessed overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, Xue Jing examined the shadow flame surrounding his hand. The improvement was obvious. After evolving into Shadow Flame, true, both his speed and destructive power had increased by more than an entire tier. The difference was enormous. It felt like a completely different ability. Realizing direct combat was no longer working, the yellow-haired man immediately changed tactics. He activated Mirror World's power once again. Hundreds of crystal pillars erupted from ground. The crystals then launched toward Xue Jing from every direction. Each one carried enough force to tear apart ordinary opponents instantly. Yet just before the barrage reached him, Xue Jing disappeared once more. Not a single crystal managed to touch him. The yellow-haired man flew into a rage. Unable to track Xue Jing's movements, he frantically looked around and shouted in anger. He could not understand how Xue Jing kept disappearing. Then Xue Jing's voice suddenly echoed from somewhere nearby. He calmly asked if the yellow-haired man was looking for him. The yellow-haired man hurriedly turned in every direction, trying to locate him. Before he could react, Xue Jing suddenly appeared directly above him. A devastating punch crashed into his head. The impact slammed him into the ground. Blood burst from his mouth as his body dug a crater into the earth. As the yellow-haired man groaned in pain, Xue Jing reminded him of the words he had spoken earlier, asking whether he had not claimed that Xue Jing was weak and unworthy of becoming his master. Struggling to stand, the yellow-haired man quickly changed his attitude. He awkwardly insisted that Xue Jing must have misunderstood him. According to him, someone as powerful as Xue Jing was obviously worthy. However, Xue Jing coldly replied that he was no longer interested. The yellow-haired man's expression twisted with fury. Realizing he could not deceive Xue Jing, he abandoned the act entirely. With gritted teeth, he declared that if Xue Jing refused to become his master, then he would simply die instead. He slammed his hand onto the ground. Hundreds of mirrors erupted across the battlefield once again. But before he could take advantage of them, Xue Jing charged forward. Using nothing but overwhelming force, he smashed through mirror after mirror with his fists. The yellow-haired man immediately retreated into one of the mirrors. While fleeing, he admitted that Xue Jing had become a monster. Even so, he remained confident. From inside the mirror world, he mockingly explained that as long as he remained within the mirrors, they would continue regenerating endlessly. According to him, Xue Jing would never be able to reach him. At that moment, Xue Jing turned toward the woman in the mirror. He instructed her to open a passage and lock onto Mirror World's true body. Without hesitation, she activated her power. Golden energy erupted from her body and transformed into a beam of light. The beam struck the divine relic embedded inside the yellow-haired man's chest. The moment it connected, the yellow-haired man's expression changed. He could feel something interfering with Mirror World's protection. Furious and confused, he demanded to know what they had done to him. Meanwhile, Jing calmly picked up his sword. Shadow flame surged across the blade. Dark fire wrapped around the weapon as he prepared his final strike. He informed Mirror World that escape was no longer possible. Looking at Jing, the yellow-haired man unexpectedly spoke in a different tone. He admitted that Jing truly was as powerful as the rumors claimed. Before Jing could ask further questions, he swung his sword. A massive shadow flame slash erupted forward. The attack cut directly through the mirror. The entire structure shattered apart. Fragments of glass exploded throughout the battlefield. As the mirror broke apart, the divine relic hidden within finally fell to the ground. Jing immediately stepped forward and picked it up. Holding the relic in his hand, he questioned what Mirror World had meant by those rumors. At that moment, the woman in the mirror emerged from the relic itself. Her expression carried a hint of nostalgia. She admitted that too much time had passed for her to remember everything clearly. However, she recalled that someone had once spoken about Jing. That person had claimed he possessed a special power. Because of those words, she had continued waiting for him all this time. She further explained that her previous two masters had been far too weak. As a result, she needed to make sure that her next master was capable of enduring the power she carried. After hearing the explanation, Jing finally understood. From the very beginning, Mirror World had been testing him. From within the divine relic, the woman in the mirror spoke one final time. She confirmed that Jing had passed her test. She asked him to keep her by his side and patiently wait for her next awakening. As her voice faded away, Jing let out a relieved sigh. In the next moment, a familiar sensation washed over him. The surroundings distorted, and he was instantly transported back to Dragon Village. After arriving, he looked around in confusion and realized he had already left Mirror World. Before he could think further, his sword suddenly began trembling. Cracks rapidly spread across the blade. Raising it in front of him, Jing carefully examined the damage. It seemed the sword had become brittle after enduring power beyond its limits. Moments later, the blade completely shattered. Fragments fell to the ground one after another. Looking at the broken pieces, Jing immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He could already imagine what would happen if his senior sister discovered the sword she had given him had been destroyed. At that moment, the Dragon King called out to him. Almost simultaneously, the woman in the mirror appeared again nearby. Unlike before, she looked extremely excited. She happily declared that she could finally return and report everything. The Dragon King then lowered his head respectfully towards Jing. He sincerely thanked him for saving the boundary rift. Caught slightly off guard, Jing awkwardly accepted the gratitude. Remembering something important, he quickly asked where all the villagers had gone. The Dragon King explained that ever since Jing entered Mirror World's domain, the villagers had gradually recovered their senses. After regaining control of themselves, they had all returned safely to the village. Just then, Rinia hurried over. She excitedly thanked Jing for saving her parents. Smiling faintly, Jing told her there was no need to thank him so much. In his view, he had simply done what was necessary to survive and escape. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound echoed throughout the sky. Everyone instinctively looked upward. The blue sky overhead began splitting apart like fragile glass. Large cracks spread across the heavens. As pieces shattered away, a completely different night sky appeared behind them. The sight was so unbelievable that even Jing was left stunned. Wondering what he was witnessing, he questioned the woman in the mirror. She explained that this was the result of Mirror World being dispelled. Since Jing had successfully contained God 005, the abnormal influence covering the boundary rift was now disappearing. According to her, if this had been a true and complete Mirror World, the entire world would have shattered. However, this place had originally been a boundary rift that was merely invaded by Mirror World. Because of that, only Mirror World special traits were being stripped away. Once the process finished, the boundary rift would no longer suffer from those abnormalities. From then onward, everything inside would continue developing naturally. While listening to the explanation, Jing quietly examined himself. Ever since containing God 005, he could clearly feel a strange, new power resting within his body. Before he could investigate further, a notification suddenly appeared. He had successfully contained a divine relic. At the same time, he received an enormous reward of 2,568 divine essence. The moment he saw the number, his eyes widened. Xue Jing was completely stunned. After everything he had gone through, he had finally received a reward far greater than anything before. He could not help but compare it to his battle against the Dragon King. Even after nearly getting himself killed fighting a dragon, he had not earned anywhere close to this amount. The Dragon King looked at Xue Jing and expressed his gratitude once more. To thank him for freeing both himself and his people, he wished to offer a gift. Hearing that, Xue Jing became curious. At the same time, he could not help feeling excited. After all, who would refuse additional loot? The Dragon King then handed over a mysterious object. The moment Xue Jing saw it, he froze in shock. It was a dragon egg. Unable to believe his eyes, he stared at it in confusion. The Dragon King explained that the egg contained his child. Once it hatched, it would inherit his power. In the future, Xue Jing would be able to ride it and freely soar through the skies. As soon as he heard that, countless images flashed through his mind. He immediately imagined himself riding a majestic black dragon through the clouds. The thought alone was enough to excite him. However, another question quickly surfaced. He asked how he was supposed to hatch the egg. The Dragon King reminded him of the time he shared his power with the woman in the mirror. Recalling that scene, Xue Jing already had a bad feeling. Nevertheless, he decided to test it first. He poured some divine essence into the egg. A notification instantly appeared. The dragon egg had begun hatching. Progress, 1 out of 50,000. The moment he saw the number, Xue Jing nearly choked. 50,000 divine essence. The requirement was so outrageous that he felt immediate despair. He already had numerous abilities waiting to be upgraded. His divine essence shortage was severe enough as it was. Now, he not only had to feed his skills, but also raise a dragon. At that moment, Xue Jing realized that his future would likely revolve around hunting down even more divine relics. Suddenly, the watch on his wrist began beeping. An incoming video call appeared. It was Qinsheng. After accepting the call, Qinsheng's face immediately appeared on the screen. She sounded relieved that a signal had finally connected. She quickly asked about his situation and whether the team needed to wait at the Boundary Rift entrance. Xue Jing calmly informed her that there was no need. The mission had already been completed and he was on his way out. Standing beside Qinsheng were Shaoxing and Mandrill. Both of them looked at him with obvious admiration. Even through the screen, they could barely hide their amazement. Qinsheng then informed him that a temporary camp had been established outside the rift. She told him to come out first, so they could discuss everything properly. After ending the call, Xue Jing turned toward the Dragon King and Renia. He informed them that it was time for him to leave. Before departing, he thanked the Dragon King for the valuable gift. The Dragon King respectfully asked him to take good care of the egg. Nearby, Renia looked visibly saddened. She quietly asked whether they would ever meet again. As Xue Jing walked away, he simply waved his hand and replied that he hoped they would. The woman in the mirror also waved goodbye and cheerfully told Renia that they would meet again someday. Soon afterward, Xue Jing left the Boundary Rift. Meanwhile, outside the rift, a temporary camp had been established. Inside one of the tents, Qinsheng explained everything that had happened after his disappearance. Not long after he entered the Boundary Rift, the monitoring system had begun sounding alarms non-stop. The core had entered a state of turmoil. The divine relic had fully awakened. Its danger level rapidly exceeded the critical threshold. At that point, everyone believed Xue Jing had already died inside. Remembering his earlier request, Qinsheng immediately arranged for several suitable candidates who met the entry requirements. If the worst had happened, they at least wanted to retrieve his body. After hearing the explanation, Xue Jing thanked her for the consideration. However, before the conversation could continue, something unexpected happened. A brilliant blue beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. Everyone inside the camp instinctively looked upward. Even Qinsheng was caught off guard. The beam rapidly approached before crashing directly into the center of the camp. A dazzling explosion of blue light erupted. For a brief moment, nobody could see anything. Then, as the light gradually faded away, a mysterious figure appeared where the beam had landed. As the dust settled, the figure that had arrived within the beam of light became visible. It was Shen Daowei, the deputy commander of the 6th Bureau. After landing, he retracted his mechanical wings into the backpack-like device on his back and headed directly toward Qinsheng's office. The soldiers nearby were immediately shocked by his appearance, wondering why someone of such high status had personally come to this place. Inside the office, Qingqing quietly informed Xue Jing about Shen Daoi's identity. She explained that he was an extremely influential figure whose authority extended far beyond Jing City and advised Xue Jing to be careful with his words. Xue Jing simply acknowledged her warning. A moment later, Shen Dao entered the room and stopped directly in front of Xue Jing. He carefully examined him with a serious expression, causing Xue Jing to become slightly confused. However, the stern atmosphere disappeared instantly when Shen Dao suddenly broke into a cheerful smile. He enthusiastically praised Xue Jing's performance, explaining that after reviewing his file, he had already believed that Xue Jing was someone extraordinary and felt quite proud of his own judgment. The sudden change in attitude left Xue Jing completely confused. After exchanging a glance with Qingqing and receiving her acknowledgement, Shen Dao officially announced that Xue Jing would become an external special advisor of the 6th Bureau's Special Operations Division and the White Crow Task Force. Still confused, Xue Jing listened as Qingqing brought over an envelope containing a badge. Shen Dao explained that the badge represented his new status and would grant him access to the 6th Bureau while also allowing him to utilize White Crow resources whenever necessary. Looking at the badge, Xue Jing couldn't help feeling slightly disappointed. After everything he had gone through, he had been expecting something more practical, preferably money. Qingqing immediately congratulated him and even addressed him with a respectful title, which only added to his confusion. Rather than feeling honored, Xue Jing openly expressed his reluctance. The position sounded troublesome to him, and he had never intended to join White Crow in the first place. He also pointed out that the intelligence provided before the mission had been inaccurate, and that he could have easily died inside the boundary rift if he had not been strong enough. Shen Dao responded calmly, explaining that greater power naturally came with greater responsibility. Xue Jing remained unconvinced, pointing out that he would still be the one dealing with the danger whenever problems appeared. In response, Shen Dao explained that future missions would place him in contact with many more divine relics. Since containing divine relics was already closely connected to what he was doing, these opportunities would ultimately benefit him as well. Hearing that, Xue Jing finally began to understand what Shen Dao was really trying to offer. The deputy commander explained that once Xue Jing accepted the appointment, he would gain access to all information within the 6th Bureau. Whenever he wished, he could freely browse its records. In addition, depending on the difficulty of future missions, he would also have the opportunity to apply for the use of divine relics ranked within the top 3 digits. Hearing that, Xue Jing immediately became interested. The mention of high-ranking divine relics was enough to change his attitude. Without hesitation, he accepted the appointment, stating that since they trusted him so much, he was willing to give it a try. Qingqing handed the envelope to him while quietly giving the deputy commander a thumbs up. As he accepted it, Xue Jing reminded the deputy commander that he had better keep his promise. The deputy commander confidently assured him that he would. He then informed Xue Jing that there was also a small induction trip arranged for him inside the envelope and suggested that he use the opportunity to relax for a while. Curious, Xue Jing opened the envelope and discovered a VIP cruise ticket inside. He was surprised, while Qingqing quickly explained that it was a ticket for a top-tier luxury cruise whose value reached millions and was not something that could easily be purchased with money alone. As he examined the ticket, he noticed that boarding was restricted to people who met special requirements. Only holders of divine relics or blessed recipients were eligible to participate. The scene then shifted to the entrance of the dock. Xue Jing made his way toward the boarding area while Wanner, still in her cat form, sat on his shoulder. Since pets were not allowed on the cruise, he questioned whether she would be able to get through security. Wanner assured him that there was no need to worry and that they would meet again once they were aboard the ship. She then jumped from his shoulder and disappeared into the crowd. Continuing toward the dock, Xue Jing observed a large number of people gathered near the boarding area. Based on the boarding requirements, he concluded that none of them could be ordinary individuals. Bringing together so many relic holders and blessed recipients clearly suggested that the voyage was about far more than a simple vacation. At the same time, he couldn't help remembering that Twin Lives was still on cooldown and hoped that nothing troublesome would happen during the trip. Unfortunately, his hope did not last long. As he approached the cruise ship, a spear knife suddenly shot toward him at high speed. Detecting it instantly, he caught it with one hand and remarked that surprise attacks were a bad habit. Almost immediately, several assassins armed with samurai swords rushed out from the crowd and launched coordinated attacks against him. One blade after another swung toward him, but Xue Jing calmly avoided every strike. While weaving through the attacks, he quickly recognized the swordsmanship being used. The techniques belonged to the Golden Wind White Rainbow sword style. Creating some distance, he directly asked whether they were from Golden Wind Dojo. At that moment, a large black-haired man dressed in a black suit stepped forward. His expression was filled with anger as he blamed people from Hidden Dragon Dojo for the current state of Golden Wind Dojo. Their master had disappeared, many disciples were dead, and the rest had scattered, leaving the dojo in ruins. Xue Jing listened to the accusation with complete confusion and questioned what any of that had to do with him. The black-haired man grew even angrier and blamed Hidden Dragon Dojo for the downfall of Golden Wind Dojo. In his eyes, if Elder Gu had not injured their master, the dojo would never have fallen apart. Xue Jing showed little sympathy for that argument. He pointed out that losing to a stronger opponent was simply reality and that blaming others for being stronger made no sense. Enraged, the black-haired man charged forward, determined to drag Xue Jing down with him no matter the cost. He launched a series of powerful attacks, but Xue Jing avoided every one of them with ease. No matter how aggressively the man attacked, he could not land a single hit. Growing increasingly frustrated, the man mocked Hidden Dragon Dojo, claiming that its members either hid from their enemies or locked themselves away like cowards. Xue Jing immediately fired back, pointing out that Golden Wind Dojo was hardly any better. In his view, they were weak, constantly picked fights they could not win, and then blamed others whenever they suffered defeat. Activating the power of dragon horns, Xue Jing sarcastically remarked that if shamelessness were being ranked, Golden Wind Dojo would undoubtedly be number one. A moment later, a powerful bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck the black-haired man directly. The attack left him severely injured and sent him collapsing to the ground. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining assassins immediately rushed toward Xue Jing. Before they could reach him, however, a thick rope of energy shot out from the cruise ship. It wrapped around the attackers, binding them tightly together in an instant and leaving them completely helpless. The person controlling the rope stepped forward from the ship and coldly reprimanded them for causing trouble on his territory. The man was Tang Yao, the manager of Infinite Nova. After restraining the attackers, Tang Yao politely apologized to Xue Jing for the disturbance and for failing to guarantee his safety before boarding. He then invited Xue Jing aboard, explaining that the ship's owner wished to meet him personally. As he followed Tang Yao onto the cruise ship, Xue Jing couldn't help paying attention to the manager's abilities. The energy rope had subdued the attackers with surprising ease, and it clearly wasn't an ordinary technique. He found himself wondering whether it was the power of a divine relic or Tang Yao's own ability. Moving through the ship's corridors, he also noticed that the security personnel stationed throughout the vessel were far from weak. Combined with Tang Yao's unusual powers, the entire cruise continued to give him a strange feeling. Eventually, they arrived outside a room. Tang Yao stopped in front of the door and informed Xue Jing that they had reached their destination and that the ship's owner was already waiting for him inside. As he pushed open the door, Xue Jing wondered what kind of person could own a cruise ship like this. The moment he stepped inside, however, he froze in surprise. Wu Yuqing was casually reclining in a chair, calmly enjoying tea, as if she had been expecting him all along. The unexpected sight immediately caught him off guard. Wu Yuqing greeted him warmly and remarked that he probably had many questions for her. Walking closer, Xue Jing directly asked whether she was the owner of the cruise ship. Wu Yuqing replied that he could think of her as the owner, though her answer only left him more confused. Rather than dwelling on the wording, he decided to focus on the matter that concerned him most. Reaching into his pocket, he took out the divine relic he had recently contained and brought up something that had been bothering him. According to God 005, there was a special power within him, and it had apparently been waiting for him because of it. He wanted to know who had revealed that information and what this mysterious power actually was. Instead of giving a direct answer, Wu Yuqing simply told him to guess. Sitting down, Xue Jing carefully laid out his reasoning. Both God 005 and God 1108 belonged to the same series and possessed self-awareness. He then took out the divine relic glasses Wu Yuqing had given him earlier and pointed out that they also seemed connected to the mirror series. Whether they were a derivative of the series or a fragment of God 1108 itself, The similarities were difficult to ignore. The relics were self-aware, connected to mirrors, and somehow knew that he was special. So far, he had only encountered 2 divine relics fitting that description: God 005 and God 1108. And God 1108 had been in Wu Youqing's possession from the very beginning. Wu Youqing remained silent. Seeing her reaction, Xue Jing continued. If someone had informed God 005 about him beforehand, there was only one person it could have been. In his view, that person was Jiang Youqing. For a moment, she simply smiled without answering. Eventually, she responded that since the outcome had benefited him, perhaps the motive behind it was not so important. Xue Jing immediately stood up. He was convinced that everything had been arranged deliberately and refused to believe she had gone through so much effort for no reason. More importantly, he disliked being manipulated without understanding what was happening. At that point, Wu Youqing finally revealed the truth. She explained that she had been born as a natural spirit sacrifice. Ever since childhood, a mysterious power had existed within her. That power had granted her status, wealth, and influence, but it also burdened her with a curse she could never escape. As the guardian of divine relics, she was required to secure specific relics within a designated period. Failure meant death. She then revealed that while Xue Jing had been helping her collect divine relics, he had also unknowingly been helping her stay alive. Hearing that explanation, Xue Jing finally understood why she had been willing to offer such an extraordinary salary from the beginning. Rather than becoming angry, he smiled and acknowledged how carefully she had planned everything. He assured her that as long as it was within his abilities, he would continue doing his best. After all, she was still his employer and the one paying him. Hearing that response, Wu Youqing sincerely thanked him. Holding the divine relic, Xue Jing asked how Wu Youqing planned to deal with God 005. Wu Youqing reminded him about the strange, new power he had already noticed within his body. She explained that once he learned how to use it, he could return the relic to her. Still unsatisfied, Xue Jing pressed further, wanting to know what that power actually was and how he was supposed to control it. Wu Youqing only told him that since the relic had already recognized him as its master, he would eventually discover the answer himself. Looking down at God 005, Xue Jing recalled that the cracks covering the relic concealed the ability to travel between worlds. If he could truly master that power, surviving future dangers would become much easier. With the discussion seemingly over, Wu Youqing told him to return to his room and get some rest. She also reminded him not to miss the banquet that evening, hinting that a surprise was waiting for him there. Back in his room, Xue Jing immediately began experimenting with his new power. Closing his eyes, he calmed his mind and carefully guided the energy toward a nearby mirror. As the power flowed, he touched the mirror's surface and suddenly perceived the strange world hidden within it. Curious, he attempted to pass through. For a brief moment, he successfully entered the mirror world, only to be thrown back into reality almost immediately. The failed attempt left him disappointed, but not surprised. A power like this was never going to be easy to master. As he was thinking about his next attempt, he noticed someone sitting on his bed. Turning around, he found Wanner in her cat form. Judging by the mess around her mouth, she had clearly been busy. When asked what she had been doing, Wanner casually explained that she had gone to inspect the ship's kitchen. While the food portions could not compare to Xue Jing's cooking, she admitted that the variety available on the cruise was impressive. Xue Jing wondered whether she was worried about being discovered while wandering around so openly. Wanner pointed out that with so many unusual things happening aboard the ship, attracting attention was hardly a concern. While gently patting her head, Xue Jing assured her that it would probably be fine anyway. The ship's owner was someone he knew, and he doubted she would cause trouble over something like this. He then took out God 005 and explained that he was trying to learn how to use it. If anything went wrong during the process, he wanted Wanner to wake him up immediately. The moment Wanner sensed the relic, she wrinkled her nose in obvious disgust. The aura coming from it felt unpleasant, making her suspect it was another object left behind by an outer god. Xue Jing shook his head and clarified that this was no ordinary item. Unlike the relic fragments they had encountered before, this was a complete and genuine divine relic. It was God 005, Mirror World itself. The moment Wanner learned that the relic in Xue Jing's hand was God 005, she was visibly surprised. From her understanding, special effect divine relics of that level should have possessed an exceptionally pure nature. Yet despite that, she could still sense a strange and unpleasant aura coming from it. Holding the relic, Xue Jing began to wonder whether that strange feeling was somehow connected to Wu Youqing's power. Wanner, however, had a much simpler solution in mind. Stretching out her sharp claws, she casually suggested destroying the relic altogether and ending the problem at its source. Xue Jing quickly dismissed the idea. He was convinced the issue could be solved with a little more effort. He summoned another mirror and attempted to enter it once again. Just like before, his body only made it halfway through before he was violently pushed back. He stumbled backward and fell onto the floor. Seeing the result, Wanner immediately realized the attempt had failed again. Rubbing his head, Xue Jing explained that every time he tried to pass through, it felt as though the mirror was rejecting him. Wanner jumped down from the bed and suggested that the problem might not be the technique itself. In her opinion, he had not truly gained the relic's acceptance yet. Although she did not know how he had obtained God 005, she could clearly sense a subtle hostility from it toward him. That observation made Xue Jing think back to everything that had happened so far. He had assumed the relic had already acknowledged him, but apparently that was not enough. Wanner admitted that she could not explain the process perfectly. Back when she was at her peak, her strength had been overwhelming enough that most things simply could not reject her. In situations like this, absolute power was often the most direct solution. Those words immediately gave Xue Jing an idea. Opening his status interface, he thought about Abin. If raw power was the answer, then perhaps he could use Abin's strength to suppress God 005 and force the relic into harmony with him. The concept sounded simple, but actually carrying it out proved far more difficult than expected. After several attempts, however, he finally succeeded. A wave of power flowed through his body as the fusion completed successfully, causing his divinity to increase significantly. Realizing that his plan had worked, Xue Jing became noticeably excited. Wanner sensed the change immediately and urged him to try entering the mirror again. Without wasting any time, Xue Jing created another mirror and stepped forward. This time, there was no rejection. His body passed smoothly through the mirror, and moments later he emerged from another mirror elsewhere in the room. Seeing the successful result, Wanner was genuinely impressed. She had expected it to take much longer, yet he had managed to figure it out almost immediately. Xue Jing was satisfied as well. Although the movement speed was still far from ideal, the most important problem had been solved. At the very least, he was no longer being thrown back out of the mirror. Now all that remained was practice. As evening arrived, Xue Jing entered the banquet hall and casino area aboard the cruise ship. He was dressed in an expensive suit, while Wanner walked beside him in her human form, casually holding onto his arm. The moment they entered, they attracted the attention of nearly everyone in the hall. Many eyes followed Wanner as the pair moved through the crowd. While walking, Xue Jing quietly observed the guests around him. Using his abilities, he discovered that a surprising number of people present possessed divine relics. The discovery immediately caught his interest. With so many relics gathered in one place, he could feel the divinity surrounding him from every direction. At this rate, accumulating enough power to hatch the dragon egg no longer seemed like an impossible task. Before long, Wanner's attention was completely captured by the food section. Unable to resist, she headed off to explore the banquet tables on her own, leaving Xue Jing to wander through the hall by himself. Not long after, a beautiful red-haired woman in an elegant red dress approached him. She casually wrapped herself around his arm and attempted to draw him into a conversation, her manner playful and suggestive. At the same time, she carefully examined him. The strange protective aura surrounding Xue Jing immediately caught her attention, making her realize he was far from an ordinary guest. Xue Jing politely declined her invitation, explaining that he still had matters to handle. Rather than giving up, the woman simply smiled and hinted that the night's main event had not even begun yet. Just then, the lights throughout the hall suddenly dimmed. Everyone turned toward the stage as a spotlight illuminated Wu Youqing. Standing at the center of the hall, she welcomed the guests aboard the Infinite Nova and jokingly hoped that the earlier entertainment had not been too dull. Moments later, several guards carried large containers onto the stage. One after another, they placed them in a neat row before the audience. Inside each container was a divine relic. The atmosphere in the hall immediately changed. Wu Yuqing announced that the relics displayed before them would serve as the wagers for the night's games. Each relic possessed extraordinary value and power. Whether someone lost everything or gained unimaginable opportunities would depend entirely on their own abilities. The announcement caused a stir among the crowd. Some guests were surprised to see Wu Yuqing personally hosting the event. Others quietly discussed how she had not organized a gathering like this for years. Rumors had long circulated that every divine relic she had acquired recently had been added directly to her private collection. Standing beside Xue Jing, the red-haired woman listened to the conversations with amusement. Then she casually rested a hand on his shoulder and suggested that they try their luck together. This time, Xue Jing showed interest and asked what game they would be playing. With a smile, the woman grabbed his arm again and pointed toward one of the gaming tables nearby, inviting him to take a closer look. At one of the nearby gaming tables, a crowd had already gathered around an ongoing match. Spectators quietly discussed the results among themselves as they watched. The brown-haired player sitting at the table had already won multiple consecutive rounds, building an impressive winning streak and collecting several divine relics in the process. His continued success had become the center of attention throughout the hall. After securing yet another victory in a game of blackjack, he casually declared his win, drawing even more admiration from the surrounding crowd. At that moment, Xue Jing pulled out a chair and sat down at the table, politely expressing his intention to join the game. The brown-haired man glanced at him before asking what he intended to wager. In response, Xue Jing calmly placed God 005 on the table. The reaction was immediate. Not only the brown-haired player, but everyone nearby was stunned by the sight of a single-digit divine relic. Murmurs spread throughout the crowd as people realized the value of what had just been placed on the table. Seeing that Xue Jing was serious, the brown-haired man accepted the challenge. He briefly explained the rules, stating that the player with the highest total would win, before signaling for the cards to be dealt. As the game began, the brown-haired man confidently added one of his own divine relics to the wager. Meanwhile, Xue Jing quietly activated Visualization True. The moment the cards were dealt, he captured every detail. Using the information available for a split second, he was able to determine the suit and value of the hidden cards. Confident in what he had seen, he pushed his relic forward and officially entered the round. Across the table, the brown-haired man remained equally confident. His confidence came from an artificial eye capable of analyzing muscle movements and subtle expressions. According to the information it provided, Xue Jing had displayed brief signs of uncertainty and fatigue, leading him to conclude that his opponent lacked confidence in his hand. Believing victory was already secured, he became certain the round belonged to him. However, when the cards were revealed, the result was the exact opposite. Xue Jing won. The outcome left the brown-haired man stunned. Unable to accept the result, he abruptly rose from his seat and accused Xue Jing of cheating. Xue Jing simply sighed. In his view, blaming others after losing was nothing more than making excuses. The accusation failed to change the outcome, and the brown-haired man quickly shifted tactics. Rather than continuing the argument, he proposed playing a different game with higher stakes. Xue Jing had no objection. However, before discussing any new challenge, he calmly reminded the man that the relics and rewards for the previous round still belonged to him. Only after collecting his winnings was he willing to continue. As he looked at the Sea Swarm King's corpse, Xue Jing began thinking about the source of the divinity he had obtained. The Sea Swarm King functioned as the intelligence of the entire swarm, a genuinely sentient life form. If that was the reason it possessed divinity, then perhaps other insect kings possessed it as well. The thought lingered in his mind as he searched the ocean's surface. Before long, he spotted the Sea Swarm King's body floating among the waves. Swimming over, he retrieved the corpse and decided to bring it back to Wu Yuqing for evaluation. Later, inside room 9723 aboard the cruise ship, Tang Yao carefully inspected the specimen. After a thorough examination, he confirmed that it was indeed a genuine Sea Swarm King. According to him, Sea Swarm Kings were among the few high-threat marine species capable of bypassing naval defenses and entering human-controlled territory. Normally, sea swarms remain deep underwater and rarely approach the surface, making the attack on the cruise ship highly unusual. Fresh from a shower, Xue Jing emerged from the bathroom, drying his hair with a towel. In his view, the answer was obvious. Someone had deliberately lured the swarm there. As for the details, Wu Yuqing likely possessed the complete background information on every passenger aboard the ship. Seated nearby, Wu Yuqing confirmed part of the story. The two attackers, Wei and Qiying, belonged to an organization known as the Titan Brigade. More importantly, she believed neither of them was truly dead. The statement immediately surprised both Xue Jing and Weiner. Weiner pointed out that one of them had been blown apart while the other had been smashed into multiple pieces. Under normal circumstances, survival should have been impossible. Curious, Xue Jing asked what exactly the Titan Brigade was. Wu Yuqing began with something he already knew, the Boundary Rift. The Titan Brigade was a hunter organization that operated within boundary rifts. Its members earned their living by hunting dangerous creatures. The work was extremely risky, but the rewards were substantial. She then revealed a much more unusual discovery. Researchers had found a deep blue sphere embedded within the thalamus of certain members. The sphere was connected to countless nerves throughout the body and appeared to function as a device for uploading memory data into something called the Deep Blue Network. The name immediately caught Weiner's attention. She recalled encountering representatives of the organization in the past. They had attempted to promote a so-called digital ascension program, claiming they could upload a person's consciousness into cyberspace and grant a form of immortality. At the time, Weiner had dismissed the entire proposal as nonsense and driven them away before hearing anything further. After hearing the explanation, Xue Jing finally understood why members of the Titan Brigade seemed completely unafraid of death. As long as their consciousness survived inside the Deep Blue Network, they could continue existing in another body. In a sense, it was a form of artificial immortality. Still, he couldn't help wondering whether people truly trusted a company with access to every memory and secret inside their minds. Wu Yuqing explained that Deep Blue claimed to operate under strict privacy agreements, but whether those promises were actually honored was impossible to verify. More importantly, very few truly influential figures have been willing to upload themselves into the network. Ethical concerns and security risks had prevented the technology from becoming widely accepted. That answer only made Xue Jing more suspicious. If someone in a position of power had their secrets exposed, the consequences could easily affect entire governments and organizations. Wu Yuqing then displayed a holographic image of a massive octopus-like creature. According to various rumors, Deep Blue had never revealed the true source of its technology. One theory suggested that they had captured a boundary rift creature that existed entirely as a consciousness-based life form and learned the technology from it. Xue Jing immediately questioned how anyone could even locate such a creature. Wu Yuqing simply replied that the answer remained a secret. The more he listened, the less trustworthy Deep Blue sounded. In Xue Jing's opinion, if the technology were genuinely safe, the company would be advertising that fact everywhere. They would create security systems and safeguards to attract wealthy clients. The fact that they did not suggested either the technology had serious limitations or even Deep Blue couldn't guarantee its safety. Wu Yuqing smiled, impressed by the analysis. After conducting her own investigation, she had discovered that the Titan Brigade's mortality rate was unusually high. Because of that, she suspected the consciousness life form behind the technology might actually feed on consciousness itself. From her perspective, the true customers were people constantly risking their lives inside boundary rifts. Once those individuals died permanently, they would become food for whatever existed behind the network. The theory shocked both Weiner and Tang Yao. If that was the case, why did Wu Yuqing believe Wei and Qiying were still alive? She explained that their mission was likely commissioned directly by Deep Blue. Their consciousness had probably already been backed up, meaning new bodies could be prepared whenever necessary. She had also discovered another important detail. The Sea Swarm King produced a special hormone capable of helping people maintain their sanity inside boundary rifts. Deep Blue might have been targeting the Sea Swarm King because they were searching for something hidden within a rift. Hearing all of this, Xue Jing dropped onto a nearby sofa and let out a long breath. It felt as though he had accidentally made enemies of yet another powerful organization. Weiner couldn't help blaming Wu Yuqing for the situation. She had expected some exciting surprise during the trip, only to end up surrounded by trouble. That reminded Xue Jing of something. Turning toward Wu Yuqing, he asked about the surprise she had promised earlier. With a smile, She pointed out that an entire cruise ship filled with divine relics should already qualify as a surprise. Weiner immediately joined in, joking that Wu Yuqing might as well include herself as part of the reward. Wu Yuqing played along, saying that depended entirely on whether Weiner would approve. The exchange left Xue Jing visibly uncomfortable, and he quickly avoided getting involved. Later, standing alone by the ship's railing, he looked out across the sea. The Titan Brigade, Insect Kings, Deep Blue, and the Sea Swarm incident had all appeared during a single trip. The amount of trouble he encountered was beginning to feel almost unnatural. With the ship damaged and countless unknown risks still ahead, Xue Jing decided it would be better to investigate the surrounding area himself before anything else happened. While scouting the surroundings from the cruise ship, Xue Jing suddenly noticed something in the distance. Nearly 5 kilometers away, he could make out what looked like Vision City. Focusing his eyes further, he was shocked to discover that he could clearly see distant trees and even tiny insects resting on them. Realizing that his eyesight had improved dramatically, he picked up a bolt from the deck and casually threw it toward one of the insects. A moment later, the bolt struck its target perfectly despite the enormous distance. Xue Jing was stunned. His accuracy hadn't dropped at all over such a long range. Wanting to test it further, he picked up another bolt and targeted something even farther away. Once again, the throw landed perfectly. From this, he concluded that his effective attack range now matched the limits of his vision. At that moment, a notification appeared before him. Skill Lock-On has evolved into Lock-On True. Effect: ignore target distance and perform ultra-long-range sniping attacks. After reading the notification, Xue Jing quickly understood the significance of the upgrade. He could now lock on to targets from over 10 kilometers away, and as his eyesight continued improving, that range would only grow larger. If things continued at this rate, he would become more dangerous than an intercontinental sniper weapon. He even received additional attribute points, making him wonder whether simply imagining future possibilities counted as training. Curious about the limits of his abilities, Xue Jing activated Visualization True and entered a training simulation created from his own memories. As the world around him transformed, he began analyzing the nature of the skill. The scenes created by visualization weren't mere fantasies. They felt real, almost as if imagination itself had crossed into reality. If ordinary spiritual power could influence the outside world, then this advanced form of thought power should be capable of far more than simple meditation. To test his theory, he recreated the cockroach monster he had fought before. The monster immediately charged at him. Xue Jing effortlessly dodged the attack and countered using only a single finger. The concentrated force shattered the creature into countless fragments. From the result, he realized that focusing power into a single point was far more effective at penetrating defenses. It was a technique worth remembering for future opponents with exceptionally tough bodies. Next, he decided to attempt something more difficult. The training environment shifted once again, and the figure of his master appeared before him. Looking at the simulation, Xue Jing reflected on how his master constantly referred to herself as a cripple. However, he knew better than anyone that there was nothing ordinary about her. Anyone capable of defeating 3 top experts while still fighting him head-on had to possess countless terrifying abilities hidden beneath the surface. Yet no matter how hard he tried, Visualization True failed to perfectly reproduce her true strength. That realization made him understand that the skill still had limitations. His current level simply wasn't high enough to fully recreate someone as powerful as his master. Even so, the thought left him excited. If one day he could perfectly simulate any opponent he had ever encountered, then within his own mental world, he would truly become an unbeatable existence. After activating another visualization, Xue Jing created a scenario where multiple opponents attacked him at once. As the figures materialized, he wondered how close he could get to recreating the true strength of Li Chengxian, the successor of the Golden Wind White Rainbow Sword. Since their previous battle simulation had been too easy, he decided to raise the difficulty this time. A dozen minutes later, a series of notifications appeared one after another, informing him that he had completed multiple simulated battles and gained experience from each encounter. After defeating every opponent in the simulation, Xue Jing stood there drenched in sweat. Even though he knew everything around him was fake, his body still felt as if it had gone through a real battle. The sensation was strangely addictive. The experience rewards were decent, but still lower than what he would gain from an actual life-and-death fight. In reality, battles of that level would easily be worth much more experience, but finding suitable opponents often took a long time. Because of that, he concluded that the real value of visualization wasn't experience farming, but the combat experience and training it provided. With that thought, he decided to push the skill even further. This time, he recreated his senior brother, Boshang. In Xue Jing's eyes, his senior brother's strength was unfathomable, making him the perfect benchmark. Gathering all of his power into a single fist, he prepared to attack. Normally, whenever he used this technique, he always held back enough strength to avoid damaging his own body. But now he wanted to know the absolute limit of his physical capabilities. This wasn't a fight against his senior brother. It was a test of himself. Xue Jing unleashed a full power punch. The moment he struck, both Twin Lives' power and Twin Lives' defense activated simultaneously. His fist crashed forward with overwhelming force, creating a violent explosion of energy and light. When the dust finally settled, Xue Jing was lying on the ground in miserable condition. His fingers were twisted, his hand bones were shattered, and nearly every bone in his body felt broken. From the results, he immediately understood the price of using that attack at full power. If he ever used it in reality, his entire body would likely collapse from strain. Meanwhile, his senior brother's simulated figure remained standing completely unharmed. Xue Jing stared at him in disbelief. Even after unleashing his strongest attack, his senior brother had blocked it with nothing more than a layer of localized golden scale skin. The gap between them was overwhelming. At that moment, Xue Jing realized that improving his ability to break through defenses needed to become his top training priority. Before he could continue his training, a loud announcement suddenly echoed throughout the ship, instantly disrupting his visualization. The announcement informed all passengers that the Infinite Nova would soon arrive at Maple City and instructed everyone to secure their belongings and remain in their rooms. Xue Jing immediately opened his eyes in confusion. They were already docking? The voyage felt far too short. He hurried toward the cabin, feeling slightly frustrated. There were still plenty of divine relics aboard the ship, and he hadn't even had the chance to get his hands on all of them yet.